with the American flag. Thank you.
Wow. Deja vu, ladies and gentlemen. How about this? What a turnaround that we had for this afternoon session, being the late 1 hour, and just a little bit of hard pulling there this afternoon. But that was session number 2. This is session number 3. Welcome to Pulltown, U.S.A. Who's ready for truck and tractor pulling? A big, huge welcome to all of our first responders. Tonight is First Responder Appreciation Night. Thank you to our first responders and their families for joining us here, whether they're working out on the track to keep our competitors safe or if they're working on the grounds to keep you, the fans, safe. We thank them for being here. We also want to thank you, the great fans of truck and tractor pulling, for joining us here for our third session for Friday night here in Pulltown, USA. A big, huge thanks to our sponsors as the 57th Annual National Tractor Pulling Championship brought to you by Maxim Tire. We certainly do appreciate them. Make sure you visit all of them out on the Midway. I know that you hear those announcements throughout the tractor pulls, but without these sponsors, we wouldn't be here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have some special dignitaries that are among us here tonight. It's been a tradition that we bring in all of the Bowling Green dignitaries and have them experience what they promote and support throughout the full year coming up to you, the fans, that invade Bowling Green. And we just like to recognize them here tonight. So I'm going to call them to the winner's circle one at a time. And you guys got to give a little bit of appreciation to these people because they take that time and effort to make sure that you're safe and having a great time here in Bowling Green. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start out first with the mayor of Bowling Green, Mr. Mike Osbacher. Next, we have our commissioners, Craig LaHote, the president, Ted Bolus, and Doris Herringshaw, your Wood County commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. And then we have our Bowling Green Municipal Administrator, Lori Treader. Our Bowling Green City Economic Developer, Katie Thompson. Bowling Green Director of the Chamber, Mary Hinkleman. City of Bowling Green Fire Chief, Bill Mormon. City of Bowling Green Chief of Police, Tony Hetrick. And I know this next gentleman isn't here, but I have to mention the Wood County Sheriff. I've had some run-ins with him as a friend.
Okay.
Yeah, Doc, turn his mic off up there, would you? Mark Wassilishin, ladies and gentlemen, is our county sheriff. Our Wood County Administrator, Carrie Stanley. And our Wood County Economic Development Director, Wade Gutschak. And last but not least, because he talks too long on the microphone, our state representative, I love this guy, ladies and gentlemen, Haraz Ganbari. Haraz, you might as well come all the way down here on this end right there. Yeah, that's all we wanted to do is a parade right in front of everybody. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to allow a couple of these fine folks to give their thoughts of Pulltown, USA. First, Mike Oxbosser, thank you so much for allowing us to be here. 22 years for me, my friend, and 4 mayors. I don't know if the White House has seen more than that. Yeah, probably not. But thank you so much for being here, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really happy to be here. And on behalf of the city of Bowling Green, actually, I should be more accurate. On behalf of Pulltown, USA, I want to say thank you. Thank you very much for all of you that are responsible for staging this tremendous event. All the blue shirts, all of the administrators, all of the pullers, but most importantly, thanks to all the fans. I hope you have a great time here in Bowling Green. Be careful out there, take care of each other, but have a great deal of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And next we're going to talk to the president of the Wood County Commissioners, Craig LaHote. Craig, first of all, being president and elected now, you've been in service for quite a few years. I actually remember when you took over for James Carter, and what a pleasure it's been to have you out here in the winter circle many of times.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to say welcome to this event, and if you had to travel a ways to get here, welcome to Wood County. I'd also like to reiterate what the mayor said. Thank you, whether you're a fan or a participant or a sponsor or one of the volunteers. Thank you for putting this event on and making it the greatest pull in the world.
Excellent. One more time for the Wood County Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before I move on to Haraz down here, would any of you like to speak on behalf of your committees that you're in charge of? I know somebody might want to say something. Anybody? Firemen? I knew somebody was going to.
Hi, everyone. Mary Henkelman, Executive Director of the Bowling Green Chamber of Commerce and Visit BG Ohio. And I am telling you, this is the greatest organization that there is out there. I work with them on a regular basis. They are fabulous people, not just for this event, but also for our community. I know so many of them by name. That's why the hugs happen when we come in. They're great people. You're great people. We are so excited to have you here, and we hope you keep coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on to our state representative, Haraz Gambari. Haraz, first of all, thank you so much for being out here. I know to take your time away in the hours that you guys have to put in with everything going on, but thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Keith, and good evening, everyone. Do me a quick favor. If you're a first responder, can you just please stand up or wave your hand so we can give you guys a round of applause, please? To our first responders, thank you for what you do every day. If you all been watching the news, we had a tragic event on the Ohio Turnpike just yesterday. One of the assistant chiefs from Springfield Township Fire Department told me a lot of our first responders have the 1,000-yard stare out on the turnpike yesterday from what they've been seeing and what they've been going through. So I'm just going to ask you, reach out to your friends that are first responders, check up on them, and don't let it take a critical incident to make that call to see how they're doing. You guys are invaluable to our communities. You all run toward danger when so many other are running away from it, and we can sleep well here in Wood County and across the state of Ohio, knowing that we have women and men with your character and integrity that will be willing to put their lives on the line to protect us. So God bless each and every one of you. Let's have a great weekend here at the Tractor Pools, and let's give it up for our MC and my good friend. 10,000 comedians out of a job. Keith is still trying, always busting my chops, but I give him some credit. So thanks, Keith.
No problem, Pat. So, I'm not forgetting anybody, didn't ask them up here, but I believe this young lady is on site, Laura Schaller. Is that correct? Laura, we didn't forget you. Now, you can say you made a mistake. No, I did not. We were keeping you for last year. We're going to go right up front in front of the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the assistant to the Secretary of State of Ohio for Frank LaRose, Laura Schaller. Laura, thank you so much for being with us here. We have our president, Dave Schultz, and I understand, I always get this at the last minute, but you got something important you'd like to say.
I do. Well, welcome everyone to Pulltown, USA. It is so good to be home in Bowling Green. And it is my honor on behalf of Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose, who couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately, to present the blue shirts with this commendation from our office to you. Thank you guys for everything that you've done. We like to say in Ohio, we have the gold standard for elections, and you hold the gold standard for truck and tractor pulling. Thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our Bowling Green dignitaries and to the state of Ohio. Give them a big round of applause for coming out here. And I would ask, and I know a lot of you got busy lives and everything, or you just might not like the noise, but please have a seat and watch the rest of the opening ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please, for our dignitaries. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have dubbed tonight First Responder Night. It was very nice of Haraz to mention those men and women who was out there on the turnpike and the lives that were lost. We were always wondering if it might have been a puller or somebody coming here, until we found out that it wasn't. Not that it makes it any better, but that would have been tragic to the Pulltown community if it was a fan making their trip to come here. So public safety is more than just a job. It's not about a paycheck. It's not even merely about the career. It's a calling. And we salute our first responders who answer that call fearlessly and relentlessly. No matter how often the call comes, no matter how long the grueling shift, no matter how long the severe of the danger, they answer. We're forever indebted to all the untold good that the first responders do. When you ask them, they'll downplay their contribution. Anyone would have done it. I didn't even think about it. I was just doing my duty. The truth is that doing something courageous is a choice and not one that we would all make.
Hey, folks. I got Cooper here with O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, this your first time to Bowling Green. You said you have gone to Toma. What is one of the craziest things you've seen here?
Well, I'd have to say first and foremost is definitely the crowd. The crowd is massive compared to what I've seen in Toma. The noise is different. The whole atmosphere is a whole different scene than how Toma was. It's been incredible.
So, you've seen all kinds of vehicles. You've seen some of the same ones you saw in Toma, but you've seen some new stuff here. Is there any particular vehicle that really stands out to what?
I really actually enjoyed the minis. I thought the minis are really cool. So
we have Mary Kale. She's going to be joining us here later tonight. She actually drives the one called Spending Their Inheritance. But, let's get back a little bit. What O'Reilly's is, because I've dealt with O'Reilly's. They're a great company to get parts for. I'm in the mechanics business. But tell us a little bit about what your company does.
Yeah, so we strive to be the best parts store in town. We want to, of course, take care of our customers and have the best customer service as well as quality parts and keep our prices where they need to be to keep everybody satisfied.
Well, and one thing I've noticed, if O'Reilly's didn't have it there, if I needed a part, I just basically, they would say, look, I can have it to you in a day, or it's at this warehouse, it's going to take 2 to 3 days. And with the price point that you guys have, I know that when I get it, it's going to be the right part. And it's going to be a good quality, too. That's the other thing with a lot of these other vendors. You might get a part, or say you go to Amazon or a third party and you go order a coil pack, say for, your Ford Explorer. Is that coil pack going to be actually the right thing you need? So,
Right. Talking to a lot of people today and yesterday, I've heard a lot of those complaints about the competitors with stuff not being right, the quality's not being there, but they've had nothing but great things to say about O'Reilly and their experiences there, which has been awesome.
Well, and if you look at, and I know O'Reilly's has been with NTPA for a little while now, but what brought O'Reilly's to come to NTPA?
Yeah, so a lot of people don't know how heavy we are in the agricultural market of things. So we would like to come out here and promote more of our agricultural, heavy-duty, everything from semis to tractors and everything in between. We can get all that stuff. You talked about availability. It's quite available. It's all in our DCs.
You would be surprised. I work for a tractor company, and that's one thing that we have found. We've had a harder time getting parts, especially since COVID. And we can call you guys, and if you don't have it, you can find a number that matches with it. So that's definitely shows what O'Reilly's is capable of.
Yes, absolutely.
So after everything you've seen over the weekend, is there anything you're looking forward to?
I think, like I said earlier, just the atmosphere. I mean, this is where all the best noise is, all the best crowd, the best people, the most excitement.
Let me ask you one other quick question here. So you've seen minis. You like minis. Have you seen the semis yet?
I have seen the semis.
You have seen
yes.
them? Okay. Those guys, they're going to let them run here. I promise you. That's going to be a good class to watch. Superstock Open, we've got a big show, the mods. This is what we call the 7,500-pound mods. There's actually 3 different mod classes here this weekend. That's a good class to watch. We've got a ton of action. And I tell you, Cooper, I know you look forward to seeing some more of this action here tonight. We're going to stop by to O'Reilly's tomorrow, talk to you guys a little bit more. But I appreciate you joining us here tonight. We've got a ton of action here this evening. And appreciate O'Reilly's coming on and joining NTPA. And, great pulling product, but a great company, a great parts product. If we need it, we know we can get it from O'Reilly's.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Cooper.
Yes, sir.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be here.
All right. Guys? If you're going to bring somebody in. Yeah. Thanks, Cooper.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, just leave it open. It'll be fine.
Van Brown, you're going to go on Ellie's camera and give her a break right away. Yep. Okay? Thanks, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, to the Sheriff's Department, Sheriff Deputies, Auxiliary, Dispatchers, Policemen and Women, City Troopers, Firefighters, EMS personnel, EMT. Yes, sir. I hear you on Ellie's. They've been in the sun all day. I hear you. Mary's already in here. Got to run through 5 monsters.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
I can do that.
You know how clumsy
Hey,
I am. You wouldn't be having
we're trying to figure out a little arrangement to get everybody in here because we got more people coming in here. You guys are working hard here today. We're going to have to find out what this bull snot stuff is.
A whole line of products detailing trucks.
That's right. All right, so guys, just talk right into the mic. So, what's your names? And tell us a little bit about bull snot.
Well, thank you, Mike. Van Brown, and I'm the inventor of all the bull snot products, and it's a complete line of products for detailing your trucks. Everything is developed for truckers. The glass cleaner, #1 selling product, is designed as a bug remover for love bugs. When truckers get bugs all over the front of the truck,
right,
you just spray it, leave it alone 15 seconds, wipe them off. They come off easy, and it's a streakless glass cleaner as well.
Oh man, do y'all have a tin here? Because I need to go buy some stuff. Because I can tell you right now, I got one car that it doesn't matter what I do to it. I've tried to wax it. I've tried to do everything to keep I live in eastern North Carolina, so we got big mosquitoes and big bugs everywhere. So, bull snot sounds like a great product. So you do glass cleaners. You have anything you need to make it shine.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure, and I'm sure you got a bunch of pullers out here using your stuff because after these clay tracks and everything get on it, it makes them really dirty.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan DeBrew and his son Marshall, both of them use bull snot. And you got Jacoby and Eddie Wiley, they use bull snot, and there's a whole bunch of other ones that use it as well.
Well, that says we're gonna have to check that out tomorrow, guys. You've been to Tractor Pulls before, I'm sure.
I was here last year. This is the first one I ever come to.
Oh, really? Wow. What do you think about Bowling Green?
Oh, I just love it. I mean if you come to a tractor pull and you don't have a good time, something's wrong with you.
Well, this is definitely the place to have a good time with all the vehicles. What would I say? What is your favorite class to watch?
The semis is still my favorite.
Yeah.
Because everything was developed for truckers. Tony introduced me to the trucking world. Tony's a country music singer, friend of mine, and also was a truck driver for how many years, Tony? 25 years. So Tony got me into the trucking world, and then a friend of mine got me into tractor. Because, I mean, every tractor that comes is delivered by transfer trucks.
Right.
So it's just a natural fit.
So he was a good test for your product to see if it actually worked, is what it sounds like to me.
He did testing on every one of it before they ever saw the market. I mean, Tony, he is really particular. So I knew if I could please him, I could please anybody.
Yeah, well, it looks like it worked out great because if they're using it out there and it's looking as pretty, I mean, you saw those machines, and we had rain yesterday, and it got covered in dirt. We had vehicles out here that they wrapped their tires in plastic just so it didn't get mud on the tires and then mud on anything else, and
And if they would have put bull snot tire butter on it, they wouldn't have to do that because I've got the only tire shine out there that repels dirt and dust. And you can actually play in the mud. I've got 8 monster trucks, and they play in the mud, in the dirt every day. The tires still look shiny.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think that's something. Ooh, that might be a little trick to get that dirt to keep from sticking to the tires a little bit, too. You might be able to put it on the cleats a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to keep it from sticking so much. Hey, we might have another. What are you using? Yep, I'm using that tire butter stuff. That stuff works good. Look, guys, I appreciate you joining us. We've got a lot of guys we want to talk to in here tonight. Definitely want to stop by tomorrow because I've got some ideas that I need some stuff cleaned, and it sounds like you got something. I'm more worried about the bugs. I want to get the bugs off, but the tire butter, I don't wash my car and clean it like I should, so I want it to look good as long as it can, and it sounds like you got a product that can handle what I need.
Yeah, come out and see my truck. I waxed it about 8 weeks ago, and it still looks great. And so the wax lasts a long time, tire butter lasts a long time, and it's just a great product.
Hey, it sounds great. Guys, I appreciate you joining me. We're going to swing by tomorrow. I'm going to have a little free time tomorrow. Travis, you ain't going to sing us anything tonight, are you?
No, it's Tony.
Oh, Tony, I'm sorry.
Not tonight, but maybe next year.
Oh, okay.
Maybe next year. We got a lot of Last of the Cowboys here. This is our kind of people, so we got a big song out. You can Google it called Last of the Cowboys. It's on all the platforms. Got over 17 million downloads and about 27 million.
Oh, wow.
So check it out. It fits right in with rural America, blue collar, hard working men and women of America, and these guys out here pulling these sleds down, and whether you're pulling sleds or racing late models or you're out there rolling these 18 wheels, these people get it done day in and day out.
Well, that's what keeps this country going. I definitely agree with you 100% on that. Thank you guys for joining us. We will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Y'all have a great day. Enjoy the show tonight. Semis are tonight, buddy. I know you're ready for them because that's one of my favorites, too.
Absolutely.
But guys, don't forget, bull snot. My wife's going to enjoy this stuff because I'm going to have to get some because she's going to say, well, now you don't have to wash the car every 2 weeks. If you can wash it and make it look halfway decent, and if I ain't got to work on that stuff, that's good for me, right? Guys, thank y'all so much.
And if you can't find it, just go to the App Store and download the Bull Snot app. That's the easiest way to get Bull Snot.
All right. Bull Snot app. You can get it from there. If you're in Bowling Green, come to you, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Is it off now?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you see what's going on right now, this is part of the prelude to the Bowling Green National Tractor Pulling Championships. I'm telling you, this has been a great show so far. Had a little rain last night, a little rain threat this morning. Got us started a little late. That's why we're getting started a little late tonight. But don't worry, folks. We've got tons of action. Hell, come on in here close. We didn't have any people. Yeah, we're gonna super glue that thing by the end of the night. My name is Bert Forbes. What's your name? And tell me,
Buck.
John Buck. Who are you with?
I'm here with Newfields Ag.
So tell us a little bit about what Newfields Ag can do for the farmers in our community.
Great. Newfields Ag has a lot of different agricultural products, but they started with a product called Dust, which was a soybean-based talc graphite replacement for your planter. Better health, cleaner, it's better for the environment, so they started with that. Then they started adding biologicals to those. So now we use that as a carrier to provide biologicals, the seed box, planter box treatment.
Right.
And then we also have foliars and all kinds of other products going.
So it sounds like to me, if you're looking to get a better final product out of out of farming, especially with soybeans, because one thing I've noticed in our part of the country with soybeans is weather and humidity and other things really make a huge difference on how that bean is picked. So I know one of my local soybean farmers, he says, the biggest problem we have is when we go to pick soybeans, if the weather's not right, humidity's not right, if my stuff's not clean and it's not right, I end up losing a lot of my own product.
Absolutely. As a farmer myself, we run into that a lot of times that Mother Nature just plays games on us, and we want it to be as perfect as we can. But we're also trying to create that plant to have the best product that it's at the end of the day. So really, it varies a lot depending on where you're at. But
right. It sounds like a great product, especially if you're looking for higher yields, better product as your final goal. And obviously, that is every farmer's final goal, is to get the most out of what they're putting in the ground, especially with all your higher costs of your seed and all your equipment and everything that goes along. So if you can get that higher yield, that's definitely going to benefit you in the end. You've been to Bowling Green before? Is it your first time?
Yes, I've been up here before.
Okay. So what is your
as a sponsor?
What is your favorite thing you like to see when you come here? What is the one thing that brings you back to Bowling Green every time?
I think it's just a wide variety of things. I mean, growing up on the farm, you watch some of these tractors that guys have modified to run like what I grew up on, 30-20, 40-20, 43-20s, that kind of stuff, to now to the super modifieds. I mean, it's just awesome watching it all. And my daughter's been with me the last couple that we've been to, and just the smell and the fumes.
The atmosphere just all makes it better.
100%. Yeah. We were up with you guys at Napoleon here last week, and just the dirt flying up and hitting us up in the announcer stand 30 feet up in the air.
That's the best thing in the world, is it? Yeah. If you look at what we're getting ready, you see a couple of turbines coming. And, this is one thing about this show. If you like diesels, you got diesels. If you like mods, you got mods. If you like turbines, you got turbines. If you want your super farm, you got your super farm. But if you want your 4 turbocharged alcohol super stock, we got them too here in Bowling Green. Like you said, this is an amazing show to be at. Thank you so much for being a sponsor here this year. And what brought you into being a sponsor here?
Well, the company looked at it as, soybeans are grown by farmers, and with its product we're using back on the farm, and then just all the other pieces that can be added to the puzzle is just awesome, and we feel that we're a very valuable contributor to those products for farmers. Like you said, it's all about the bottom dollar, so if we can really help you grow a better product with quicker emergence and healthier plants, then that's what we're trying to provide.
All right. Well, look, I appreciate you. We're going to get things kicked off right here, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Appreciate
Come on by. All right, you see things getting kicked off here. Number 1, we got a number 1 fan, and then we got somebody that hadn't figured out how to put the glove on. But we're going to be getting things kicked off. Let me pull my sheets up here. And where is it time for Mary? Yeah. All right, guys, you see what's happening right here. We have got one heck of a show here for you tonight, folks. We're starting off Super Stock Open on the north side. On the south side, we're going right into mods. Miss Mary Kale is going to be joining us with the driver of the Mini Modified. spending their inheritance. I don't know if her kids like that too much.
No, they'll be fine.
They'll be fine.
Yeah.
Mary, here, let's get you fixed back. There you go. Mary, welcome to Bowling Green. You've been here before, but you had a pretty good run this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Well, so let me ask you one little quick question here. Tell us about your first time here. Where did you place at?
Oh, my God. My very first time here, I think I was 47th place, and there were probably 47 or 49 tractors. It's they keep growing. The class keeps growing. This year was 53.
And anybody can win here in Bowling Green. And that's one thing we've talked about all weekend. You can have the underdog take the win, or you can have your normal Grand National top tier take the win. It doesn't. This is open, fair game.
It is.
If you want to make your place, if you think you're somebody, you need to come to Bowling Green, even though you may not be anybody, because you always have that opportunity.
It's also such an honor, because Bowling Green is the biggest in the U.S.
There's
so you got to come here
to
pull. It's like you feel special just being here pulling, whether you're first or last. It's still an experience to be here and be competing with all these other great people.
I mean, if you look at some, and you know this as well, your tractor, beautiful tractor, and yours is a different color. You don't see a lot of, I'm not trying to bash anybody, but you've got some cool designs, and the name Spending Their Inheritance, I know, is, that resonates with a lot of fans too. So
it's not really the truth, but it's kind of
right.
It's funny.
It's the joke to it. It's
the
relatability of it,
absolutely,
and that's one thing we're looking here. But if you look at a crowd here, we've got on a Friday night.
Yep.
There's no crowd bigger than what we have here in Bowling Green. I believe the stands can hold about 30,000 people.
That's unreal.
Yeah. And if you notice on a Thursday night with drizzling rain,
there were still people here.
There was probably 2/3 full. But if you look right there, there is not an open spot anywhere.
Nope. We stayed on the north side. We camped here for many years before we ever bought the tractor.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The north
so we were north siders.
Yeah, you were north siders.
On the rowdy side.
When we used to come up here, when my cousin was in it, that's where we went. We always wanted to go we wanted to go to the north side because you always saw, I'm not going to say it was all crazy, but I think those guys had a little bit more fun on the north side. Yeah, just a little bit.
It seems that way.
It seems that way. So we're looking at right here. That's a ton.
And I don't know what they weigh. What is their weight? Do you know?
These are 75.
7,500
pounds, yeah. So that's a lot of horsepower to weight ratio. And you will watch, you look at, we were talking about bull snot. They were just in here a few minutes ago. You saw how clean that tractor was?
Yes.
And not to pick on pullers, but I've seen haulers that when they rolled the machine out, the machine was like, you tell where their importance was, which I would too. You're putting it out here in front of everybody.
Yep.
You look at that beautiful machine, all of them, they used to be called Big and Uglies were their nickname.
My first blower was a Big and Ugly.
Was it?
Yes,
was
it
was. Okay, yeah.
Yep. Then I changed to the Janus a couple years ago.
Well, that seems to be working out too. You got a new setup on that this weekend, and it worked out pretty good.
It did.
I definitely can't complain, but you've had your share of wins, too. You picked up a couple.
Yeah, Mike went through and figured it out just before we came here, and we've got just over 100 hooks, and we ended up in the top 5, like, I forget what he said, the percentage of time, but we had 15 or 20 top 5s and or wins.
Yeah, and some of in fact, your first win was actually in my local hometown.
It was.
In the big old city of Pine Top. So, and that started out, and you've always done fairly well. You went to the NC State Fair, cleaned up some wins there. You've also had a couple of rough moments in there, too.
A couple.
Down in Florida, you showed everybody what the roll cage was for, and I know that's not how you wanted to do it.
No, absolutely not. I had no idea that the spindle was fractured. Nobody on the crew knew that the spindle was fractured, and the final break came at the point when I was back into the sled.
Oh, wow.
And the wheels just trailed because as soon as the front end came up, the right front wheel was turned and it was also tipped. And I thought, what the heck is that? It should not be tipped. I didn't think it that long. My first thought was straighten the wheel. By the time I finished thinking straighten the wheel, I was already in my head.
Yeah,
it was fast.
And that's one thing about mini rods. The weight to power ratio is so extreme.
Yes.
2,050 pounds. You might as well say with what you're running, you're pretty close to 3.
Yeah.
You're knocking on the door. So that is just, in the wheel speed, you're looking around 100 miles an hour. So,
Absolutely.
So when you're getting in the seat, you're getting ready to drive. What's going through your head when you get ready to drop the hammer?
You really can't think about a lot as far as the safety. The safety's already done. You can't think about what could possibly go wrong. You just got to think for the conditions of the track, and all of us watch, and we pretty much decide if it's going to be a walk it out before you full throttle or get on it right away or somewhere in between.
Right.
And we'll come to that decision just before I say goodbye to the crew, and then you just go.
You execute.
And you don't even think about anything else except for getting to full throttle and staying straight. Do not turn the wheels.
Don't turn the wheels. I've learned that myself a couple of times. Don't forget, folks, tonight, fullpull.live. You definitely want to check us out. We're going to give you a little taste, probably for about the first probably 10, 20 minutes of the show. $39.99. You cannot beat the quality of show you're going to get here tonight. If you can't make it to Bowling Green, obviously, if you're not here in Bowling Green right now, you're not going to make it tonight. You definitely want to go ahead and just lock it in.
Yes.
Because we
and you can watch it later.
Yeah, you can go back and watch this. Like me, I'll go home. My daughter will be like, let's go watch Pullin', Daddy. Yep. And I was like, okay, all right, I'm good with that. So we go, and you can go back and watch it later. $39.99. We had 154 vehicles hooked this afternoon. We had 153 last night, and I haven't counted yet for tonight.
The's a lot. They gave us the numbers at the drivers' meeting, but I forgot.
I didn't make it to that.
I think there was 77 hooks on each track, and then the semis or the leftover, they fill in the blanks.
Which track ever finishes first is where they're going to put those in.
Yep.
So if tonight, you think about it like this. We've got tractors, whether it be alcohol or diesel. We've got turbines. We got blower motors. We've got anything you want, semis.
Yep.
And let me tell you something. I've come here several years. And right now, that's between, I'm a mini and a mod guy.
Yeah.
But the semis.
The super semis.
Man, RJ Simon.
Yep.
Watching them guys duke it out, with different combinations. That's another thing in that class. Some of them are running single chargers. Some of them are running multiple chargers. And so it's about finding the right combination that works. Almost like tractor pulling, because the biggest thing, or mini rods, biggest thing right now is tires.
Yes.
And finding the right tire that suits your tractor and suits your driving style, and that
getting
you can
it to hook.
Yep. And getting it to break in correctly. A lot of people don't realize you take a brand new tire, you're taking a bunch of rubber off of it, and then you really want to kind of break that sidewall down a little bit.
Yeah, it takes, for us, it's almost 8 miles of driving up and down the side of the road. We'll pack a cooler.
Yeah.
We'll go off. We meet the neighbors sometimes. The very first time we did it, we met a lot of the neighbors we never knew because they saw us go by, and we came out back on the back desk.
Like,
they came out, what are you doing? What is that? What is going on?
It's crazy. It's crazy to see the things that go on in the background.
Yeah. But it's a lot to break in those tires. It really is.
It is. Full pull picks tonight, folks. Let me tell you, if we've had some crazy odds this weekend, highest 49-1. And even higher. But the thing about it is, like last night, Mason Brizendine, a Virginia puller, truck puller, strong truck, always been a strong. Now, I'm not cutting him down a bit, but he came in here and won the four-wheel drive class against some of the biggest names in pulling. And that's no cut against him. That's just saying what Bowling Green brings to the table.
Yes. Absolutely. Anybody can win here because the Grand National guys don't get first pick at the best track.
Right.
Or if they think it's going to come on later, they don't get to go at the end. They've got to get mingled in with all the other folks that are here and take their chances on track conditions, which change a lot.
Check out the fans out there. Everybody's just sitting and chilling.
Yep.
A couple of cold drinks. I'm sure it's just bottled water, right? It's just bottled water.
It's got to be.
Waving at everybody. Folks, don't forget tonight, we got a big show. Look, get it tonight, watch it this weekend. If you watch it for a month and you're like, I don't like it, but I guarantee you, if you go back and you look at some of the shows,
you're going to like it.
Yeah. This sport has always been growing, but I tell you one thing I'm seeing, people are starting to recognize the sport.
Yeah.
People like you, Mary, and a lot of the other pullers are putting their name out there and you're a brand. And that's what a lot of people have to understand. You're a brand. And you guys put on a heck of a show. You're always there. And, with the wins you have, it's just, and the personality in this sport. And I think that's what people need to see.
Yeah.
And that's one thing we've always talked about. Everybody has a personality in the sport. You have a story.
We used to go to NASCAR races, for example. You go to a NASCAR race, you don't get close to anything.
Right, exactly.
You come to a tractor pull, if we're not in the middle of working on a motor or grinding tires, bring the kids over, sit them in the seat, take pictures, we chat with everybody.
And that's the thing about Bowling Green. You could literally, and trust me, I made a wrong turn looking for somebody earlier today, and I literally could walk around this facility for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I would not.
You wouldn't see everything.
No, not even close.
There's people hidden in every corner here.
I mean, they are tucked. And, I came here 12 years ago, I think, and it's grown that much since then. So, and look, the blue shirts do a great job here, and that's one thing that, hats off, it takes about 200 people to keep this show moving just on the track side.
Yes.
To keep everything working. I mean, because there are pullers like you said, they're everywhere, tugged in every corner. Now, they try to put them all together, but I can tell you,
they can't do it.
No, they can't do it. So, we're getting to get things kicked off here. Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
I thought we had a third person here a while ago. I wanted to make them feel at home.
No,
so,
I was going to bring my husband, but they said no. Oh, there's not room enough for him.
Why not?
So I'm solo.
Oh, you're solo? Okay. Well, I hate that. I wish Mike was over here.
Well, maybe he'll
I'll drag him around tomorrow a little bit. Yeah. So we're gonna be back here tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night
for another great show.
Yeah, it's Mini Rods are back.
Yes, it's pretty much a duplicate of today's show. You're gonna get to see almost the same
they're gonna just flip the classes around a little bit. You're pulling tomorrow night
in the evening. Yes,
the evening
late number. I'm late in the class.
You're late in the class, so that could be a benefit for you. Or if we get in the drizzle rain like we did last night, might make it a little more slick.
Yeah.
So that's part of that thing we talk about.
Well, they had to call off the last few of that tractor class.
Yep, the light super stocks, they had to
got
call
a little
that.
too slimy.
Yep, Brent basically barely touched a brake, and I was down at the start line. We were working on some camera stuff, and I was videoing, and all of a sudden that tractor just took a hard left.
Jackknifed.
Yeah, and I asked Brent, I said, well, what happened? He said, I tapped the brake. And that's what happens. The wheel speed, they're kind of like a mini rod.
Yeah.
Very lightweight, very high horsepower. And so you notice, and you saw this afternoon, they get up on the wheelie bars, and that thing starts rocking left or right. And you're trying to go, you got to realize when your front end's 3 foot in the air, and you got to tap that brake, you want to control that tap, but sometimes gravity has a different idea of what's going to happen.
It does, and if you do that too many times, all of a sudden the buckboard's going to hit you.
Yeah.
And when that gets you in the wheel, you're over.
Yeah, that's it. And you're lucky if you don't cause damage.
Very lucky if you don't cause damage. Usually it's never good.
Well, it's this sport with the technology in the blower motor realm and the diesel realm is just amazing. And even in the turbine classes, they have beefed up the horsepower to let those guys run a little bit stronger. So that's one thing you're starting to see is a little more variety in all the classes. And NTPA here and Full Pull Live, that's what we're promoting. So, but yeah, we're going to get things kicked off here in just a minute. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of our track officials, but one that has been here for over 35 years, flying that flag down here at the finish line, Mr. Scott Doty.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we get set, and we were all kind of talking trackside about the Superstock Open class, the top 5 in the points coming into tonight's session are separated by 5 points. The Rutten Deer is number 1. Fully Loaded is number 2. Cody Cheezick in the Considered Armed and Dangerous HD is number 3. Terry Blackburn will have the other Extremely Armed and Dangerous ride. He'll be at number 4. And the Rutten Deer 2. So they're all trying for that points championship. It's going to be tight because we've got 14 here tonight. So any space between the first couple of them, and it's going to be a dogfight here tonight.
Hey, Doc, we're going to go ahead and come. We were trying to do our best to make sure that our competitors get an opportunity to have their time to be able to reflect on their victory and also have the chance to get a chance to be here with the fans and talk to the fans as part of this discussion. So our Super Farm Tractor class concluded at the point of completion. There were no fans here, so we are going to go ahead and start to do our awards presentations here for our Super Farm Tractor class. And number 5 this afternoon, he was very early hooking that class with the My Last Excuse out of the state of Michigan. Mr. Whalen, congratulations. Welcome right back here. You seem to know how to get here.
Well, it's always a pleasure to be here, and it gets harder every year. Tough competition.
You have shared the formula with your grandkids in the pedal tractor pull, too, because they know how to get here. It's just a commonality that we're going to see them on Friday morning, and we're going to see you on Friday afternoon. It's good to have you here. Congrats. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the Blue Shirts for what they've all done. High Torque for sponsoring our class, the Super Farm. Sound Beam Performance, they're the ones that make the power for us. CMM Pulling Tires. Every competitor in our class would give their shirt off their back to help you if they could. So, Hot Shots, Oil, they're always there. And just a lot of people involved.
Well, the class sponsorship is Scheid Diesel. I just talked to Kent Crowder from Scheid, and I get to be the proxy on behalf of Scheid tonight. So on behalf of Scheid Diesel, congratulations. I also get to present you with this awesome trophy from our friends right here at the National Tractor Pulling Championships and our friends at...
We will unleash 45 Pro Stocks coming up. So our first class Super Stock Open, 8,000 pounds and a 20-inch drawbar. And then we'll bulk things up to 20,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds rather, in our Pro Stocks. And then later tonight, we'll increase the rate to 20,000 pounds with our Super Semis. And they'll be crowning a champ.
All right, we're going to come right back here. Now, Joey Vine is not here with us, but I have Eddie Rowe. He is the proxy, much like I get to be the proxy right now and get to step in on behalf of Scheid Diesel and on behalf of Mr. David Schultz from the Blue Shirts. I get to talk with somebody who's stepping in for Joey, and that was a pretty awesome deal. You guys all kind of share driving, and you do a phenomenal job with Redweiser. Congrats.
We do, thank you. I want to tip our hats to Scheid Diesel, High Torque Starter. Especially our wives out back. Definitely Sound Beam Performance. Without those guys, we wouldn't be standing here.
Absolutely, sir. Well, like I said, on behalf of Scheid, I get to present you with this beautiful trophy, and I also am going to present you with a coupon here, or a certificate here from our friends at Blue Cooler. You put that in and turn that in over there. So congratulations again, and obviously you're in the hunt now for that championship ring in the Super Farm division. That's all starting to come back to fruition tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you.
Let's give them a nice round of applause. The Redweiser team, we're going to get a picture here real quick. Smile at John for me, and we will save that for the archives and know who number 4 was here all the way through from the 2024 Super Farm division.
We're getting ready to hook our Super Stock Open class tonight. And Lauren Gettinger has the hook tonight. His dad, uncles from the eastern part of Indiana have done pulling so very, very proud. They ran diesels for a long time, came up into the alcohol ranks, so this is the lesson learned. So Neil Gettinger owns the tractor, but his son Lauren comes back up here. And I know that Grandpa Dave will be Grandpa Larry will be very happy.
Great. Hey, Doc, wanted to let everybody know it's one of our Blue Shirts got overcome by the heat. He actually wanted to know why we weren't making noise. So there you go. We're making noise in Bowling Green.
Oh, not good. Time for a little AKE stop fire action there on our vehicles. And again, our responders are coming down there, our track guys, and our specially trained.
The crowd does love it, though.
Well, Neil Gettinger not having a good start here tonight on lessons learned. You saw that big pop, and I see a little bit of oil down. Oh, I see a lot of liquid falling there, and that's not a good way to get started off tonight. You see him putting out the fire. the blue shirts and that fire crew, I'm telling you, they are right on top of it here tonight. But Mary, you watch what happened right then. The tractor barely just got lifted, got loaded up pretty good, and they're gonna show us a replay in a minute, but they're gonna stay on this to make sure it doesn't flame up. Stop fire, and that whole emergency crew has got that taken care of. But we're going to go back to the south side. Scott Tedder is going to be the first one up on Mr. Twister. But watch this, Mary. Tractor starts to hook right there, and
kaboom.
Boom.
Yes. I wonder what let go.
I don't know. We see some oil and stuff down there. I haven't got a play by. You see the flame. Now, a lot of times in tractor pulling, fire looks a lot worse than what it really is. Because you got to think about the temperatures.
It's so hot.
Yeah, it's so hot. So if fuel or whatever hits that.
Or whatever gets ignited, and it's pretty quick. But
yeah.
You still got to put it out.
Scott Tedder with those 4 Hemis. Now this tractor, he pulls this thing everywhere, and of course he's going to come to Bowling Green. Tough competitor. If you're in the sport of truck and tractor pulling and you need parts, he's probably got something that's going to work for you. So with Scott Tedder, no stranger to pulling at all. We're going to say he's going to be the first official hook. That means he can take it or turn it down.
Yeah.
And he has that option. Mr. Twister.
I have a feeling that if he gets out around 300 or beyond, he'll probably take it.
I probably would too with the competition you got.
But although on this track, once it gets dark, when the sun comes off of that track and the moisture starts to come up, the track gets better as the night goes on.
That's a good run.
Yes.
Here in Bowling Green. He's going to be right around that 350-foot mark. We're going to get that official distance. Good. Wasn't a very fast run, but that tractor loaded really good. It set carried. And the reason why you get the name Mr. Twister, I asked him one time, he said, well, what happened was I was running a 2-engine setup. Mm-hmm. And when I take those other 2 engines off of it, that chassis just literally just starts winding up.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how much they flex. The mini flexes too, but you can't really realize it because it's so short. But I would assume he's going to take that because they said 300, 350.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah,
that's a full pull.
Yeah, he's going to be right around. I haven't got the official distance. They're going to throw that replay up here in just a second.
Yeah, I would hope that they don't decide to reset the sled though.
I don't think they will. Okay. Yeah. So he didn't quite get to 350 mark, but he's at 332. Repeat that back to me, Allie. Repeat that back to me, Allie. $332,635. So that's going to be your starting mark. He took that hook. So like we said, yeah, if that's a lot of hard runs on 4 engines. So you come back on that second one. Not only do you have to worry about a couple of things, but you've got to worry about your clutches. They're going to be hot. Motors are going to be hot. Your oil, depending on how your motors ran, how is that going to make a difference? If they were a little fat, what's that going to do to your oil? It's going
to muddy it up.
It's going to muddy it up, and you're going to take that chance on the second pass.
Yeah, and that's hell on bearings if you get a lot of alcohol in your oil.
Right, it'd eat them up.
Yep.
But you look at that; that is just a rough way to start.
Oh, and I think this was his first hook for the weekend. He didn't hook yesterday.
It is. Yep, he didn't.
So he's either going to have a lot of work to do tonight, or he's going to give up for the rest of the duration.
If you look at that right there, you see the flame, and that is mostly just that liquid catching on fire. Yeah. We're going to be getting Randy Barja going to be coming up on the jury next generation. Another turbine running 2 T55s. Yep. That's a little more my wheelhouse. That's where I kind of came from in the pulling world. So
very cool.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you ever go to one, and I love listening to the blower motors, but going next to a turbine while that thing is running and it spools up, because it's a different sound. It'll get high pitched, and it's like and a lot of people don't realize there's not a lot of control. So like with you bring your throttle up,
Yes.
your clutches are going to lock. This is a direct drive line. There is no clutch. So basically it's like a two-stage part of that. So you can slow down the back part of that engine and allow the front half to spin, and that's how you're doing it. You're slowing it. All right, Randy Bargy.
These guys have been in the business for a long time.
They,
I think their grandfather started the whole thing.
He ran the V12 Allisons. He ran a combination, I believe, of V12 and a V8 at the same time. And then they kind of went back to the V12s for a short amount of time and then came up with the turbines and said that's where they're going to stick.
That's what they like, I guess. There was an article in Polar Magazine about around a year or two ago. Very interesting.
The family history in that sport. And the whole family is involved in the pulling. But he's running. You see where he's focusing on the exhaust stacks. Now he's shutting it down. I just heard that engine shut down. I'm not sure what's going on. So the way this thing works is you see the exhaust stack there. Now he's focused on the exhaust stack. On the other end is the intake, so it pulls air in. It basically works like a big compressor. Heats it up, packs it, and sends it out the other end. So I'm not sure what's going on. They still have not got Neil Gettinger off the track yet. So I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, he's off now. Okay. These tractors like to bring the front end up too. If you ever watch turbines a lot, they do. That's how they load. The more power it requires, the more it'll take, the more to build.
What would be too high for me is just right for them.
Yep. Great run. I mean, solid pass.
Very nice.
Front end came up. It was steady. We've seen some rough runs this weekend, and that was pretty and smooth right there.
Especially on the north side.
Yes.
Last night they had a lot.
It's almost as rowdy as the north side a little bit, I guess you would say.
Yes. But they're going to stay with that boat setting, which is good.
Oh, yeah.
There's only 20 of them, I believe.
Yep, that's what I've... Yep, 19 is what I got. And we got 14 Superstock Opens. Cody Cheezick coming up on Considered Armed and Dangerous. No stranger. See what happens.
For a young man, he's doing very well. This is his first full. Well,
he spoke too soon.
I jinxed him. Sorry, Cody. He's under 100 feet. I'm sure they'll pull him back.
They're switching camera views, just showing some different perspectives of different things going on. We've got cameras everywhere, but the distance there, 317, 350 for the jury. All right, Lane Bollinger going to be coming up on the money pit on the mod side.
At Blue Shirts, I get to present you with this trophy. I also get to give you this voucher for a cooler. I know there's a lot of people here with you and a lot of people that you want to thank.
Yeah, I don't know where to start. I guess I'll start by thanking all the fans in the Blue Shirts. Today's my dad's 63rd birthday, and we've been busting ass trying to get his tractor back down here, and just didn't happen. So I guess this is the best way I can say happy birthday.
Well, you only needed one to get the job done. There's no question about it. You are in the catbird seat to win another ring. You've been doing that pretty regularly here as well. Congratulations, again, on behalf of Scheid, on behalf of our friends from the Blue Shirts here.
Yep, and I got to thank Chad Mayhill at C&M Pulling Tires, Dave and everybody at Senpico, Pat and Ryan at Salem Beam Performance, Apex Turbo. They do what they can for us, keep us going. I got to thank my wife, my family, my brother, everybody here that gets us here. Thank you.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. A gracious winner. We're going to take a photo of the whole family. You get a cooler from our friends at Blue Coolers. And, of course, the beautiful trophy from our friends here at the Blue Shirts. Again, nice round of applause for Absolutely Nuts and the Ferris family.
All right, so Lane Bollinger going to be coming up out of Taylorsville, Illinois on the Money Pit. We were just talking about, we're kind of used to seeing them with V12s, and they've gone with these 4 Hemis, or 3 Hemis. And that's one thing we've always kind of talked about and seen it. Let's see what they can do here. Lane Bollinger. So here's the rules for today. That's going to be a full pull.
Yep.
So
we're pull off.
We're going to have a pull off. So 350 foot or further, we're having a pull off.
We just need one more to be out past that 350.
That's it. Lane Bollinger, I'm telling you, that pass was about as pretty as you can ask for.
It certainly was. There was a nice wrinkle in the tire, and he carried it beautifully.
Bill Keener coming up on Bambi out of Ashland, Ohio. Not a bad run. Just really didn't have a lot of ground speed. And see, really, if you look at it, this is kind of the first official hook, because the first two, unfortunately, Neil had a rough go at it. And Cody never could get off the line, so.
Yeah. I bet you he's coming back, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've kind of gotten away from the pull-offs in the United States. They do them all the time in Europe, but we've gotten away from it a little bit.
Cody has dropped 6 spots. He's going to come back. Yeah. We're going to wait on that official distance on Bill Keener with the Bambi. Good run, just never you were expecting to come up 289, 255.
If he had a little more speed, he would have got ahead of that weight. Then he would have been better off. You got to get ahead of that weight.
So we're sitting in what is considered to be somewhat of a soundproof trailer, but I don't think 4 engine modifieds are going to do it any justice.
I don't think so. Good thing you don't have too much lights hanging from the ceiling.
We'd be in trouble.
They'd be falling.
So that is a full pull, 355. 354.55, and you're looking at Mr. Twister at 332 and 63. So definitely a full pull. Brett Berg coming up next. So
he could go beyond 350 without
easily.
A doubt.
This is Brett Berg is no stranger to this sport. That's but right. You watch this run right here.
It's beautiful.
Laid into it, front end came up. You're looking a foot and a half off the ground. She just kind of floats. It's just floating there. Good run. And they're going to slow it down. It finally drops when the nose gets about 300 foot, but it's still moving that sled.
Still moving the sled.
That Bauer speed sled, I'm telling you, is a tough one to pull, too.
Yeah. Well, when you feel the weight hit you and push you forward, you know it's a good run.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't feel the weight hit you, it's just kind of a okay run.
All right.
Here we go.
I don't know. We're going to have to wait on the official one on that one. That one's close. If you look right here, you see the white line. Now, they measure, and it's hard to see from this point, but they measure from a triangle. All right, so let me make sure I'm right on this. Yep. Robert Gassmer on Rutten Deer out of Wisconsin. Everybody kind of knows this tractor here. This is a very well-known tractor. You see it when you go to a Grand National event, Superstock Open Class, you're going to see this John Deere right here.
Our soundproof is letting us hear that too, and that just doesn't sound like it's running right up to
Never could get
par.
the RPMs up, maybe a turbo fuel setting. The air's been kind of funny here this weekend with the moisture, and you've seen that. Because do you have a weather station at your trailer?
No, but Mike carries that
handheld
with him so that we can set the fuel.
Fuel up, yeah.
Yeah, and it was For a while this afternoon, it got real humid. The air was good. Then it got real humid. The air was bad, but then it got crisp again, so the air got a little better.
Brett Berg, the ranked seed moneymaker, 349 and 6-0. Not quite enough to get in the pull-off. I mean, you're talking less than a half a foot from getting in the pull-off. So the money pit still on top, 354.55. Go back to that replay, but you watch, and we could hear it. The engine never cleaned out like they tried to get it to spool up, never would. 268.450, 268.450.
Not bad.
Oh no.
Not bad. If he was running, if he was running correctly, he would have had a better. Definitely.
And I mean, you look at his distance. Even it obviously never built the horsepower.
Right. But at that point, you can't get out of it. You just got to keep going. You're committed. You just got to finish wherever you finish.
Bill Voorhees coming up next. No
he had
stranger.
A rough one last night.
Yeah, he did. He had a rough one last night. Got it fixed. But going to be on the American Thunder, the 3-engine version. So what these guys were doing, if they run in the light mod class, they ran back there. Let's slap another motor. I mean, they have them crated up, ready to go.
Ready to go.
They can normally put them in 30 to 45 minutes. They're that quick.
Yeah, they practice.
Yeah. I would hope I wouldn't have to practice that much at doing it. Yeah. But if you're going to run out here, you're going to run in Bowling Green. You're going to need that.
Serious.
Yeah, you're going to need that practice. So
Yep.
he's running 3 big Hemis.
But he's an old name in pulling. He's been around for years.
Man, oh man! I mean, I see a lot of fluid. Is that fluid there?
I don't know. Could
No,
just be
that's just
blow
blow
by.
by. Yeah, it's blow by. I saw fluid there just for a second. We got a little bit of different thing going on here. This is going to be Jordan Lustig driving Ride the Lightning. The Silver Bullet's not here.
I do know that.
Yeah, and so they've been working on getting this thing back together and getting everything fixed on it. Jordan said, I'm just going to take that one. I'm going to work on mine a little bit and do some upgrades over the summer.
That's what happens. I was sad when I saw the trailer, but there was no Silver Bullet. Oh, he's got to work on that, baby.
Yeah, that's one of the things right now is, and that's, we talk about this in the podcast, No Practice podcast.
Yes.
There is no practice.
There is no way to test it.
Nope. And so you got to come out here and run it. Bill Voorhees pulling 361.815.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. You can't test anything. You know you're ready, and you got to hook it up and go.
So if one's running, there's no need to talk because it will
drown it out.
Yep. All right, you're looking right now. American Thunder sitting at 361.81. Money Pit 354.55. So we got pull off coming.
Yep.
But if you watch, it took them a second to get the motor to come up, and all of a sudden it kind of fell down and just kind of smothered. And a lot of this is the fuel settings, and what they'll do is they have a computer on board. Now, that computer cannot control anything, but you can read just like
check
data. You can check data,
Yep.
wheel speed, boost pressure, and some of them have got fancy enough now you can tell how much fuel you're putting in.
Yes.
194, 285, exhaust temperatures, that's another great way to read that stuff.
Yep.
To get a better idea of what's happening.
Right. He'll have to check his data and see what happened.
All right, Bambi's sitting in the lead, 289.25. Now, Cody Cheezick should be coming. He dropped 6, so he should be right around Brian Diekman on the original judge. So right now we've got Brandon Simon going to be coming up next on the Simon Says. That. Okay, I just got confirmation. Okay, so I just got confirmation they're going to reset the mod class.
Oh my goodness.
That's going to be
the worst thing that can happen to a puller.
It
just depresses you massively when you just got a full pull and they took it away.
Well, you got to look at it too from their perspective.
That's correct.
You're looking at 361, 355, 349, and you've got Brandon Simon.
Yep.
You've got the Joe Stocks.
Yep.
You've got names that takes a lick, and Steve Bunnage. I mean, you've got
They've got no choice.
Yeah, you don't. There's too much strong iron in the back. You got to do
Absolutely.
it. And everybody's like, well, why didn't they set it right the first time? Just like a puller, you guys have to set up and find the right combination. You're talking that the sled operators have to do the same thing. So there's a lot of things they can adjust. They can add weight. They can move that box trip or move that box up where it starts higher up on the rails.
Mm-hmm.
They can also move what we call the trip. So that first trip drops the pan. That second trip has 2 hydraulic cylinders, and it pushes that pan into the ground. And there are bars underneath that pan, and that's what actually bites into the track. Cody Cheezick, he's coming back now. That's what I'm showing.
Give her another try.
Oh, this is Terry Blackburn.
Is it? I can't see this.
Oh, this is a replay. Okay. Oh, that's not. Okay. Good, solid pass. He's going to be right around that 330, 340 foot mark. Terry Blackburn on extremely armed and dangerous. That team needs no introduction.
That's for
if
sure.
you've been around pulling, you ever watch these guys. There's a lot of pullers that use their product. Blackburn Racing it.
Yes. Yes, and Cheezick, they've got 3 good runners.
And that's one other thing. They learn a lot off of each other. Yes. They're built very similar. So, and, we were talking about Cody. He's fairly new to the game.
He is.
So he gets a lot of experience from those people, Terry and Josh and all the ones previously have driven them.
Yeah.
But right now, Brandon Simon on Simon Says.
Well, it's when I started driving, Joe Ader.
Yeah.
Joe Ader was my mentor, and he'd call me after every pull. He'd call us when we were driving home and advise me what he saw and what he thought I should do differently.
Oh,
that's
my
on a
goodness.
reset.
That is on a reset. And,
wow.
If he's going to go that far, there is a good hamburger joint around the corner up there. Grab one when you come back around to restart. I'm right around the corner from you. That is no doubt another full pull.
It is.
That, I wonder if this track is really already coming together, because you've noticed the sun has come down. That moisture is really coming up. So that is one thing we've got to look at.
This track in Raleigh too.
It does. And it can change in a 30 to 40 minute span, and you can be complete sunshine on the top, and then it's completely shaded, and you always want to be later on in that class.
Yes.
Period.
Maybe it's already happened here.
That's what it's looking like. Because I mean,
sure
if you're looking at it, look at the crowd out there. They're throwing out stuff, free stuff.
Oh, Sampico. Yeah, they must give away 1 million koozies at every
There is no telling. They were throwing out frisbees last night, and one of the people throwing the frisbees threw it out, and I don't know what happened, but it hit something but it came right back to me, and I threw it back out there. I was like, anything we can throw free to the fans, let's have it. Fans like it too. They'll say, hey, I got that Bowling Green in 2024.
Yep.
All the great sponsors out here that help promote this sport and offer their services, because a lot of these services are they wrap around the sport of pulling, going back to Terry's run, 3:37.085.
I think that's the longest run in that class so far. The original judge.
Brian Diekman on the original judge. Now, they had some rough luck at the beginning of the year. Let's go back and let's watch Brandon Simon here. 365, 465. I assume he's going to take that alley.
Well,
I would hope so.
He'll take that. But they can't let the track, as they were talking about at the drivers' meeting, they can't let the track go too much beyond where he's sitting, because it gets rocky and not really good conditions. So nobody wants to be out there anyway.
And that's the other thing. We were talking about tires earlier, especially, and you're turning, wheel speeds of well over, 100 miles an hour. In their cases, mod class, they're looking at 80 to 85. That is one thing that you're going to see is that if you get on a rocky track, it can really chew those tires up. In fact, you know pullers and I know pullers that will go to certain tracks and they're like, yep, we're just going to run these tires for this weekend just in case.
Yes.
Nothing against the sport, because dirt is dirt. And that's, unfortunately, God created it, but he created it in his image. And needless to say, sometimes it's a little rockier than others.
Yes. Now this gentleman used to run a mini run.
I just saw the 1X. Yep.
He's got a race car too, but I see this year he's moved up to a multi-engine mod.
Yeah, Matt Johnson owned the 1X Dirt Slinger. Looking at the original judge, Brian Diekman. Good pass. Motor just didn't seem like it really wanted to clear out very well.
No.
Extremely armed and dangerous, sitting at 337 and some change.
Doesn't the humidity have an effect on them more than some of the other classes?
It can, very much so. They have to pay a lot. They're pushing them so hard against that extreme point.
Now, this is the first time I've seen this one run. Oh, almost.
Well, had a good run going, but yeah, when you see that white chalk, you know what that means. Yeah, out of bounds. Now, here's what.
Never a good feeling.
No, it's not, because you're like, you go back to the drawing board immediately. But one thing to look at here is that I haven't seen him run this year, and you haven't either. But one of the things I'm kind of curious about, that track has been pulling a little bit to the right all day.
Yes.
Was it just one of those things he tried to respond to it and it didn't respond, or is that track hooking that hard and his right tire just got a good grip? So, there's a lot of variances if you look at dirt. And we talk about it. Watch this run here, and let's watch those back tires and see if we see him flexing like he's rocking back and forth. Maybe he's jabbing a brake. And it really didn't see a lot there. It just looked like it kind of coasted. And, if it hasn't had a lot of runs on it, that could be something just getting used to it.
Yeah.
233.87 and a DQ. Now, here's an important thing to talk about. You can go out of bounds, but if you're not going out of bounds like out of control, you might want to stay in it a little bit longer just for the pure fact is you need that distance. But right now, this is going to be Cody.
Yeah, I think Cody was right out. His hood's going up.
That was Cody Cheezick. Good run, just kind of popped at the end.
Yeah, he's come all the way through this sport from a young man. I remember seeing him with his dad in the winner's circle, and he was just maybe 10 or 11 years old.
Oh, wow.
Going to the winner's circle with his dad. His dad's always been, having 2 or 3 tractors running.
And he's looking at it, trying to figure out what popped.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Was it just a turbo? Could have been in something, a loose line. There's a lot of variables here, and we were talking about the humidity. But watch this run. Good run. Cleaned up. The hood decided it wanted to raise a little bit going down the track, but 318.910. Good
Still
run.
Not bad.
No, not bad at all. That's going to put him number 2.
I'm sure he's wishing that whatever went wrong wouldn't have gone wrong. But
yeah, he would have been right next to Terry.
He would have.
He was at 337.085. Lisa Jostock, Spook Gone Wild.
Yeah, she and her husband have been traveling together. He had a gentleman, someone else ran the tractor for many years, and I think he kind of aged out and retired. He and Lisa got married, and Lisa hopped right in the seat. I think she's only been running for, a few years.
Well, we're here at Bowling Green. That Jostock name has been here quite a bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a big name. Bob's been running for years, and as I said, this was Bob's partner's vehicle. I think Lisa might have started about the same time I did. Can't say for sure, but she's.
And that's one thing about it. It takes a lot. You've got to be willing to travel and put in the time with it. But
Yes. It's a lot of travel.
We're going to just sit back and we're going to let the sound do the work for us here. This is. Not a bad run for Lisa, right around that 300-foot mark.
Nice and straight.
And that's one thing about it. You'll see some differences, and you'll say, well, what's the difference? They've got 4 engines. They've got 4 engines. What's the difference? It could be just setup. You know, if you miss setup on tire pressure or whatever it may be, gear's the big thing. If you miss gear a little bit, that will really affect your run. Had a good straight run. You didn't see the tractor act crazy. Motor sounded great. .295 and 3 is what we have for distance for Lisa.
Ramblin' Rose.
Tommy, this is a name that you hear a lot too. You know.
He's from New York.
Yeah.
The other end of the state from us, but he's from New York.
Y'all go? Have y'all ever traveled with him a little bit? Or?
We haven't. We spoke with him at the banquet at Woods last year. We got to know him a little bit better because we knew each other, but not that well.
Right.
Yeah, he and his son are both.
Mark Benninger on the Warrior. Never could get cleaned out. The super stocks are having a tough time tonight getting these things lit. We were talking about they're pushing such a fine line. If you look at it, the engine blocks in some of these tractors, and this is the open super stock class, so you can buy a performance block, but it's still engineered on the basis of what the original block design was.
Yes.
So just a little bit tougher materials, long story short. But if that engine block was designed to produce 200 horsepower, and they're trying to produce 4, 5, in some cases 6,000 horsepower, that can definitely, you're pushing the limits. Mark, 175, 515.
I think they can be pretty finicky.
You know, old Marty Harrell, they're redoing they're redoing a bunch of stuff on their engine, and they've been getting that stuff worked on. And that's one thing that they're concerned about, because last year they changed an ignition system, and it woke that tractor up so much. They thought they'd take 400 degrees out of fuel just to be safe. And the first run they made, they were at above the point they should have been, and they were like nervous from that point on, just trying to find that happy spot. But there is a fine line on setting those up to get them to build the boost and fire up and run.
Yes.
All right, Tommy Owens is going to be coming up on the Ramblin' Rose. Bill Eichner behind him on the Dirt Slinger. Look at the crowd. Packed stands here tonight.
Yeah, it's packed.
That's one thing about here, and tomorrow night it will be doubly packed.
Yep. And the thing that astounds me, like I said, we had been coming here for years to watch from the stands. I can still go up to the stands, to the same place I was sitting all those years ago, and the same people are still up there.
You're right. We might have a drag race here. Scott Whitworth on Field Forged out of Worthington. All right, Ramblin' Rose.
Since Full Pro Bets got anything about the, who wins when they take off at the same time?
Well, we haven't done that, but here at Bowling Green, we need to try.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you see the shirt where it says Race Tractors.
Yes.
That is because they will get going side by side. Scott laying down a fantastic run. That might be your new leader. Ooh, did we pull it out? He is right there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking at home, you see that white line in the bottom right-hand corner? That is basically the 350-foot line. Now, everything is measured by laser. You see the triangle at the top of the front of the sled, and they will shoot that triangle with a laser, get a starting distance and a finishing distance from the start to the end. We're going to wait and get that official distance, but I heard through the PA that we have a new leader.
I think you might have been talking about the John Deere.
Yeah, I think so, on the other side, yep. Scott Whitworth, I believe, has just taken the lead. We're going to get a distance here in just a second to confirm that. But
there we go. Yep.
3:41.425.
That was a nice run. Now back to Mr. Owens. He was out there.
He was out there. We're going to see what he got. But you're looking at the top three, Field Force 341.42, extremely armed and dangerous 337.08, and considered armed and dangerous heavy duty at 318.91. So you look at the top of that class, you've got some tough tractors in that. But go back to the Ramblin' Rose here. Good straight run. 347.935. Going to be just under that 350 mark to take the lead. Well, we're going to adjust valves. We're going to do this.
No time for that.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers.
Yeah.
Just get the thing cooled off as best you can.
And that's when you see those battery-powered blowers. And those have, if you watch and look at it in the back of everybody's UTV here, that's what they have. Because in the cases of the blower motors, the turbines, the diesels, everything requires a quick cool down if you got to come back. One place about it here, you're going to come back if you go past 350. Bill Leichner coming up on the Dirt Slinger mod. All right, we're going to be flipping real quick to Nick Betrayal on Dirty Sally. Oh my goodness.
But that's what everybody loves about Bowling Green. Constant action.
It is, and you see stuff like that, and you see a Nick pop out, and hopefully he's looking to make sure.
Sometimes you can't see it until you're ready to get in
Exactly. You open that side panel or raise that hood. Sometimes that creates a flash fire because it gives that whoop of air. But Bill Leichner on the Dirt Slinger right now is looking for at least 350.
He'll be rattling the windows in a minute.
In other words, we need to work on the soundproof a little bit for this class.
Well, bet you didn't know it till right now.
That's right. I can unofficially say I think he's got it, but
sometimes that angle is
deceiving. It is. And remember, the sideline, you see the 100, 150, 200, that's just giving you a rough estimate. Now, it's laid out by tape measure, but the distance is actually done by that laser.
And it's never wrong.
It is never wrong. We're looking at Dirty Sally here. Now, Nick runs a true turbo setup. So he's a little under horsepower, but he was having a good run until that happened there. Hopefully it was nothing but maybe a fuel line or a lean out and burst panel or something along those lines. Oh.
He didn't make it.
All right, we're going to pull up the dirt slinger here.
So
349, 690. He had to go past 350 to get in that pull-off. Didn't quite do it.
Just inches. It's a good thing we didn't call that.
Yeah, that sled reset, we were all kind of talking about it. That's why they run the sleds, and that's why I sit over here.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Jason McKenzie coming up on Never Satisfied out of Thomasville, PA. Nope, sorry. Let me switch gears here. Zane Zelia on Rutten Deer 2 out of Ossian, Iowa. I hope I'm saying that right.
I've never been to Iowa.
Okay.
I can't help you.
Well, my accent kind of messes that up sometimes. So, open super stock class. You're watching it full pull. .live. You got to see. You've seen some of the blow ups here tonight, but let's see what Zane can do.
Now the unloading and loading is never good. But he had one heck of a run.
He's going to be right now in the probably top 3. He might be in the top 3 right now. We're going to wait and see. Watching him run off the track. And I'm telling you, you watch the crews here, they're going to get off the track. They're going to hook him. And that's one thing you do here. You don't do it at a lot of facilities. You weigh on and you weigh off. So when you go off, there's another set of scales.
Yes.
You're going to go over that. And if there's something crazy, rut road warriors, you're going to get DQ'd is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
All right, let me switch back on this. Jason McKenzie on Never Satisfied. Going back and looking at the Rutten Deer 2, 326, 395. Going to put him in 3rd.
Yeah, that was a good run because it almost looked like he bounced off of the bars.
Good run. Never could quite get the ground speed. If you notice that when he laid on those engines, it just took it a minute to get really moving.
It did.
Another one of those tractors that adds a motor to it. Yeah, so.
Yeah, and he probably is way more competitive with 4 engines. Just because the added weight probably makes his chassis go better.
Well, he's actually runs in the light class.
Oh, he takes
so
one off.
So he primarily runs light, but like here, he's got time to switch it. Let's run it.
I see he's only got 3.
He's only got 3.
He's kind of outclassed anyways if he's
Right.
only got 3.
Good straight run. Not a ton of ground speed, but right now, nobody has. I mean, we're looking less than a foot to getting into the pull-off. This might be the night for the Simons.
It might be.
John Strickland on the Galat Superstock Open. I'm telling you, this tractor right here on Galat 2 is a tough competitor. He's had a couple of wins here this season. Had a couple of seconds, or had one in Fort Recovery. John is no stranger to the sport.
He is not.
And I'm telling you, this guy right here, I have to say, and I've seen a lot of drivers over the years, one of the best guys out of the hole on a launch that I've seen. If you watch it, and I'll probably jinx him here tonight, but he'll come out of the hole, and that thing will be just like smooth as butter out of the hole.
Beautiful tractor. You know, everything is clean and shiny. These guys are always shining and polishing.
Earl Wells and that whole Galat Motorsports crowd. Here we go, John Strickland. I think that's another full pull.
I think that's a full
I'm glad
pull.
I didn't jinx him. I'm telling you, what a run there. John Strickland on the Galat 2
He was having so much fun. He's getting a red flag, and it took him a second.
Why do you want to stop when it's going that good? I mean, he was on it on that one. He's definitely full pull, so that is going to be your new leader. John Strickland going to be over that 350 mark.
Here's another strong runner.
Steve Bunnage on Takes a Lickin' out of Golden Gate, Illinois. I've always loved those uprights. Let's do a look at John's replay. Right out of the hole, front end lifts up, and it just sits there.
Yep.
It just kind of floats up and down. You know he had to know it when he got 320, 330. He's like, I got this. 366.18. Man, what a run.
That was a great run. He probably felt that when he hit him, and it probably drove him forward.
And it just drove him forward. Now, you see different injector hats here. These are the upright injectors that were kind of the fad a few years ago. But check out 4 of those Hemis. This chassis likes to twist a little bit, too.
It does.
Had he was going to go out, there was no doubt. You heard that burst panel?
Yeah.
That's that pop. And we have a phrase in Poland, lean is mean and fat's where it's at. And what it may be is it just leaned out just enough.
But without the burst panel, he would have had more carnage than he's got now.
Yeah, that burst panel is really kind of a safety for that bottom end in a lot of cases. So when that engine leans out, that means it's not getting enough fuel. It's just basically the temperatures are getting too high, pre-ignites, and boom, you know. So that's what's happened. Jeff Hurt coming up on the running bear. This guy right here, he was happy as a jaybird this afternoon in the mini rod class. He's really, I think he's found his niche in the mini rods, but
he has.
He still likes running this one. I talked to him a few weeks ago, and he was just like, well, I love running it. You know, he said, but I still like getting in the super stock and just picking it up and toting it.
I
Jeff
think
Hurt.
that's his first love, actually.
Yeah, he probably is. Yeah, there he goes with a thumbs up. He's ready to go, guys. I'm telling you.
But he had a good afternoon today with the 2 minis that he's running, too.
Full pull, but not. They're looking. Everybody's looking. He knows it was good. He liked that one. Let's go back and look at this here. Good run going. Steve Bunnage, 311, 910, and click boom right there. You saw the momentum he had going. Didn't really pick the front end up, but that tractor was straight as an arrow like a dart.
Yeah, and it was hooked. And he coasted for a ways. If he wouldn't have blown that motor, he would have burned the pull off.
But just get you another burst panel, stick it on there.
Simple.
That's it. Go with it again, right? Jeff Hurt checking.
Jeff's got damage, too.
Yeah. He won't want to cut it no slack, which you know Jeff.
Yeah.
It's either wide open or it's not, you know.
That's right. There's nothing in between.
See? I see his finger up on the starter switch. I was just kind of wondering what was 353, 585. Jeff Hotham coming up on fully loaded, but now we're going back to the Bargies. This is going to be Galen Bargie out of Columbus, Indiana, on the Judge Next Generation. Now, he is limited here. He has to only run 2 of those turbines. So the top one is disconnected.
I see.
Yeah, they will disconnect that drive line. And you see what they do. They drive it out on the track with one, go in there, and then they will hook it up and crank the other ones. last weekend in Wisconsin, these guys, they are figuring, they've always been great pullers, but they are starting to find the mojo. It's glad to see these guys back on the NTPA circuit. That was one of the things, bringing this class back up, adding that other engine in the unlimited class. But right now, only 2 of them running here tonight.
Close.
It's going to be close. He's going to be about 345.
That's what it looks like. And it looked like it was effortless.
It just good, smooth, solid pass.
Jeff Odom.
Oh, fully loaded.
Oh.
Now, right now, he is the leader in.
Is he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And that's one thing about in this class, everything can be working great, and then that little gremlin pops up. Figuring that gremlin out, and that's one thing. He's going to go back it up right now.
Try again.
Yep, he's coming back right now. No need to wait.
No.
I mean, because there's only a few tractors left.
Yep. He probably knows.
Yep. He's either got to get it now or just hang it up. You know, Aaron Hull coming up next on taking care of business, and Brett Brackus on out of time, and that's going to. What I'm showing, that's going to kind of round us out in the Superstock Open class. So still got a few more hooks left.
Well, would there have been a pull-off if Jeff didn't have damage? Come on, Jeff. There we
Just unfortunately, just never could get it cleaned out at all. So
now where were we? Kurt had 358, so he had a full pull. Was there another full pull in this class?
Goliath too, John Strickland.
Okay.
So you
If
have
Jeff's
two.
got damage,
If Jeff's got damage, all John has to do is bump the sled. But we still got 2 great tractors left.
All right.
So we're going to wait and see here. I know that's disappointing to Jeff there on that, especially if you're in the points lead. And you look at the way you've got 14, 15 tractors, and you're competing against a lot of these numbers here. And these are all tough competitors. So if you're down in the stack and you have to come up here and you take a hit like tonight, the next run you're going to have to be flawless.
Yeah.
Go back and look at that run. Front end's just barely off the ground. Straight pass. 347, 694. He wasn't far. He was only 3 foot out. Yeah. 3 more foot could have got it done. Right now, only got 1 in the mods out. The Simon Says mod is sitting out there. 304.070.
Well,
he had to really work to get that tractor ignited. It was probably almost 100 feet before it ever lit, what we call lit. You know.
Yeah, but at least it wasn't disastrous. If he ends up in 7th or 8th, he'll still have a few points.
Okay, so what I was just updated, these 2 are not here this weekend. So right now we're going to the pull-off.
All right.
So I haven't heard any word on Jeff Hurt with Running Bear, whether he is able to come back, but John Strickland with Goliath 2 obviously looks okay to come back, so we're going to wait and see. Here's going to be the other trick. If you're the sled operator and you go change the sled, would you change the sled for those 2? Or would you leave it like it was and just let them run it out?
It depends on where you are. And they told us here at this particular track there's not a lot of runoff.
Right.
So chances are they will, just because They don't want to get out into the no man's land that's not prepared track.
Kevin Cresswell coming up next on Making Sense out of Marion, Ohio.
He's had a good year.
He has.
He's had a real good year. They look like a fun team.
They do. They everywhere they go, they're always ready to pull. They're ready to, and look, they help a lot of the other pullers out with parts and other equipment.
Mm-hmm.
But the famous thing that happened down here was out of their team when that 4-engine mod on Sunday afternoon in Bowling Green, and they came unlatched from the chassis and they rolled across the ground. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Yeah.
We were sitting up in the stands.
Yeah, that was a sight to see. That probably got quite a few YouTube plays.
I'm sure it did. Well, was that before the days of YouTube?
No, YouTube was out because that's where I watched it. And I had a buddy of mine call me because I didn't go there. He's like, "You need to watch it." Yeah, I saw that mess live. Oh my goodness, he's right there at that 350. Wow. My goodness, what are you thinking? 348, 349?
It's close.
It is, wow. I mean, the sled setting is on point. We're going to wait. I want to see that. I think I'm in anticipation right now. I want to see what's happened here because you're wanting that one other tractor to get in that pull-off.
Yeah.
$348,750 right there at it. Man.
Tight class.
I mean, you look. So we're looking at here. This is giving you the rundown. That 350 mark, everybody is just tapping on that door. Simon says still sitting at 365. That one might be. Right, I mean, there's tough tractors we have left. Jeff Rose and Giddy Up, obviously Wayne Sullivan on Kentuckian. So there's tons of tough iron back there. Les Corporal is sitting in the background, but that one might be the one to go after. Right now, everybody just wants to get past that 350. Just give me 351. I'm good, you know.
That's for sure.
You look at the crowd and you see the Packers going around in the scrapers and you see how many tractors it takes to get it. And you see the crowd, you look over to your right and your left. There's a crowd there. Check that out.
They're trying to outshout each other. He's got Holt backing him up.
Yep. Holt, he's really come on with that mini rod. And, you know, he's used to the tractors. And that mini rod's a totally different beast. So, you know, it's good to see him out there getting a good experience there. Yep. John Strickland in the pull-off. Now, the question is, you got to live for another day. Do you just bump it and just take a chance? Or
I don't think John's got that in him.
You're absolutely right.
He just wants to
They're
run.
the nicest people in the world, but when he goes to track time, it's time to get serious. I think he's right there at it. Oh, man, what a run. Just like the first one. Jeff Rose coming up on Giddy Up. You see this tractor go from 4 to 3 in the unlimited class a lot. Yeah. Yep. Every competitor has to start with a tight chain. Let's see what Jeff can do for us here tonight. if that 1 or 2 cylinders that was misfiring and was not burning the fuel, you saw all that raw fuel.
Yeah.
If he'd had those 1 or 2 cylinders, he might could have done that one.
I think he could have. Another beautiful run by John.
339, 170 in the pull-off.
Oh, look at that sunset. Isn't that a beautiful sunset?
All right, this is going to be the question. John's laid down a great run, 339, 1.7, and then Jeff Hurt. We heard that big pop, and
we saw a little flame.
Yep, and so we wonder what was done. But looking back here at Jeff, on the giddy up, 343, 550, but you see that raw fuel pretty much from the beginning.
From the beginning, yep. He did not have a happy motor for some reason.
Right now, Simon Says still sitting up, waiting for somebody to knock that 350 door down. I'm telling you, this right here is kind of like just let's get in the pull off.
Yeah.
Let's go with it, you know.
It's exciting competition.
It is. I want to go out there and like, can I help you push? Let's get it.
Well, it's like with the minis, we're all so close. We're
right,
all
it is
the same, and there's very little that separates us. Track condition or tires or setup is usually, the only thing that separates us.
Well, Brandon in the lead on that Simon Says, and that's what everybody's chasing right now. Wayne Sullivan coming up on the Kentuckian. Then you see we've got our live shot from trackside. What they're doing is they're kind of walking down and just kind of showing you everything that's going on. Walked around that barrier. Switching it around, this is kind of a classic tractor too.
Yes,
everybody sees that sleek black paint job, and the front grille gives it away every time.
Yeah, she's a beaut. That's an old Massey girl.
Oh, really?
It is. We had a tractor when I was a kid that had a front end on it like that. It was Massey.
I wonder which version. I work for Massey dealers. I'm just kind of curious.
I couldn't
I'm
tell you. I mean, I was
I'm
it
gonna
was
have.
old.
I'm gonna have to go find out tomorrow. I'm gonna go
And
around
the
on
thing
that.
I remember most about it, the shifter knob looked like a marble, a multicolored marble.
I think yep. Okay. Yeah, I want to do a little digging. I think I have an idea. I want to, before I say what it is, I want to confirm
That's an old childhood memory, but I'm pretty sure that's a Massey front end.
Sullivan's obviously no stranger to this sport. If you've
Absolutely.
been around Grand National Pulling,
And
you have
Wayne's been at it for a long time.
Oh my goodness. They were all right there at it. He's going to be about that 345 mark. Had a good run. Had a little fuel spit there in the middle. Great pass. I'm telling you, that was this mod class has turned into a gut wrencher. Everybody, we're looking at it.
But that's the exciting part. I mean, everybody in the stands is on the edge of their seats.
See, yeah, they're waiting. They're waiting for that. They're like, you don't wish anybody to like beat some. Well, you do wish people to beat somebody else, but you want to see that pull off because you know when they go into pull off territory, we play it.
That's right. It's for all the marbles.
That's right.
And there's a ring at stake in BG too, so everybody wants that ring.
Yeah, everybody has a trophy or a plaque or whatever, but when you come here to Bowling Green and you win that ring, I mean, we were talking to some pullers earlier today, and that's what they were saying. They would actually like ask their wives, and they would be like, "So if I win this ring, can I have a trophy case to put this ring in?"
Well, you're quite deserving of it.
Yeah, you're beating some tough. I see Jeff.
He's got his little boy in the seat. I think his tractor's broke, so he just did that. His little isn't that his little boy? Yes, it is. Oh, they're hurrying to get him back in.
They're trying to get him back in. That's what's happening.
I didn't
Okay.
know what was happening. Holy cow.
He might not be able to get around and back in the entrance because basically here at Bowling Green, you're staged in this arena, and if you're on one lane, you're in one area. If you're on another lane, you're basically filling up the whole walkway or driveway in.
Yes. And there are so many competitors. They got everybody tight right in there.
A good pass. You saw that one cylinder, a little wet, but 336, 395. With this tough competition here tonight, you can't complain with it, though.
Not at all.
Simon says still at the top of the leaderboard. Haven't had a lot change there. You see Jeff Hurt getting prepared, getting ready. Now, what I'm wondering is he going to fire it up?
On the line, it appears.
Yeah. Everybody working feverishly because there is a time limit on this.
Yes.
And they may give him a little bit of a variance if they couldn't get him around. That's also another thing.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been his
His
fault.
fault,
He's all
right,
jammed
yeah.
up back there.
Jeff Hurt on Running Bear in the pull-off with John Strickland.
Well, if there's anybody that can handle it being rushed, it's Jeff, that's for sure, because he's calm and cool all the time.
He is, and he can get more done in a day on working on,
He's always in high gear.
Yeah, that's it. He just gets it done. You see other pulling teams out there helping him, trying to get in position.
And that's the great thing about it. It's your pulling family.
Les Corporal coming up next on Corporal Punishment. All right, you're going to see right here, we might have a little bit of a drag race depending on if Jeff can get fired up. Les Corporal on Corporal Punishment. Looking for that 350-foot mark right now in order to get in a pull-off with Brandon Simon. Not going to be enough. Good run. Looked like he had to work the brakes a little bit on that pass.
Yeah, the RPM was coming down. He might have been hard on the brake.
Jeff has got her fired up.
After all that fire, well, that little bit of fire, it's surprising.
I wonder if he didn't have a turbo, the big boom. Yeah, may have got one of those turbos. Couldn't get him spooled up. Jeff, definitely going to give it a shot.
Not the kind of guy to bump a sled either.
No, he's not either. So John Strickland's going to be your winner in the Superstock Open. On the Galat 2. That was a tough class too. It kind of started off a little slow, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, "Oh, we know what we got to do."
Yep.
And it definitely happened. Jeff Hurt, though, he was the only one that could get it out to get up against John.
Yeah. Well, maybe the humidity took a little break since it's gotten dark.
Maybe so, yeah. And we had a lot of moisture this morning. We had a good rain shower. We were a little bit late getting started today, and that's why we ran so late tonight.
Oh, I've seen it go until 2 or 3 in the morning around here from a rain delay.
That's okay. We like pulling. We're going to watch it.
Absolutely. Nobody goes home till they're done.
Let's look at Les here. 323, 665. That's going to put him in 8th. But if you look, he looks like he's kind of having to fight that tractor a little bit to bring it back to the center. And if that pans on you and that box is on you and you start hitting the brakes, it's going to really hurt you.
Yeah. Well, this afternoon, that track was crowned in the center.
Really?
Yep. Till after the halfway point of the mini class. Then you notice they started going right.
Right.
They found the right side to be better, but that crown was probably worn away by then. They probably scraped it off.
And you're probably saying, well, why would they put a crown in it? Well, if we had a quick rain shower like they were calling,
yes,
you want that crown because you don't want to be driving down that track and you go through a soft spot. Or, I mean, I hate to say it, we've had situations where it literally would turn into like a mud hole.
Yes.
And you don't want that. You want tight clay that's going to hook to it. Go back and look at John's pass. There's no words to describe it. Front end up, straight shot, never touches the brakes. That's going to be your class winner right there. John Strickland on the Galot 2. Never could quite get the ground speed. Doug Christensen, let me get it all out at one time, on the Pack Rat 4 out of Glencoe, Minnesota. That's the name you hear a lot of, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I've never been to Minnesota.
You've never been to Minnesota? Where did you go? We were talking earlier. You went on a little bit of a field trip.
We went to the Netherlands, to the biggest outdoor pull in Europe, which is called Mata, and it was just wonderful. 3 tracks.
Oh, now okay. So you want to center up a little bit? Here, Mary, I'm gonna shove you that way just a little bit.
Gotcha.
They want us to get in the camera.
Oh.
We were looking weird. Okay, that's what I was told. Allie told me I was looking weird.
I'm always looking weird. That's my natural look.
Doug Christensen. I'm going to get it. Hey, we got some more people. Hey, bye-bye, Mary. We got more people coming in.
It's been a pleasure. Have a great night.
And I'm going to say bye to myself, too, guys. We'll see y'all tomorrow afternoon. Mary, thank you. Hey, come on in together, guys. Let's...
Got her? All right, we're out. You guys out? Give Travis a headset.
Oh, yeah. You need this, Travis.
I don't know. That's what they tell me. When you want to talk to Allie, you flip it down. All right. How you doing? Hang on 1 second. I'm going to switch something. They keep that. You want...
If you are serious about being in the winner's circle, then you must be serious about Cali. Check them out on the Midway. And a big thanks to Valley Freight Liner of Toledo, a division of Valley Truck Center, 6 locations serving the Great Lakes region. And also to Culver's. Culver's located at 125 West Kinsey Lane Road. Stop in for a Whataburger or a scoop of roasted custard. Vital Materials U.S.A. Come join them. Starting pay at $20 an hour.
Some heavy hitters to start off our pro stock division. Conley Hennig will be first up out of Nordheim, Texas, with the bull wagon. And 3-time Grand National champion, 4-time Grand National champion Rob Russell, Western Iowa, Stuart Morris, and then Brandon Simon, now with the MDS. North of Danny Schmucker, Louisville, Iowa,
Well, welcome, polling fans. Here we are at Bowling Green, Ohio, largest tractor pull in the United States of America. This is the biggest class. All the fans, all the campers, they're all standing here. They're all ready. They're in the stands waiting for the pro stock class to start. I'm in here with Steve Burge, I don't know, you guys, a lot of you know us. We're Travis Slaubaugh here. I run a Bone Twister Super Stock Diesel, so these guys got us Super Stock guys to conned in to go ahead and help and do a little announcing here. And we're going to try to do our best job we can possibly for the Pro Stock class. Looks like the Menning boys out of Nordheim, Texas with the bull wagon. This is Conley Menning. I think Clint, his dad, runs a little bit later tonight. But they're going to be the first one up to the sled here. And looks like everything's going. We're going to finish up the modified class on the other screen once in a while. And we'll try to do our best to give you as much information as we can. Made a nice run there, but he just got that. You can tell that Bauer sled got a hold of him at the end and put the stops to him on that.
Starting off Pro Stock pulling.
Conley Menning had a very nice run there. You seen he picked the front end up. You'll hear a little bit of that pop, bang, whatever when they leave the line. A lot of that is just the intercoolers coming on, the cold air, getting everything in the right direction. But now he's got a big decision. What do you think, Steve? Will he take that or turn that one down?
It's an awful big class and a hard decision, but I'll bet he'll take it and move on.
As you can see, we got Pack Rat 4 coming down the modified side there. 278 puts him into 13th position. You notice his combination's a little bit different. He's got 4, I think them are Chevrolets on there. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong there, but where a lot of guys are running 3. There's our leaderboard board. Simon says run out there at 365 foot. Dirt Slinger at 349 and making sense right there behind him at 348. So it sounds like Steve said they must have listened to Steve here. They did accept that hook. 333.70, 333.70. So Conley and his dad must have felt that that was very good. Everything run.
Drove it off the track. That's always a good thing.
Yeah, here we are live there. The guys, we're ready to go. And, we're just getting ready. We're kind of a little bit new at this, so we'll just see how we get along here and keep everything going for you guys. Sounds like we got a class of
about 45 of them, it looks like, on the list to make the call tonight.
45, yep. And then won't be long. Well, the modifieds will be done. We'll have some 4-wheel drives in here to take a look and take over that other track.
45 again on the 4-wheel drives tonight.
So we got some points championships and whatever running here. It looks like we got next up on the Pro Stock class is Rob Russell out of Prescott, Iowa with a tractor called Workhorse. You'll see a lot of these pullers. We all got helpers. They all got helpers. Rob, he's out here by himself this weekend. I don't think his daughters can make. There's look at. Oh, they just heard they are going to restart the Pro Stock class, so that'll make Rob number 1. But we see CJ there helping him back in. Said we're a bunch of us pullers. We all help each other out and make this thing go. So
we saw Rex Kuhn all dolled up in the Workhorse attire to get out there and help him as well.
And as fans, if you notice, Rob is looking 100% at the and the Rob's backing that tractor in based on exactly what his guy out front is telling him. They did say Connolly Medding decided that he would come back last in the class since they resled the sled. He has the option to come back 6 right away, 6 or last. So he chose that we'll wait till the end of the class and see what happens.
Sometimes they build a road and that's a good decision. Sometimes the track goes away and that's a bad decision. Time will tell the answer to how that goes in a class of this size.
Look, can you see Rob? He's grabbing his gears. He's getting his last minutes, talking to the tech official, the flagman, and everything, getting everything ready. It looks like we're going to watch one more modified Mr. Twister go down, make his attempt out there.
Didn't like the start there.
I don't think he went by the 100 foot, did he?
He's short of the 100 foot. He'll probably try to go back and redo that again.
Now, Rob here, he's an old veteran puller from years ago. He had a super stock diesel. Then he got out of the race some kids and stayed home with his farm for a little while. Got back into the pro stock class, and so there's a veteran right there on the seat, and he'll make his best decision possible. I think he'll turn that down.
So I believe the finger went down with the thumb, so we're going to see Rob come back. Brandon Simon will be your next puller up on the pro stock side, so we'll see kind of where everybody begins to stack up.
Hey, they give us an NTPA, and Marvin down there said the sled is going to be set. They're happy with that distance. Them sled operators, Marvin and the NTPA tech guys, they know a lot of tractors. They see them day in, day out, week in and week out, and they're like, you know what, we're happy with our setting. We're happy where we put him. We think that we can absorb this through the end. If they do build a road at the end of the night, we think we can keep them right around that 350-foot max. It sounds like Bowling Green, they want pull-offs if it's over 350, so. You can see Rob's front end kind of was bouncing up and down. It just wasn't real smooth for him, and I'm sure that's why he said, nope, I've had enough of this. I'll come back. I can do a better job at the end of the night.
Yeah, I think he'll move a little weight around and do a little different job and see if he can come out with a better situation.
And then Mr. Twister, or Mr. Tedder, he was out of it before 100 foot. And he chose to drop 6 and come back and say, hey, let's look at this and see what it is a little bit more and see if he can fine-tune that.
Not sure how many tractors are left on the mod side right now.
Looks like we should be getting down there.
5 or 6 tractors may be left in that class.
Ted looks like he was a test hook, and then we did some resetting in there, so we'll see who comes around. We'll watch the track crew here a little bit. Bowling Green does an amazing job of getting this. We got plenty of tractor scrapers and rollers to keep this class showing. I don't see what they say, 700 and some hooks this weekend or something like that over 5 sessions.
Yeah, a lot of passes up and down the track. They do an amazing job keeping it groomed, keeping it set up, keeping it consistent for everybody to have a fair surface to play on. No advantages or disadvantages to usually when you're at even in a class of this size. Keep sprinkling some water and keep up with the weather. They do a great job trying to keep everybody equal and balanced out.
So with that sled, that was Brandon Simon with the Loud and Heavy X. Their sled is set, and he's ready. That's his distance. good, bad, or indifferent. Seemed like the boat seemed like a little heavy there, but
front end seemed a little heavy. Didn't carry it real well. Probably not the pass he was looking for tonight, but hopefully it'll be all right.
Here up next on the modified side, we got the Jury, the Next Generation. These are a whole unique animal of themselves. With them, are they a jet engine, Steve? You're probably a little more familiar than I am with these.
Some of these come off like, I believe, a helicopter engine is what some of these were that they played with, and turbines, and they do a nice job with it. They've got 2 or 3 of them, and it's been in their family blood for years and years from their dad, passed down through the boys, and they've never gave up on the turbine program through all their years of pulling.
I want to make a public service announcement. So we've been kind of struggling with some glitchiness all weekend, and we just figured out it's because the behind the hook guys are flying a drone, and it's messing with our radio frequencies. So I was just out back figuring it out. So we're trying, folks. We're trying. Thank you for texting. You can stop now.
So that's what happens when we get too much technology running in the same area. You know how that goes. But it'll be fun here to watch these barges. This is kind of like a lost science, but these guys, kudos to them. They keep it going, and they can put on a good show.
They've been at it a long time.
Well, that one looks like it had 2 engines on it. The other one that was out earlier had 3 engines on it. The other one stacked in the middle, which was kind of a unique setup. So,
I'm not sure if they can run 3 in the mod or if that's just in the unlimited. They may only have ran 2 of them in that class. I'm not real sure.
Yep. 300.065 for that pool. They were originally second in the class, so that puts them back here. It looks like we got Lane Bollinger coming up next in the mods out of Taylorville, Illinois.
Danny Smucker backing in. Kevin backing him in on Rampage to take their side on the Pro Stalk. Smucker's been going a lot of years as well through their family with dad, father, and son here, and probably be a grandson pulling in there, and some years coming down the road.
What's unique about Smuckers is they're not from Louisville, Ohio. They're from Louisville. Is that correct, Steve?
Yes, they're from Louisville, Ohio.
I don't know why when you look at them spelled the same, they sure look spelled the same, but they straighten you out. Them guys will tell you which way you're pronouncing that wrong.
Good luck, Pat, from his father. We'll see what he can do with it.
For Friday night in Bowling Green, if you notice the stands, man, they're looking like they're packed. I went through the campground earlier, and it was full. A lot of activity, and keep everything going. We can hear them modified starting in there. Sometimes that screws them pro stock guys up just a little bit as they're winding it up. Somebody will wait, sometimes they'll wait, but I'm thinking Danny will take off. He'll beat them guys to this. Confident to lead on that one. He had a nice run, carried the front end a little while. You notice when the box tops out on that sled, sometimes it'll push the front end of that tractor down and get that started to a little bit of a bounce. I don't know if Lane took the lead there, but boy, he had a nice nice run with them 3. I think them are probably minor brother motors. Don't quote me on that. I'll get in trouble saying somebody's wrong motor in this event here, but
kind of a different setup for the Bollingers. They're usually the old Allison aircraft stuff, so it's kind of a different look for them having a V8 program to start with. It takes a little getting used to seeing that.
I think, don't they have one of them Allison V8s kind of with some turbos or superchargers on it? They're running a little bit of other associations, Illinois tractors, so good shot there of Lane.
Yeah, I believe they put some blowers on one of them, but I haven't seen it yet in person. I've seen some pictures of it and some results on it, and I think it'll be something to watch and something for them to have some fun with and experiment with.
That Bollinger crew's been pulling modifieds and unlimiteds for a long time there, so
yeah,
they got a lot of experience in that.
Yeah, they've been around it a long time. We got a distance on Danny yet, have we?
I haven't heard. Did we get a distance on Danny yet, Schmucker? So we're having a little technical difficulties here getting your distances, fans, so that's why we're not getting them put up on that replay. But as soon as we get that, we'll get the leaderboard updated and let you guys know.
Justin Wagler.
Justin Wagler.
Morgantown, Indiana, on the Real Deer Pro Stock.
I notice all these John Deere guys, they all must use their same color paint because they're all the exact same.
Yeah.
There's Danny Schmucker at 331.305, 331.305. That puts him, Rob Russell had that at 322, so good call on Rob's part to come back later.
Pass for Danny, touchdown a couple times, but not a real hard bounce in there.
These guys are weighing them. Oh, here we go with. Why did you come back? Couldn't. With all our little technical difficulty, Lane Bollinger went 336.395. That's 336.395. So we got a few more modifieds to come back through there due to that sled reset, and we'll see where that's all coming out at, and we'll get into the pull-offs.
The track seems to be staying real consistent for everybody. They should be happy with that on the mod side. Looks like Brett Berg may be coming up on the mod side.
That's Brett Berg out of Farmington, Minnesota there with the Rink Seed Moneymaker. He come down there, it looked like he had everything to add, and got a hold of him and used all his gears.
Trying that right side of the track right now.
Yeah,
Everybody seems to be moving out of that groove.
You think it's pulling them over there, or they're intentionally going over there?
It looked like maybe it's pulling them over there a little bit. It looked like he early on tried to get a break to break that correct out of that, but didn't really get his momentum moved back to the middle like he was hoping.
Brett had a nice little run there. He was going good. You see that box coming up on the Bauer sled there, and it just stopped, hits him, and then it's just pure raw horsepower right there.
Brett's another one. He was a diesel super puller way back in the day with us, and has advanced into the mod class through the years and been there for a long time.
Got Simon Says out there at 365, Dirt Slinger at 349, and Making Sense at 348. So you can see our top 10 leaderboard there, keeping them going. Justin Wagler, you notice, remember when I visited, he's coming out there. He kind of had just a little bit. You can see his turn them wheels a little bit to the left, and then thought, well, that isn't working. I'm just going to go straight.
Sometimes a brake can kill that distance pretty fast if you aren't real careful with it.
There we go. Rampage up there at 331 and Loud and Heavy X at 310 foot. So Loud and Heavy, that's just the luck of the draw. Third place sled was set, didn't have no choice, nobody to watch, and maybe the track wasn't quite as good. Danny come back right after that and said, hey, I got a better spot than what you went, and put down a little better show. So sometimes that's just the luck of the draw.
Yeah, Danny's been up and down the track a few times through the years. He's pretty savvy at it too.
We got Julia Ray coming up on the Pro Stock side out of Beloit, Ohio. We can hear some modifieds coming there. So Bill Voorhees, an old boy. Actually, talk about Steve, probably knows a little super stock about him.
Yeah, Bill pulled some supers, some Pro Stocks, some Unlimiteds, and the mods, and he's been in a lot of classes. Now he's a light mod. Does a lot of farming in the northern part of Indiana, and he's been a lot of years in this sport, and kind of got out for a couple of years, and decided to come back and make one more attempt at it.
I know like a year or two ago he was kind of thinking, man, I should buy a super stock diesel. I don't think he knew what class he wanted to land in.
Yeah.
I think he knew he wanted to come back pulling, but he didn't know what class to land in. So here he is. Like you said, he was in that light unlimited class earlier. Went back to the shed trailer and dropped on another motor and said, let's run the modified class.
He was in the top 2 or 3, I believe, in the light unlimited this afternoon at that. So competitive player in this game, and does a real good job with it.
The guys from Modern Chassis there helping him. You see them guys around a lot. They build a lot of chassis for these modifieds and unlimiteds and light mods. It'd be fun to talk to Bill sometime and ask him how much things have changed when he had his modified compared to today's world. I know how much art stuff changed in the last 10 years in the super stock diesel world, but how much that has changed over there also.
Horsepower really became a huge number in the last few years. It's changed a lot. A little heavy on the front end there. Didn't get much track speed built up early.
You can almost hear that one motor lay down a little bit, like it kind of laid over. We'll look at Julia Ray coming off the line here in the Pro Stock class. Boy, nice straight run down through there. She didn't hardly turn the wheel about an ounce. See them toss tires there on the back of that Mac Daddy.
A little short of the leader, I think. See the leader flag marked out there.
Wait here and see if we can see what they come up with on a distance for Julia Ray. We got Reese Shelton out of New London, North Carolina, coming next on the Pro Stock. Them Shelton boys are a fun family also. I think they have there's 2 boys and a girl. And then Dad, he gets into running some NHRA Pro Mod classes. So very big into motorsports and kind of a neat deal. If you get bored sometime, look up NHRA and look at, kind of Stan Shelton, his dad's name, and he runs some of that Pro Mod. They got a couple classes, or I think Kevin Riverbank runs with them a little bit, but kind of interesting for us pullers to follow somebody else that we know in the sport like that. So
yeah, very successful in the South, and modified and mini modified, and jumped into the Pro Stock world for something different. It's been a challenging issue, I think, for them, but they're starting to figure it out and head in the right direction. Some chaos.
They'll come down through there with the replay there, and kind of all see a little bit of extra smoke on that back. Them off the line here in a replay.
pretty pass. Didn't get too bad of a distance. Stacking them in there.
So if you're Danny Schmucker right now, you're thinking, whew, they're going the right direction. They're going backwards a little bit. They're going backwards. But Danny's an old professional puller. He knows that there's a lot of pullers left. Halfway through the class, middle of the class, end of the class, somebody will start building a road, and then watch out. Somebody will find a little spot over there.
The track will start to change, and the groove will get built, and it'll continue to get better and better as they go. The night goes on.
They're staying there, Shelton there. We got the boys there getting ready, and Reese is coming up there, got everything figured out, going the right direction, getting ready.
Mentally picking the spot where he wants to be, whether he gets to go there or not. He's picked his spot on the track and ready to head that direction.
24.5 tires on this Pro Stock class at 10,000 pounds, so intercoolers. So they're running, I think they burn about 120 pounds of ice in 8 to 10 seconds is what they'll do. They'll get that air temperature down.
Jeff, you look exhausted, but tell us what happened out there.
Oh, we had a wire break on the ignition on the first pass, and everybody's back here. We were thrashing, and the boost, the RPMs, implement sales, my wife, my kids, dad, nieces, nephews, everybody here helping. We got to congratulate John Strickland on an awesome run.
Absolutely. Representing the Maumee Valley Pullers here tonight, we've got Tim with your trophy.
On behalf of Maumee Valley Pullers, it's an honor to present you with a second place trophy. Congratulations.
And we've also got Dave Schultz here, the blue shirts, to present as well.
Jeff, you won one of these earlier today. I expect both of these to be full of coffee tomorrow morning. Hey, blue cooler coffee mug for you. Congratulations on a great run today.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. It's probably going to take that much coffee to get all this stuff ready for tomorrow's events.
Not for Jeff Hurt. Come on. Fans, let's give Jeff Hurt a nice round.
We're back here watching modifieds. They're getting ready here, finishing up. These guys reset the sled on them, so they're coming back. Scott Tedder with Mr. Twister. Scott's been an old modified puller for years and years. And, put this program together. You notice his rear engine faces backwards, 2 of them. So whether they have them running reverse direction, gearboxes, they can all change different options.
Looked like that left front motor was unhappy from the start.
So fans, if you see a little glitch in our replay, the streams, they're arguing with our Wi-Fi that's coming from our track.
It's amazing the voltage those mags put out on these motors and the interference it can cause with a lot of things. A lot of voltage flying through the air right there within 4 motors.
Next up on there, we got Corey Bob with from Brownston, Indiana, called Whiskey Wild.
Winner's Circle with John Strickland, but really got this tractor rolling here as of late.
Yeah, well, Brent and all the guys at GMS, you just look around at the people that's here, they're the people that made the tractor run. They've done a really good job with it.
The guy in the seat as well to get it done as well.
Well, I say the guy in the seat's the weakest link and the most least deserving one. But Mr. Wells and Miss Wells at home could all these folks here. All the blue shirts are having such a great event. All the fans are coming. A lot of people that it takes to make all this happen and be successful.
Absolutely, and representing the Maumee Valley Pullers here tonight, we've got
pullers that like to pass. Excellent hook.
Yeah, I appreciate Jeff coming back in the pull-off there. He could have not, but I'm so glad he did.
present.
We've got a big blue cooler for you. That way you can fill it to celebrate your win tonight. Congratulations.
Whiskey Wild out of Brownstown, Indiana. Corey Bob. Again, chasing 331-3. That is the Rampage.
All right, fans, one more time. Let's give our Super Stock Open winner nice round of applause, John Strickland, as he picks up career win number 28 on the Grand National Circuit here tonight.
There we are. Modified class finished up tonight. There, Simon Says had a beautiful run out there at 365 foot. Dirt Slinger 349. Making Sense at 348. And Ramblin' Rose 347. Look how close that was between Ramblin' Rose and top 5 judge, the next generation. So congratulations to them Bargy boys for getting the top 5 in there for something that we all once in a while say that's a lost science, a lost art. But you know what? Congratulations to them guys for keeping that in the top 5 of Bowling Green, Ohio. Here we got Whiskey Wild coming down the track.
Makes a nice pass, carries the front end well. Probably not as pleased as he wants to be with his distance, but made a nice run.
Yeah, I think Corey Bob Whiskey Wild, they're a little different program. A lot of guys run a Weimer Charger. I think these guys are a Hartz Charger, but looks like they're still changing that. They're trying to get a hold of Rampage there at 331 foot, but Danny Schmucker's just sitting back there thinking, boy, I hope this continues the way it is. We got a lot more tractors to go. Looks like next up we got Brent Meyer out of Injected Funds. That was last year's championship points leader in NTPA, and he has been running good. Man, oh man, we got RJ Simon come out on the track to help him. I think the Simon boys and Brent they work together a lot on these tractors. Brent's from, I think it's called Lincoln Diesel Specialties or something like that is what he works out of or owns there. And seems like he just happy.
Yeah, Megan driving it. They're really comfortable together. When your equipment isn't failing you, it's amazing how comfortable you can get driving it. But when your equipment doesn't work, you don't do that great a job driving because you're always afraid of what's going to break or what's going to happen next.
Yep.
We've all battled that attrition, and there's nothing like the level of comfort with good equipment under you that you know is going to perform and not let you.
You can almost see him just taking some big, deep breaths as he's hooked into there. He's thinking, now what do I do? How do I do it? How do I run the throttle, the clutch, feel the tires, watch the front end, pay attention to a gauge. We'll see what Brett can do here on the line.
Short of that leaderboard quite a bit there.
Looked like he was fighting that right side a little bit. I think it was drawing him right, and he kept fighting that. Sure, he definitely doesn't want to DQ.
Right.
I think he is the points leader right now this time, and he wants to. We see we got some four-wheel drives coming up.
I don't have a list of them.
Mark Nessler out of Jenna, Ohio, called the Groundhog.
This will be the second hook. This will pick the ring for the four-wheel drive class tonight. We'll see who comes out on top of that program. Not happy with that takeoff, but he stops before that 100 foot. They'll give him the option to drop, take it back and do it again, or whatever he chooses to do with that, being a test puller. What would you do, Travis? You come right back, or would you drop to the bottom? You know it's a big class coming.
I think you drop to the bottom there. Watch if see what it's a gamble, but You got to drop to the bottom. Brett Meyer there at 3:15.49. He's got to be a little frustrated with that, and I don't remember how good a points.
Yeah, I don't remember
Yeah,
how.
it puts him right there in third place, just ahead of Real Deer Pro. But
a lot of tractors to come yet. There's going to be it'll be hard for him to hold on to that position, I feel like. I feel like there's going to be some good distances coming with a little bit of time.
Yep, somebody's going to find a sweet spot there. And looks like the Marks, he's just going to drop it. I'll bet he comes back at the end of the night.
I bet so. They've unhooked the chain from him, and the sled's backing away. I take that to mean he's going to come back later in the show tonight and see if he can do something different with it.
Mark will come back, I think he'll come back there later on, but that is one thing on this four-wheel drive class. It's so hard to keep these trucks bouncing. These trucks are actually light enough in the rear end that one guy can grab a hold of the bump bars in the back or the frame bars in the back and slide the rear end from side to side. You know, they do not weigh hardly nothing back there. So they're waiting for the weight of that sled to put a little weight to them so they can transfer all their weight and get all four-wheel tires driving into that dirt and pulling that sled.
Linder Brothers coming up on the Pro Stock, another old name that's been around pulling for a lot of years. They've been out there and up and down the track and had the same tractor for a lot of years. They built a newer component frame here, and look at the weights across the front of that tractor.
Well, I don't know if them are all real or not, Steve, but if they are,
that's a lot of weight.
That's a lot of weight.
Looks like a bulldozer frame up there. Got a Masterson helping them back in there.
Kind of some different things we're just watching here. You know, their shifters are clear off to one side, where a lot of our shifters are in the middle, right over top of that Profab transmission. But these guys are off to one side, which whatever way they feel comfortable in that seat, that's what they want to do. So John Linder in the seat tonight.
Let's see what he can do with it, how far he can get it down that track. Looks like they've moved over a little off that right chalk line.
Have they had this tractor out yet?
On our circuit, but I imagine it's run a lot of the Ohio State and some of those other things in Ohio State. Pulling around there would be my guess.
There's something there that them guys weren't happy with, and they're looking underneath the hood. The Masterson boys must be helping them a little bit there. That's the great thing about pulling, is that just because you're a competitor doesn't mean you don't run out there. We all know what's under the hood. We all got similar stuff. It reacts the same thing. Jump in there, give somebody a hand, and you know.
Sometimes there's a level of comfort there when you see somebody come to help you. It's like, I'm struggling, I need some help, and a familiar face on the starting line sometimes is a soothing help to get down that track, to get you moving.
Yeah.
We'll see what he can do with it. Looks like that four-wheel drive may be coming back. They unhooked him, but it looks like he's trying to back into the sled. And
did they maybe move that
right
sled
back.
clear over or something to me, it looks like?
Yeah, I didn't. I suppose it's his option to be able to move the sled if he didn't like the starting line where he took off from.
John, they think they got this going, and
looks like he's pulling the seat belts back on and tightening things up. Got the green flag flying. Looks like they're still struggling a little bit here with the Linder tractor. Getting him buckled in and getting him setting in there.
there's something, and they're working with him in the seat, so there's something that he doesn't like or doesn't feel, or here we got some fans on. I don't know what that looks like. That's probably the south side, isn't it?
I believe it is. That must be the calmer side of the show. See it.
Not the south side can't keep up with the north side. I think they have a little competition later on Saturday night.
I'm sure it'll be a rowdy crowd on Saturday night. water leaking pretty bad there on the bottom side. I'm sure that wasn't the run they were looking for.
Well, I'm going to guess this is a fairly new program, and they just got a few bugs to work out. Looks like the water tanks and fuel tanks are on swivels.
Yeah.
So when they come shooting across, I thought they were going clear off the tractor.
Yeah, wasn't sure we wasn't going to have a problem with that, but seems to have worked out for him. But it looked like a pretty good leak there on the left side of the tractor as he was coming down the track. Some fuel or water.
Big old shot of unburnt fuel that finally made it out of the system. Looks like John just said, hey, you know what? Why don't you just send that tow tractor out here? I've had enough fun. We're going to regroup here and
yeah,
we'll come back there tomorrow night. I think we got Pro Stocks again on Saturday night here at Bowling Green, Ohio.
See if he can do a little better with it and get the bugs worked out of it, hopefully. Looks like a pretty good oil leak there coming down the side panel or below the side panel down the frame cover.
Our tech official looking that over. It looks like old Harold Phipps there looking that over, making sure we don't have no issues. I'm venturing to say all that water we watched him lose going down the track, this wasn't a plus either. So
yeah, looks like the bleachers are pretty full tonight. Good crowd. Beautiful night here in Bowling Green. The weather's nice. A little breeze blowing. And can't beat it.
I don't know what we got going on over there at that four-wheel drive track. I think this is that Matt Font called The Big Show there from Madison County, Virginia. He must have an issue there.
So we've kind of been struggling to get a truck back up on the track there to run, and looks like we're going to pull him off backwards, and the sled's going to move over and reset for the next truck. Not sure if the truck wouldn't run or if we had a driveline problem or what we had for an issue, but
somehow, some way, we're not quite ready to go.
Yeah, a little downtime there between the tracks with reloading both tracks at the same time. Normally they do a really good job of having a sled go down the track on one track or the other pretty much all the time.
This is old Tim Kane. Tim Kane's been pulling Pro Stock for years and years and years. And,
son Chris used to pull Pro Stock with him, now running the 5.0 class, doing real well in that.
You guys see that on the left side of that, right behind the left front tire there, that water coming out of there nonstop. Now that could be an intercooler water, that could be water injection water, that could be anything. I'm guessing on the intercooler side of it, because if it was water injection, he'd have been out by now.
Yeah, a lot of water leakage there. Some high pressure pump.
Yeah, Ram. Everybody's still chasing Danny Schmucker there with Rampage there at 331 and Mac Daddy up there at 324. Injected funds, that's your points leader there at 315. I think Mac Daddy is possibly second and right close there. So Tim Kane's been running Grand National Pro Stock for as long as I can remember, and I think he has really come to life this year. Remember him coming down to Louisville, Kentucky, him and Kevin Schmucker, and I think they had shirts made that said the old guys rule because they both made to the finals. So,
Tim's had a little breakage and disparity this year, but he's been running really, really well for the Red Tractor Club, and he's doing a very good job.
Here we got John T. Davis out of Virginia and the young guy. Four-wheel drive down the track. Got to the left side of that track, kept it there, straight run, and just drug and drug and drug.
He's going to shake up the order a little bit. I don't think he got to Danny, but he's going to shake up the order a little bit in there.
See the four-wheel drives and the pro stock, so sometimes we get out of sync here a little bit. We try to run one right after another, but...
Is he a leader?
I don't know. I don't think so. We'll see what they come up with on Tim. Watch Tim there. He thought he was going to go right. And,
I guess he might have took the lead
yeah,
there.
332.135. I think Tim did.
Yeah, I see that leader.
Watch Peyton Davis. John T. Davis. Sorry, John T. will be mad at me calling him Peyton.
Peyton, brother Peyton and him campaign the four-wheel drive trucks. They've run for a lot of years on the circuit. Kind of have taken some time off here, but been a few hit and miss events, but they've done real well through the years as well.
So John, he set that record out there at 309.42, 309.42. The rest of the class is looking back going, all right, where are we at? This is where we got to go.
Class of 41 on the four-wheel drive side as well. So we got a couple large classes tonight to run through to determine that winner. So he'll sit out there on top for a while and patiently wait on somebody to get to him or wait on somebody to not get to him.
Yeah, it's a long night when you're out there in the lead and they're just chasing you.
Yeah. Sit out there and wait for the time to come.
Next up there on the four-wheel drive, we got Cameron Davis out of Jefferson, Wisconsin in a truck called Backfeed.
Corey Hoffman coming up on the pro stock side. From Richwood, Ohio, on the King of Deers.
We got a full moon. I think it's 99% full moon if it's not here in Bowling Green, Ohio. That'll keep the rowdies up there in the campground up all night.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting night out there, I'm sure. You going to make it out there tonight, Travis?
I don't know. Yeah, no, I might. We didn't have that good a day in the Superstock Diesel world of my world, so it might be a good night to go to the campground.
Yeah. Got a couple new guys with us tonight that never been to the campground before, never seen much of Bowling Green. I'll probably have to make a pass out through there and let them see what the campground's like after dark. Was this tractor formerly campaigned by the Schramicks?
I think King of Deer was there for a little while. Back in the day. Four-wheel drive, I guess, go first.
Take off close to the same. What's your thoughts on that going at the same time? You like that or don't like that?
That's a struggle. When you're waiting and you're trying to hear your motor and then that gas engine takes off, that's a struggle. A lot of times, unless my motor's overheating, I'll wait. But it's plus for the fans, it's hard for me to talk about both of them and show you both. You get to watch them at the same time. So,
yeah. Let's see. I guess I'm guilty of waiting there on the starting line sometimes to let the noisy truck gets out of the way or tractor so I can hear what my stuff's doing and have a better level of concentration.
King of Deer there from Corey Hoffman there from Ohio. Cameron Davis there with Backfeed.
314.
314.19. Oh, and Corey not pleased with that, but sometimes it's just the way the cookies are there. So,
is that a new leader on the four-wheel drive side, or?
Yeah, Backfeed took that at 314.9.
Looked like we had passed the leader
We got
flag.
Young Gun was out there early at 309, and then Groundhog was at 147. So, that you guys fans, you might see a little difference right there with the. You can see now the Red Gambler snuck in there and got Rampage. He'd been up there in the leaderboard and just over Mac Daddy. But, it takes a little while. Now, them four-wheel drives, you might see them build that road a little bit quicker and quicker and get going and start leapfrog them.
That injected funds Mac Daddy points race will get interesting now.
Yeah.
They're right there stacked together. And
so here you can see them two kind of took off at the same time. I think the four-wheel drive left just a little bit earlier. But Corey, you can see him back there he's just bouncing that front end right away. Even though we're in slow motion, but they did just say that they're going to reset the four-wheel drives. They didn't like what they were seeing. They didn't like the distances where they were at. And so we're going to reset that. Now, what that's going to do, Scott Phillips here, he's a puller that hadn't been out for, I think they said 13 years. Pulled back in the day, skipped 13 years, come back out this year. So he'll be first hook, ready to go. So now he gets that option. Do I want to turn that down or not? So on the Pro Stock side, we got Chris Hoyce with Nutcase. They're coming down. We don't see them guys a lot, but we get a lot of pullers from different areas of the country because Bowling Green's the largest puller in the United States of America. I mean, it's the granddaddy of them all. So we'll see what Scott does here on the four-wheel drive program.
smooth pass, not a lot of trouble there. Looks like the distance got longer, so he must have let the sled go out a little bit further down the track.
And Scott's up there in the points. He's a good, tough puller. I was impressed when Scott come back, as you could just tell he's not his first day in that truck. He knew how to drive it, set it, and make it work. So good run for Scott.
Climbed back where he was, kind of where he left off years ago. 327 for Scott. He's added about 10 foot to the distance on that four-wheel drive side.
Yeah, you got Vaughn Bauer and the crew down there setting. I think we got Big in the purple sled. We got Donnie Bauer in the red sled, and Vaughn and Marvin saying, all right, and it's amazing by bricks and settings what they can put into them sleds or take out of them. We'll watch Chris Hoyt here. You almost heard that or seen that right in that first 50 foot. It's like it wasn't happy. It got under it, and then it come back out, and 75 foot later it said, I'm done.
Kind of see that on the front end lifted. It kind of didn't like it real well. It kind of pulled the motor down a little bit. And not the run he hoped to have in Bowling Green on Friday night.
Well, he's got one more chance at it, though, coming up on Saturday night there, so we'll see what we can come up with. We got Carlton Cope coming back up here. Chris, you can see that. A little bit of water.
Proud of you, and I'm going to give you the microphone and let you go to work.
Thanks, Miles. I got to thank the crew here in the Dershlinger team. That's why this happens. It's not me, it's them. I got to thank them. We got to thank our sponsors, Unziker Equipment, and Suits Ag Service. We got a lot of people to help us get there. SSI and their blowers. Chad Mayhill cuts the tires. Anthony give us some new injector hats, and just all these guys behind us. We got to thank Bowling Green and the Brewsters for putting this polo on. There's nothing like this in the world, and we're just an honor to come here, and all the fans that come. That's what makes this really special.
Well, it continues to be where you're in the hunt here, and obviously you're vying now for that championship ring tomorrow. So I'm sure you, Shannon, Jed, you can all put your heads together and dial up something tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I'll try to do a little better tomorrow. I thought I was past 350 and backed out a little too soon, but Brian Simon he was out at 365 first hook. We wouldn't have got that far anyway, so we only had to run once. We got a shot at the ring, so we'll be happy to duel with him tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand the microphone to Dave Schultz. Actually, I'm going to hold the mic for him, too. Bill, let him run real quick. That way we can hear you.
behalf of B&D Truck Parts and Sales, congratulations on a great second place run. We also got a coffee mug for you, so keep that coffee warm tomorrow morning.
We got to appreciate B&D for sponsoring this class. That's great. We really appreciate it. We had a good run. We thank you. But got to thank these guys back here. You know, our family does this. We got some others. We got Matt coming in with the other tractor. We got Merle Kimmel back there. We got Shannon, my granddaughter. All these guys help.
And
We even
don't
got
forget about Carl.
and we got Carl. But my son Jed, Bob Boyd, my fiance Kathy, daughter-in-law, daughter, you know, Abby, Hannah, little Jackson. We appreciate this. This is a family sport, and we love doing this. And thank all the people and the fans.
Folks, a great family out of the state of Illinois, the Leichners. Give them a nice round of applause.
Okay, here we got Carlton Cope coming up here. We just had the Leichner family getting their awards as a long-time puller, but Carlton Cope's is a little bit different. That's a V8 Massey. That's a Perkins motor, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, I believe it's a Perkins motor. Watch how fast them exhaust pipes turn cherry red down that track.
There you go. Carlton, man, he's worked on that. I remember 4 or 5 years ago, nobody could touch him. I mean, he was just on a path, and they kind of caught him. Carlton got busy at home, and I think slid the tractor back a little bit. Now he's doing a lot more wrenching and working on that tractor, getting that thing going.
Been doing a lot of dyno work and trying to find the weak links, try to make it better and more competitive, and not a lot of parts, people building parts for a V8 Massey outside of Carlton there, and he's
kind of on his own little island out there to get everything put together.
Keep that program alive for him and a couple guys, and they got a light pro, I believe, that they run for a guy who runs for him out there. And
look at there, 338.64, 338.64.
So are they building the road?
Boy, I don't know. I don't know for sure there. So
see them NTPA weights on the side of that tractor. Them were an old thing years and years ago when NTPA built some weights like that. And that's a hard sought after, hard found item today. Them aren't very plentiful around and kind of pricey when you find them.
So on the four-wheel drive side, we got when they do in the other, we seen Jake Ziering go down through there. He was our second points, and we got Patrick McCarthy out of Findlay, Ohio. Matt is Sin getting back into there.
19's distance at a 324.92 for second place. Yankee Blue still leading at 327.74.
I think that Jake Ziering, Rule 19, he's chasing old Mark Mangan there in the Outlaw truck, trying to catch up with him and try to go after that points lead. And I think they got one more run up here at Wauseon, Ohio here in a week or two.
Tonight, Mark will about sew that points race up in there. I believe he's got a comfortable lead. With a little bit of luck, he can maintain that, and he'll have a doubled up Grand National champion from last year and this year.
Here we got Braden Schrammick about out here.
Looks like a third generation there with his grandpa Dennis backing him into the sled. That's a long time family pulling operation there when Dennis used to pull years and years ago, and put Brian in at a young age, and then Braden came in at a young age, and great pulling family for a lot of years.
You can see the four-wheel drive. He had a pretty good run. He bounced a little bit there in the beginning, and then he kind of locked in, and he was good to go there. So sounded like at the end he might have run out of a little motor, maybe too high a gear, but that's always questionable on there. I'd love to know how many tractors Dennis Schrammick has ever backed in, because I remember him backing Brian in all of them years, and he just took over that role for Braden. He still backs all of them guys in all the time. He's such a great track reader.
I'll say he's a legendary track reader. That guy can always find the spot to put them in that makes them look as good as they can possibly be. And Braden's had some real good luck on Youngblood with a win or two this year. And they're a savvy guy on the track. See there, Dennis telling him where he wants him to be, whether he gets there or not, but he's got the sweet spot picked out for him.
I want you to head for this corner, this straight, and this to go. So that's always a lot easier said than done, too.
Yeah, they can tell me where to go, but I usually don't end up nowhere near where they want me to be. But if you got a smooth run going, it's hard to touch a brake to put it in a position where you thought you wanted to be. That brake can really upset the program.
You see that different colored smoke and just trying to get everything happy and working together as it comes up in RPMs. I think possibly this is a new motor or a rebuilt motor. I think they had some motor damage out here too a little bit later. So there might be a couple little things we're going to check here real quick.
See somebody coming to give him a little ether help to get some heat in the motor and some RPMs up where he can get through it. Cool night tonight. Takes a little time to get some heat and some RPMs built.
It doesn't seem like it's quite so happy. What you're seeing, all that fuel, when you see that big fire, that injection pump just dumped a bunch of fuel in the cylinder, and then it pushed it all the way out. Now you see him reaching in there, giving it all the ether he can do. You get it up past that point, it'll go ahead and there's enough heat in there. There you go. I think we're right in there. Heck of a help from his crew guy back there getting that ether, getting that motor warmed up.
So Varner on the fast brake four-wheel drives.
Gary Varner.
Gary Varner. Fast brake.
Naturally, every one of them bounces is just hurting them and hurting them. It loads and unloads the tires. They just can't. But that's the finesse of that class.
Yeah, used all the horsepower he had down to the end.
Nice replay for Braden there.
Tires are wrinkled up nice on the Mitas tires. Leader flag off in the distance.
We're waiting here for us to get a little distance. 310.300 for four-wheel drive. 310.300 for Gary.
Yankee Blue still leading that class at 3.
Yeah, thank you. This is like every time we come here, we end up here somehow.
Well, that's a good thing. That's what everybody wants to do. So we'll continue to hope that streak continues for you. And obviously, you're in contention for tomorrow.
Yep. Tomorrow should be a good day if it doesn't rain. And it's a good weekend.
Who do you want to thank?
We got lots of people helping us on Modern Machine, Brad and all them guys. SSI, great products, TJ and all his crew. The Boyd family, awesome people, give us parts, keep things running for us. Brian Knox. What else we got? All the blue shirts here, man. You guys got your hands full. Everybody has their hands full with this place.
Well, I'll give it to the ringleader of the guys that have their hands full. How's that sound? This is Mr. Dave Schultz.
Tom, on behalf of B&D Truck Parts Sales and Service, congratulations on 4th place tonight. Great run out there in a tough class.
It sure was a tough class. Probably 15 of them could have won it.
We also got a National Tractor Pulling Championship schooler to send back home with you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for everything, and thanks to all the fans for coming and watching.
Number 4 tonight in our modified tractor class. Fans, give him a nice round of applause. Mr. Tom Owens out of the state of New York.
Up next on the four-wheel drive side, Danny Johnson out of Baxley, Georgia, the Desperado Ford, 1966 Ford F100. Won the ring here in the Woody Folsom Talk to Me truck in 2018. Won last Saturday night over in Napoleon.
All right, now we got Jason Ahrens out of Clinton, Michigan on a pro stock called Gone Green, trying to get back into that sled. Most of these tractors on there are like a slipper clutch. So you got to get so many RPM before they'll kind of back up to the sled. Then you're afraid you're getting going too fast. Then you stop and you got to start again. So Desperado, I think, did he win the class like yesterday at noon? He was up in the top 5. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, he did a real nice run yesterday.
Yeah. Great picture of him coming down through there. You can see the dirt, you know, there isn't much piled behind them, but them tires are grabbing all they can to get there and try to keep them locked into the dirt so they aren't jumping out of the ground.
It's amazing the tire games that are going on, and the race is on to build a better tire, have a better tire, and the right dimensions and the right compounds and sidewalls and tread.
Oh. It's just one thing after another, and they get it figured out. Then how long will they last? How long will they go? But we'll see what Jason can do here with the Gone Green. Ooh, that sounded like a turbocharger just made friends with everything else inside the motor.
Sure that wasn't what he was looking for.
No. Our sheet says that might have been a Pro Stock 5.0. So this 5.050 class is something that the NTPA just come out with.
Yeah, I got to go back and run loud and heavy there. I think I'm 32nd hook in the Pro Stocks there. And, X didn't quite do what I needed it to do tonight, so trying to focus on that. I just got to give a big shout out to that modified. That was a hell of a run, and thanks to Sapico Oil, my wife, my kids at home, my brother, his wife, my brother-in-law, and a big shout out to Brad Walkup. He's like a big brother to me. He does a hell of a job for our team. Mike Mullins, just everybody back in the shop, Steve, Adam Kester for everything he's done for us over the years. Chad Mayhill for the tires. A big shout out to the blue shirts. We know what it takes to put something like this on, and shout out to all you fans. This is a hell of a party, and we're glad you're here.
Well, you continue to impress, and that pass right there tonight might have been one of the best I've seen in a really long time.
Yeah, I'm just the lucky guy that gets to run the gun and rod, but I just can't do it without my team and Sapico Oil. I mean, we had that thing ready to come back. We're ready to challenge every time, but we put the challenge out there and nobody can touch us. So we'll be ready tomorrow and hope to see everybody.
This is Mr. Dave Schultz. He is the president of our Blue Shirts.
Brandon, on behalf of B&D Truck Parts Sales and Service, congratulations on first place tonight. Great run out there in a tough, very tough class.
Thank you, and thanks to all you guys, Blue Shirts, for everything you do.
We're also going to send you home with a cooler so you can celebrate tonight.
Thank you. Hopefully this one's full. Last night was empty.
One of your people have to fill it for you.
Yeah, this one's the same way. It's empty. Give him a nice round of applause out of Farley, Iowa. Brandon Simon driving the Simon Says.
Oh, we got Justin Grace there on his four-wheel drive trying to make an attempt. He didn't like what he seen, felt, whatever, so he's going to back right up. The sled will actually just put them front tires down, back him up, pull that truck right back, and he's going to give her another shot.
As long as he makes that attempt to stop, doesn't necessarily have to be stopped before 100 feet. He gets that option to go back and try it again.
But this is his last chance of doing this. You only get 2 attempts at this, so this time he knows he's got to have his A game on to make this work.
The sled guys will tell you they don't want you to slam on the brakes and make that effort to be stopped before 100 foot, because then the sled ends up hitting you and pushing you along, making matters worse.
So over here on the Pro Stock side, looks like we got Nick McCormick running diesel and dirt. left the line. He's going to fight through the tire jumping there. Down in there, see Scott Doty gives him the red flag and says, all right, you went as far as you're going to go.
Nick McCormick, he kind of comes from that area out there with growing corn, and some of them guys on TikTok have a good relationship out there in that area, have a lot of fun with all their shenanigans.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to look up growing corn, and that guy is something when you're having a bad day, you can at least get his point of view on life. There's something different there on that. So him and Nick are good friends.
Yeah. He's a little rowdy sometimes.
Once in a while, everybody needs that, just a little rowdiness to tell how the truth really is.
Yeah. A little vent time for him. Makes everybody chuckle and laugh.
Yeah, so we're probably about, I'd say about a third of the way, maybe 25% of the way through these classes. And we're starting to see, we and Steve, while we guys were on the winner's circle there, we were talking, I think they're getting that road build over there on that Pro Stock class. We're getting them out there. I think Brian Schrammick's leading there at 340.5. We're watching Nick McCormick, 241.8. He was struggling just a little bit. And you could tell something wasn't quite right there. So
Nick was number 17 out of a class of 45 of them. So not quite to the halfway point, but we're getting closer to it all the time.
We got Justin Time leading that four-wheel drive leaderboard. Yankee Blue there, Scott Phillips in second, and Jake Ziering. We were on a break there when Jake went through. Jake's second, points chasing that. There we got Youngblood at 340.5, Warpath at 338.6, and 332 at Red Gambler. So these guys are fighting. This is, I can just recognize this tractor. Is old Lance Little had this tractor originally. I think he sold it to the Meddings out of Texas a few years back, and beautiful looking tractor. Always have to give Lance his due on that. Just something a little bit different when he come out with that 830 and said, hey, let's have something a little different, not just the same old thing. So
Lance was always known for the big blocks and the 50-20s and the 60-30s, and he really went back old school on this one and went a little older than he'd ever been. Did a beautiful job building it.
Talk about old school. Here we got the Holman brothers. They're four-wheel drive. I'm 50 years old, and I think I can remember them back when I was 15 years old. The NTPA, they were a legend back in the sport back then. I just remember that truck, and they've never changed it. So
yeah, it's been a classic truck through the years and brought them a lot of wins and championships and Enderleys, and they've done a lot with it.
We'll see what old Clint Medding does here out of Texas. Sounds like we're going to let the Holmans go first. Well, I think they took the lead on that with the Holmans there. Clint said, I'll follow up, try to do the same. Looked like Clint was fighting that a little bit, fighting it. He wanted to go left, and he didn't want to go left, so we'll see, get you guys some distances here on both of the Holmans and Mentings. Sounds like we might have a new leader. It looked like a new leader, Holman Brothers.
I believe they took the lead right there with that pass. Corsa coming up next on the four-wheel drive side. It's nice to see some of the young girls and the sport.
Corsa family's got they got two four-wheel drives and a two-wheel drive now, so it's awesome to see them.
Just barely took the lead with a 335.8 versus a 335.1. Was that about 8 or 9 inches difference between the two?
Yeah, but barely's good enough. It's still got Yankee Blue held on to that third place finish there at 327, trying to stay. Of course, here in Bowling Green, you want to stay in the top 5. You get to go over there, get your prizes, your trophies. Class, they're fighting for a ring. So, whoever's the lowest of the 2 combined scores gets that ring. We see Clint Metting here at 294.1 with the bulletproof buck. It's definitely not the run he was wanting, but, keep going. We'll bring up Russ Yoder next out of Extra Butter, out of Topeka, Indiana. Russ, I think, and Yoder Popcorn is the sponsor of the Pro Stock class for NTPA, so thank him someday. Or if you guys are sitting at home and thinking, man, a bag of popcorn would be good right now, have the wife get on the google.com and hit up Yoder Popcorn, get her some ordered, and you'll be ready for the next movie night.
Yeah, we'll make a call.
They were saying the other day that's like a 4th or 5th generation popcorn deal, and I guess I never really sit back and think of somebody growing popcorn, but somebody's got to do it because I enjoy having a bag of that every once in a while myself.
Yeah. We've got a beautiful facility up there, and a lot of times when the tractor's not out pulling, they park it in there in the showroom with the popcorn plant. You can walk around there and take a look at all that.
We got Taylor. She drove right through them bumps and humps. It was starting to get away from her. You could tell she'll back off the throttle a little bit, go into the throttle a little bit, wait till they actually feel that truck, get all 4 tires hooked up before they go wide open. So
she did a good job driving there, controlled the throttle. And
we don't see Russ all the time, every time, all year long, but we see him probably part of the time. I'm sure he's busy keeping the popcorn company happy and everything. So we'll see what Russ can do here in Bowling Green. Especially right there at the end, boy, oh boy. So
not the run he was looking for, but he didn't get on that white line to get himself a DQ.
He was getting his fears of coming in. That white line was getting closer and closer every time.
Yeah. It's kind of disappointing to cross that white line, but it happens.
Taylor Corsa comes up with a 317.78.
Her dad will come in later in the class and see what he can do with it.
Next up over there on the four-wheel drive side, we got Mason Brisdine out of Dunville, Virginia, cut loose. Four-wheel drive there. So
early on, that tractor started to drift, and it's probably working that brake pretty good all the way down through there, which affects the distance.
Well, we're all chasing young blood right now. We're still in debate whether that's Brian or Braden in there. Our papers say Brian. We thought it was Braden, but we could.
I can't imagine the workload of having two tractors, so I have to give kudos to those people that want that second vehicle or second tractor or whatever they want. But the workload of that double, I can't imagine.
So it looks like another one of the Shelton boys coming over here on the Cutting Edge Pros, Grayson Shelton. If I remember right, he was one of the first ones to get one of the Pro Stocks of the boys.
Yeah.
Beautiful looking old 1206. I think this came from Cody Shea over there in Shenandoah, Iowa.
It's been a beautiful tractor.
Stan getting him backed in there and telling him, hey, back, go to the right a little bit. That's so hard when you're looking straight ahead and them guys are telling you to go right and you're like, well, I'm going to be crooked. But you got to remember that you're not crooked and trust them.
You're looking down that track, knowing where you want to end up, knowing where you want to be and where you want to drive to, and you're trying to fight a little bit to pick your spot versus picking their spot, but yet be square with the sled.
Reese get in there. I think looked like he might have probably turned on a GoPro camera or something. They'll go back and watch that, try to watch the smoke, the gauges, the throttles. Sometimes when we leave the line, you don't see a whole lot of any of that. So we'll see what Grayson can do here. Grayson Shelton out of North Carolina. Very nice run. Stayed in the center of the track, carried the front end well.
Might be a lull in the track right now. The road might have went away a little bit. Shortened some distances up for a little bit.
All them 24.5 tires are spinning that many RPM. They're tearing that track up.
It's like Jason Bramer up on Corn Fed. They've been going for a few years. Sold the truck, and then the truck came back to them with a little different paint scheme on it. They're back debuting that. Got a little violent there. Looked like the rear end might have quit pulling its weight and bouncing on the front end there.
That's the battle of that program there. So
looks like maybe a drive shaft hanging down there.
Something isn't supposed to be there, I don't think.
Yeah. Looks like we might have made four-wheel drive, front-wheel drive. Talking about what you see, Travis, when you tighten that chain up, do you ever see the flagman once he gives you the green flag, or is he gone from your line of sight?
I think they're scared of me and they run away and hide behind the barrier.
It's amazing how the crowd and everything goes away when you tighten that chain.
Yep. So it looks like, as you can tell, fans, we got the four-wheel drive leaderboard up there from Full Pull Live. And foreplay, the Holman brothers are hanging in there. They're at 335.87. Just in time, Yankee Blue, you know your top three. Jake Ziering, he's number 2 in points. He's hanging in there at top 5. We got Mark Mangan coming up a little later, our point leader. So Desperado. Taylor made a nice run down there. She's still in the top 10 there. And then Fast Break leaving that in there. So I think they just updated it on us there. Youngblood, there we got the Pro Stock leaderboard. Well, we got a little change in the action. 340.5 up there. Warpath 338. He had a great run. Tim Kane 332.13. He's got an awesome show for Tim there. So leading it up, Rob Russell, the workhorse, is down there at 333.11. I'm thinking he turned that down. We might have to have the graphics people check that out, but I think Rob Russell turned workhorse down. We got there, the track crew is helping get Jason out. Looks like the rear end is not playing no more. They have a little rear tire that goes down in there so that they're not fighting each other going around. And the Bramers probably just put that tire down and lift the rear end off the ground, like I said earlier, how little they weigh. So we'll get this Pro Stock backed in here of Avery Nauman out of Carding, Ohio. Little rascal.
Look, this tractor originally was a Coleman Wheatley diesel super frame and chassis. Converted over to the Pro Stock and Light Pros and Limited Pros. They've been through some different classes through the years with this chassis and tractor, but
that just shows you some of the similarities between Pro Stock, Super Stock diesel. This at 8,000. He's got pounds of weight we want to hang on it, and make the classes a little different from a single charger to a multi-charger. Got over near that white line, didn't they?
Yep. See, that chalk line was coming fast and was going to catch him.
One of these days, we're going to have to get the tape measure out and figure out how big the stacks are. Are they up to 8, 9, 10 inch on them?
Yeah, so that's got to be 10-inch pipe sticking up through there.
That's going to bring up Chance McGrath out of Canada. Chance pulls what they call Last Chance 2. Comes down here and campaigns that tractor, Pro Stock tractor down here. Leaves it down here a lot, and he's also got he's got a little bit different Pro Stock. He campaigns up in Canada then.
Yeah, he's a long way from home. It's a long way up there where he
lives. Got Wesley Keys out of Rixieville, Virginia. Black Ice, the final chapter. So I don't know if that's, but boy, them four-wheel drives are mixing it up right down there at the end. That's the one thing about that class. They can pack a lot of trucks right in a short amount of distance, and that's what makes it fun about that class. One little less bounce, one more bounce will take you from 2nd place to 10th place by just how many bounces you had. Get Chance up here. Chance got him a new power plant this year. I think he talked to Colin and Kevin over there at Chaos Fabrication. And put kind of a new motor. He was running really good beginning of the year. He was right up there, and then middle of the year he's still right up there. I think a lot more people come up there, and he's been hit and missing from 2nd to 3rd to 4th. I don't know if he's pulled off a win quite yet or not, but Chance has been running very well this summer.
Very consistent.
Watch Wesley here make his run to 319.16. 319.16. So a little short of chasing the Holman boys, but he's that brings him into 10th place with a lot of tractors to go yet. They're all chasing them Holman boys at 335.87. Yankee Blue of Scott Phillips is still just hanging in there in 3rd place. I'm sure he's happy. And Jake's at 324. They're at 5th place. So haven't been a lot up the top 5. We've been just mixing them up here and there. So good picture of Chance's tractor there. Last Chance 2. Beautiful tractor. I think built down there at Engler Machine. Put a lot of that stuff together. So trying to get his wheels adjusted just right before he pulls ahead. Maybe turn that front end just ever so slightly.
See what we can do. What's the leader look like on that side? Side backing into the sled. Chance building some RPMs.
back to that right side. Guess they didn't see if they moved that sled over to the right there right away, but looked like he was fighting that right side. We'll watch Jody with the Maniac come down here on the four-wheel drive class out of Soldier Pond, Maryland. He had a nice smooth run, just did finish out there on the other end.
Oil on the track.
We'll wait here. We'll get a replay a chance and get you a distance on that if we can.
Will be up next on the Pro Stock side. There's our distance, 3:15.65.
I'm sure not right what Clint's chance was, but it did just seem like it kept pulling him to the right, pulling the right.
Fighting the brake a little bit.
Yeah, Maniac there with 3:05.865 there. Looks like he's having a little trouble right there. Something wasn't real happy there. They're going to pull him off, or he shut the engine down there. So 3:05.865.
Looks like Ike Zaring's up next on the four-wheel drive side. Let's see what Ike can do with the order to shake it up.
Ike's been on a good roll this year. He calls this the bucket list, and there for a while they had a list of poles that they wanted to win. Ike wanted to win the big poles, the Tomas, the Chapel Hills, the Bowling Greens, the Enderley, all your legendary, your top poles. And Ike had them. When he won, he'd go out there with the big old marker and check that off. So I don't know if we still got that, but our Pro Stock young blood still sitting out there in first place, right with Warpath there at 3:38 and Red Gambler at 3:32. So we got Last Chance 2 just stayed in the top 10 and keep them going there. We got our four-wheel drive leaderboard up there for the Full Pull Live. We got four play just hanging in there and just in time, and then Scott Phillips hanging in there on that third place.
Rhett Parrish coming up. He is the number 27 hook out of 45, just to give you an idea where we're at in that class.
Rhett's dad Phil is backing him in. I think they have P&H Farms down there in Kentucky, and I think they raise Wagyu beef.
Yeah,
Wagyu beef in America here, so kind of something a little bit different than not your average farmers do. And Phil's been a long-time puller. I think his dad Larry was a puller. So when talk about third generation, Rhett would be a third generation puller. Change tight. Notice that front flagman, he always looks at the end flag guide. The end flag guide is making sure that all the track is clear all the way down to give him that green flag. Jason Leader.
Real nice, smooth pass. Didn't want to release the clutch there. Looked like it shut her off at the end of that run.
I think the throttle might have been hanging up there a little bit. If you notice, Ike, when he left the line there, you could hear him get in the throttle, got out of the throttle, got back into the throttle, and there was So they say, you know, it's just what they could feel in the seat, whether it was going to start to bounce or not. And Ike's pretty good at. Dad Jake's been pulling four-wheel drives for a long time, and the running joke with Jake and Ike is the only reason they don't pull 7 days a week is because there was only 6.
Yeah, they hit a lot of events. They support Hoosier State, a lot of NTPA events. They pull around everywhere.
We got Red Parrish, very nice run there at 334.835. You know, the last few tractors have been back in the 315s. And Brett comes right up there, nice place, putting himself in 3rd place, right ahead of Tim Kane and the Gambler. Just a little bit short of Warpath and Schrammick there with Youngblood. Got them Bauer sleds backing up Case IH sled. Purple sled sponsored by the own show event, National Tractor Pullers Association. So
looks like that's going to bring Mark Mangan up on the full drive side, the Grand National points leader right now. I believe he's like 31 points ahead right now of Jake Zaring in 2nd. So if Mark can lay down a couple of nice passes here, he'll have that points race wrapped up, and that'll be 2 in a row for Mark.
Yeah, that 2 in a row, Steve. You won 2 in a row. I won 2 in a row, and that's not an easy task at all. That's quite a challenge there, and then the wheels fall right off and go that 3rd in a row is really almost impossible. So,
yeah, it just doesn't come real easy. It's a lot of work to win those titles. You got to be very proud of yourself and your crew that gets you there, and enjoy it while it lasts, because while you were on top, everybody chasing you is getting better and stronger, and
yeah,
you come back and wonder where you went wrong, and you're behind the 8 ball.
So we got Craig Lodwick out of Plymouth, Wisconsin. That's never giving up. Kind of a unique sheet metal. Put Fent sheet metal on there. I think that's got a small block deer in it. Comes out the Lemke stables.
I believe so.
Pulls a lot of Badger State, but always fun to see something different.
Got a good look to it. Clean metal, nice lines.
He's chasing Brian Schrammick up there at 340 feet, so very capable of doing it. A lot of guys are running the big block deers, the small block deers. We've seen the Lemke clan have some really good luck with some small blocks here lately, so we'll see if they've called Craig up and gave him a little piece of advice on how to run that. Nice run. Mark Mangan. It's amazing. You hit them little spots in there. They're 250 foot. It jumped up, hooked back in, jumped, hooked back in. And that can be something from even the previous truck that hadn't got packed in there real well, and it was just a little bit of loose dirt right there. But I think Mark's down in there a little bit there, mid-pack. 312 foot for Craig, 312 foot for Craig there.
Mark's got ahead of Jake in that run, so that'll get closer to sealing that points deal up for Mark.
Yeah, we'll get you up on the leaderboard here in a little bit there and see how. There's Youngblood coming in there at 340. Warpath 338, and then El Nino just snuck in there, so we're them guys are thinking the door's wide open there again. Here comes Mark at 330.09.
Good enough for 3rd place. I believe Jake was down in 5th or 6th now.
Yep. There we go. 4th play. The Outlaw did just pull into 3rd place. So, Jake,
he'll gain a few points on Jake tonight on that points lead.
That almost should seal the deal for Mark there and to win that championship, as long as he can make it out to Waseon, Ohio, the final hook of that 4th four-wheel drive class. So
Yeah.
Mark's had a very consistent season. Just been very consistent. And
Mark's maintenance program is second to none. He looks at everything, every pass, and his daughters have driven the other truck and done a very good job with that.
We got the few seats available there on the south side, but we'll definitely be filled up for tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night we got a show there starting at noon tomorrow, and one more tomorrow night at Saturday night at 7. Make sure everybody gets in there on your Full Pull Live. This show's put on by NTPA, part of with the Blue Shirts, Northwest Ohio Tractor Puller Club. So we got Stephen LaGrange out of Canada, another Canadian down here. High rolling deer. If I remember right, was this? I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah.
Charles CP Dream.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I think it won a championship, if I remember right there. So
yes.
Always a beautiful, sharp tractor, very well kept clean, and had the chrome in all the right spots. Pulling them seat belts tight, keep them tight in there in case he does have a rough ride. Neck collar on there to make sure your neck doesn't get going too crazy on the rough rides.
It's amazing how a bit of a rough ride, how quick that helmet beats on that roll cage.
We had one of the tech officials visited the other day about that. One Mini Rob had a rough ride. He's like, I want to go investigate his helmet, make sure it's not cracked. Tender over there on the four-wheel drive side.
Shake the order up there in the top.
Yeah, Bill Kramer from Dunkerton, Maryland there on that. Got a little high, and then at the end it just did give up. It never did give up.
Got under the Charger there. That was it.
Yeah. That Bill Kramer, we come up on the four-wheel drive. Now this guy, one of the unique trucks in the four-wheel drive class, he has an automatic transmission in there. I think him and there's another one out of that stable. I think they're the only two that have an automatic transmission in a four-wheel drive truck. The rest of them are like a slipper clutch or a Springer clutch, but them guys try something different and kind of unique. They're from Maryland, that they have good luck out there and said, hey, we're going to go run with the NTPA guys. So there he is. So if you guys watch that, and you can listen to that sometime, 326.64.
Top 5.
You'll notice that they get after the throttle a lot harder, a lot earlier, get the noise going on the motor, and that's the reason they're saying that, is because they got them automatic transmissions in there that can absorb the shock. If you did that with a regular clutch, it would just bounce and get out of control. So nice job with him getting that top 5 there. And four-wheel drive guys are hoping that road's getting built over there after Mark went there at 330 and he went there at 325. They're thinking, hey, let's build that road a little bit more.
We're just one truck short of the halfway point in the four-wheel drive truck class, so we're just about halfway through that. And Rob Horton will be the next up on the Pro Stock side. He will be hook number 30 of 45, so there's about 15 more Pro Stocks to go to round out that class.
Kind of a unique paint job on the old shock treatment. I don't know. I'll have to walk by that someday and figure out if that's paint or if that's a wrap. I'm guessing the wrap.
I think somebody might have said they might even own a wrap company on there and put that on and have done some of that stuff themselves.
Yeah, they said that is a wrap there. So It's something different. That's what I love about our sport here on this is you can have the best paint jobs. The Nelsons always remind me of that in the two-wheel drive class. Man, they can lay a beautiful paint job on, and then you can do these awesome-looking wraps and kind of give it the old-school look like maybe we just drug it out of the tree limbs out there in the back with a tree growing through the bed of the truck or something.
It's amazing what they can do with vinyl, though, anymore on those wraps, how quick they can lay it down and get it to look just like paint. Put some graphics in it that look really well. It's a pretty amazing task.
Now, beyond that, we just got to make sure we can get the power to the ground.
Yeah. We didn't start off like he wanted. I'm guessing they'll pull him back, and he'll give that a second attempt right off the bat.
We got the Hortons out of Cambridge, New York, with a little less patience lining up over there on the pro stock. And there you can see that in slow motion, them rear tires coming right off the ground. They're airborne right there, a little bit of air underneath of them.
And you roll into that throttle, and then you try to overcompensate or undercompensate, and the bounce just continues to get worse. The best thing you can do is stop, pull it back, and take a second attempt at it.
So Rob Horton, his brother Richie Horton, and then their dad Earl Horton come down for New York.
Earl's been pulling tractors for a lot of years, too. Left with that bounce in that four-wheel drive, but it kind of come out of it, smoothed out a little bit once the sled got some weight on the truck and the draw bar.
So in that four-wheel drive class, as that sled gets out there, that box is moving forward. That does help them transfer that weight to the rear end of that four-wheel drive truck, then gets that truck set in there. It's just how quick you can get all that weight transfer to balance out and get you to the end of the track the fastest. So Rob Horton, I'm sure, is a little disappointed with that run over there. It looked like he went left from what I were seeing there. Shock treatment at 319.50, 319.50. Took him in 12th place.
So we didn't get to see much of the Horton run yet. We'll see that on the replay here.
I don't think we're going to get a replay on the Horton run there at 260.38. I'm sure the Hortons are scratching their head a little bit, and they know they got better stuff than that. So they'll be back tomorrow night, come back with a different program. Bowling Green, something new this year they're doing is they're hell, you know what? It looks like there might be a trail of oil coming off the bottom of that tractor. So he may not be back tomorrow night. So something new they're doing this year is they installed new scales at the outlet of the pole, outlet of the track. So everybody that pulls has to go, we go across the scale on the way in, and we also go across the scale on the way out. So that makes sure that everybody's within reason. Nobody got off on their weighting or anything like that. That's just one of the rules and requirements here at the tractor pull. There we go a little bit. We'll see if we can watch. Look at that truck flex. Look at that frame flex in there with all that weight up front.
Trying to kind of watch the Horton in the background and leave him behind.
That's going to bring up Daryl Varner from Midway, Kentucky. Some truck called Stray Dog.
So his brother made a pass earlier in the class.
Gary.
Well, they've pulled for a lot of years in the full drive class as well.
It's going to bring up Jack Wishmeyer over there from Brownstown, Indiana, barely getting by on the pro stock side of it. Getting all backed in there and taken care of, ready to go. Thinking he'll wait for the four-wheel drive to go.
It's kind of a sister tractor to the tractor Corey Bob drove with the Wishmeyer stables. This will be wild tractor.
flirting with disaster on that white line, but he was good.
Had a rough takeoff there. He backpedaled on the throttle to try to settle it down and smooth it out.
See what Jack can do here. Right there at the end of that did not sound good.
Wishmeyer's been going for a lot of years in this. Scott Typen's driven those tractors and worked for the Wishmeyer stable for a lot of years as well. They've done a lot with the pro stock pulling through the years.
Next pro stocker up will be Brandon Simon out of Farley, Iowa, with Loud and Heavy. Now, keep in mind earlier he went 322.6 as the third place, so he's definitely been tuning on that tractor in his brain and his head and his weights and his air pressure. But watch Darrell Varner, Stray Dog, go down there and lay down 331.2. That should put him up top 5. Certainly does. Nice third place run there, just ahead of Mark Mangan with the Outlet, but Outlaw. That leaves 4 place still up there in the lead at 335. That Justin Time hanging in there at second.
That might have Holman in contention for that ring. I think they were in that top 5 last night as well.
I think you're possibly right, and I think they've got a record of like 8 or 9 of that. They've got a lot of rings.
Yeah, they've done very well through the years at Bowling Green. Been very blessed and lucky to have done what they've done, and I believe they're probably a contender for that spot tonight.
Watch here as Brandon Simon's getting everything lined up. R.J. Simon's going to back him in there, waiting for track crew to get done. Looks like 4-wheel drive guys are a little bit ahead of them. Bring up Brian Britt out of Baxley, Georgia, called the Animal House. Getting all his directions, getting the chains hooked up and everything like that. Oh. Watch that sled guy, that blue shirt there. You think, oh, that chain just goes into that hitch and it works perfectly. But boy, oh boy, we've all heard the horror stories when it doesn't go perfect. Oh my, you'll ruin some trucks, tractors, everything. Motors, frames, just everything is out of balance.
Run there, spun it out well.
He ended up a little over on the right side of the track where we haven't seen too many people. Yeah, Brandon, he burnt the tires right out of the hole, and it's just like it never grabbed the hold and took off.
Ground speed he was looking for to get down that track the way he wanted to be. Going to come up a little short. I don't know if he even got around his first attempt, did he?
I don't know. It didn't look like that. He was 320. Oh, what did I have him at? 322.6 on his first run, first tractor.
He might be a little bit ahead of that, but not what he was looking for.
Brian would come in there at 327.57, so they're starting to stack them back up there in the top 5, top 10 again. That puts him in 6th place.
Might have been a little track change come in there and move things around a little.
Like I said, he ended up, here comes Brandon back through. He picked the front end up, it just acted like he never got the speed.
12th place there at 314, so he didn't beat his first attempt. Moved back a little ways.
Didn't even make top 10 on that there. But keep in mind, we're chasing that young blood and that Warpath and El Nino there. So they're all, like I said, on that four-wheel drive. You notice a few guys started going to the right there. Everybody that's back there in line yet is noticing that. They're thinking, is that road getting built? You know, here's Skelton boys coming out there right now, and everybody has a chance to set that cone behind the sled. They can start the cone anywhere they want within the white lines, and then of course they can drive and finish anywhere they want within the white lines. Out to 350 foot, I think we do have a pull off after 350 is what they said the drivers meeting, but Lon Bauer and the crew have set the sleds really good. If we're right out there at 340 foot pretty much on both tracks, and they've done their job. Them sleds are working fabulously and keep everybody going together on that program.
That debate always shows up on track length and everything, how fast you want to be there or how long you want to be there. And sometimes people get back to that 300-foot track, 330-foot track ideas, but sometimes I'd rather go faster to 350 than I would slow to 300.
Yeah.
In today's world with the sleds and everything the way they are, we can go a lot faster down a longer track.
Sometimes I think we put a better show on when we go faster also. Tim Skelton out of Harvard, Illinois there on the bone. Had a nice run.
You can hear a little different sound coming up on the Pro Stock side. Travis Coons, the Trailblazer, coming in here with another V8 program, a little bit different than what we've seen. Kind of a Carlton Cope similar setup on here with some new sheet metal.
Big old six, that's Pro Stock, so we're talking 680 cubic inch. You know, intercooler, one single charger, 6-inch charger up there on top. Tim Skelton with 320.91. 320.91 for Tim.
It's hard to believe you can go 320 foot and be in 14th place, but in a class of these sizes, that happens. Youngblood still leading out there at 340. Brian's probably raiding, sitting on their nails, trying to figure out who's left and where they're at and where they're going to stack up, and have all the patience trying to figure out where it's going to finish. But you can still look down that list, and there's a lot of heavy hitters to come in this class.
Oh, I just looked down. The first name that caught my eye was Kevin Schmucker. You know, you can't count him out. Brad Moss, Patrick Gentry.
Bootlegger's still down there.
Yep. So, Jason Savanovich with the bootlegger, yeah.
Still some big hitters coming up down there.
Exactly right.
It's far from over in that program. If somebody can find the right spot in the track, it's anybody's game yet.
But right now it's Travis Coons from Arthur, Illinois with the Trailblazer. The ball's in his court. We'll see how long he can, how he can do piloting that down there. Oh, he didn't like that takeoff. A little light on the RPMs.
So he needs a few more RPMs and a little more pedal on that clutch, get them tires spinning. That smoke went from black to white pretty quick to signal that it wasn't happy.
What happens there is if you don't, that water injection comes on in that motor and it start dumping that water, and there wasn't enough RPMs to swallow that water. You think of them guys, I don't know, they're probably using 3 to 4 gallons of water in that pass in 10 seconds. Do the math on that, 3 gallons in 10 seconds, that's 18 gallon a minute. Well, that's a lot of garden hoses shoved down the throat of that intake of that thing. We're waiting on the four-wheel drive side. We'll have Jordan Eddy coming up out of Tappahannock, Virginia. I don't think I said that right, but it's That has got to be the four-wheel drive capital of the world. There's so many four-wheel drives down there.
Not going to be his day today.
No. That can be a water valve situation where the water's coming on a little quick. The intercooler might be coming on too quick. Clutch might be a little tight. There's multiple things that can cause that program there. Just to keep that going. Plus the operator's got to make all that keep coming together. So tough break for Travis, but that'll bring up Josh Martin on Think Green out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Switch over here and watch Jordan run Just Rutten down there on the four-wheel drive class.
This truck's had a pretty successful career. Used to be owned by Pete McKeith. I think it's probably got a Grand National title or two under its belt as a truck and chassis.
And you notice right at the end of that run there, that's where they call that chatter. I think I hear the guys talk about chatter, where that front end just can't get enough traction. It keeps just grabbing and grabbing there. So tough break for Travis Coons and the Trailblazer, 103.1 feet. They'll go back, analyze it. Most all these pulling vehicles have data collectors on them anymore, and they'll analyze all that data and see if they can find what the weak link was in that.
The Davises are also from that Tappahannock, Virginia, aren't they?
Yes. The Davises. I think back in the day, I still swear there's got to be 15 or 20 of them four-wheel drive trucks out in that area. So,
Sunny Motors were built out in that area and very popular out there, and a lot of organizations out there running different truck combinations.
We got Josh Green coming up here. Think Green.
Used to be a
Josh Martin, sorry.
Josh Martin. The Martins have had several tractors, pros and supers through the years. Done a lot of dairy farming out there in the east. So it's been real good. For them, they've done well. Think Green coming up.
A fantastic move. We finally figured out the frequencies on those drones, and her stuff isn't squiggly anymore.
Nice.
Do you know the most frustrating thing in the world of technology is when it works? It's awesome.
And when it
It's like a diesel super stock, guys. It's the coolest ride in the world when they work, Stevie. And when they don't, it's like the most frustrating thing in the world. Yeah.
Very aggravating. Very aggravating. As you have learned the hard way.
Not nearly as much as you have, but you guys warned me.
We tried to tell you, it wasn't all roses and rainbows.
Bowling Green special, guys. I wanted to jump in the booth with you. I've been excited. I wanted to talk with you guys earlier. I'm just working through all the frequencies with the drones outside. I love Tweedle aerial media. I'm not mad. It just was. They were messing. They weren't talking. We had to get off each other's frequencies.
Right.
And,
didn't realize we were all on each other's frequencies. So, yep.
A lot going on here. A lot of electrical interference. A lot of people filming and doing things. And it takes a lot to figure all that out.
Yep, all to try to make the sport better.
Yep.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you guys coming in and doing it. This one of the biggest compliments we get here. We'll watch Martins go.
Thank you. Chatter on the Peyton Davis four-wheel drive there.
That was one thing we talked about too coming to Bowling Green was the two sleds at the same time. We don't care. Because like for us in the production room, it's record, replay. We kind of get in a rhythm, and now we're looking for that camera angle. That's what we went up to the crow's nest, guys. We're trying to capture both coming down at the same time.
Yep.
It's been if you see me in the next room, maybe a little. Well, I just pulling my hair out or whatever. That's just
yeah.
No, because you want to show that like. if you bought this live stream to watch The Punisher, and we miss that, then we're bad people, and we're not bad people.
Right. Yeah. But it's hard to run them both at the same time. It's hard to see them both at the same time.
I went up and sat, we have the Handshake Bets guys here, and they've been having their first tractor pull ever. They cover NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, college sports, big time stuff. Like, I was with them yesterday, like, oh, somebody from Michigan just emailed us, and they want us to come to the Michigan-Texas game. So I'm like, how cool is that they're in Bowling Green?
Right.
Yep.
So I took them up to the north side, where you drink a beer and you throw it down the thing, and then the Sim People guys are throwing out koozies. A feller went straight down those stairs for a koozie. I'm like, they're not that expensive.
Yeah.
But he didn't die.
So it looks like the Punisher just did. Them boys from Tappahoe, Virginia, he just pulled into third place at 333.38. So they're just in time, and 4-player just hanging out there, a couple foot, a little cushion there. And I think the Punisher, if I remember right, he's got 1 or 2 championships.
Yeah, he
so
does.
He's an excellent puller. So
that's what's great about Bowling Green. To have pullers like the Martins that don't run a Grand National circuit, but we know they can keep up with anybody. Look, they just slid into 6. They're the best pro stocks in the country. I don't think anybody can argue the best pro stocks in the country are here tonight in Bowling Green.
Yeah.
Well, and I think you got almost the best of a lot of pulling vehicles all through here.
Travis and Steve, over your years in Bowling Green, these have to be some of the best numbers I've ever seen. I know the 50th was pretty stupid. There's 52 pros. But even for Diesel Supers, guys.
Yeah, our number's been good.
Yeah, we had 19 of us today. And
it's the Bowling Green thing. Everybody wants to be here. It's kind of the end of the season wrapping up.
Yep. I think the year that I come down here at Denny Healy and we won the Super Farm class, there were 72 of us. We won it on a Sunday afternoon. I don't know if we started like at noon, and I think we got done at like 5, 6 o'clock or whatever. It was a long ride home, but it's a lot better since we won. So here we got Esden Lemke coming to the sled. Now Esden, I think he just got his first Grand National win down Chapel Hill, Tennessee this year.
And then Robbie flung around and did it at Fort.
Yeah, Robbie.
Fort? Yeah.
Yep. So that was cool. I know Esden's been pulling for 3, 4, 5 years, and I didn't realize he'd never had a Grand National win. And so him and Grandpa were down there. I think Robbie was home working, so that's better yet. It proved to his dad that we didn't need him.
Yeah, they've done a really good job this year. They've had a good season going with them. They've got to be proud of the Lemke Motorsports and the additions they've made, the growth they've made, the new horsepower they've found.
This is a small block John Deere, where a lot of people are running that big block John Deere. So.
Yeah, Robbie has his fingers into many, many pulling vehicles that we've seen out here tonight, this weekend, and they run very well. And this is probably one of the most recognizable. To see Linders come out with a new ride earlier tonight, that was a little weird for me, different.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, hard to get used to.
But it's all good.
Looks like Graham Young is coming up on the 4-wheel drive side and the Renegade
Look at you,
truck.
Steve, looking ahead at different screens. You've came a long way in the last 2 hours. You brought it
That white line.
It's going to cost him a little bit in the end, that flirt with the line.
But a good save there. He didn't get a DQ out of it.
There's an example where Esden just waited till that truck got completely done. I want to be able to hear my motor. I want to be able to feel it.
That's what I love about having pullers in the booth. And that's like, Travis, I don't know when we kind of started bringing you guys in for an extended period of time. Maybe Toma, we start to experiment a little bit, but the biggest compliments we've gotten comments have been, we love the fact that you're bringing in the pullers to talk about it, more than just a winner interview. And for you guys, like for us, when I go looking for you, Steve, I don't ever want to be the session you're in. I know Travis, I've cherry picked you a couple times when you booked earlier in the night, and I brought you into the booth a little bit later, but it's been pretty good for all of that stuff. So
we'll see. Esden, he did something he didn't like.
Yeah, so it didn't start off well, but.
I don't want to speak for him, but it almost looked like he looked down and made sure he was in gear.
Nice pass.
Nice
A
pass.
little short of the ceramic pass, but he's got to be real happy. Are we starting to build the road back?
That's right. Yeah. He had a really nice pass. Well, it's Renegade here, come back down the track there. And you can see where he got himself out of that position he was in, going out of the chalk line.
The nice 4-wheel drive, you got a little bit of ability to steer that front end, where with the tractors, you got to brake and Takes the distance out of it with the brake. With a four-wheel drive, you can steer, but it still takes distance out to correct that.
There we see Esden's pass here. Moved into fourth place, top five.
Top 5.
He's got to be happy with that pass. Hasn't been anybody down there in a while that shook the top 5 order.
Yeah, nice run there. Red Gambler's out of Lemke Stable, so that's right now. They put that right together, so...
Youngblood keeps crossing their fingers. They dodged another bullet one at a time.
And, just to see Warpath, old Carlton up there again for...
That was neat to see.
That was good. I mean, I know he's been home working on that, and he works on a lot of Mike Connie's Mack tractors, and I'll get to mine when I got time, I think is his attitude.
Yep, it has been.
And I think Mike was like, hey, you need to get this thing done. So, who do we got coming up here on the four-wheel drive?
Yes. Christopher Taylor.
Number 29 of 41. So
62 wheelers, 41 four-wheelers. And how many minis did we have this afternoon?
52, wasn't it?
52? Okay, so the minis.
Yep.
Big numbers been here all weekend, but they've run consistent tracks. They've run good dirt. We've had good weather, large crowds. Another successful year in Bowling Green.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
It takes, sometimes you sit back to thank them blue shirts or whatever. I know if you're fans there, if you're not here, them blue shirt, I know they have 2 full-time employees just for Northwest Ohio Tractor Pulls, just to put this poll on. And I think they said they meet twice a month, all year long, to go through the board does and different things like that. So just something that it takes a lot to put this thing together for all these vehicles and people, and make sure all the media outlets got everything. Everybody's got the right amount of wireless, and we're not interfering with Wi-Fi or anything like that.
It's crazy technology. Pull some tail. Pull some tail.
Sponsor of the Cowtails on the front of the truck.
And you'll notice some guys, some drivers will turn their front tires back and forth. They think that helps them, and the next four-wheel drive won't even. He just going straight as straight. So
it's like Kevin Smucker coming up on the Pro Stalks, another veteran puller that has a.
We're not too far from home. It's Louisville, Ohio.
I
do know I say that right.
Yep. Although you get corrected if you don't say that right.
So, Louisville, Ohio. Whoa.
Yeah.
So back, Danny, was in the lead for the longest time there early on. He was like second or third. Well, after the reset, he was second hook, and he held that lead. I'm sure him and Dad Kevin have talked a lot. They know what the difference is between them tractors. I think they're very similar.
That's my favorite graphic we came up with, that leaderboard down the side.
Yep.
I know it's a little smaller, but man, that makes me so happy. I love it when Allison puts that graphic up. It's my favorite. No, we stole it from NASCAR.
Oh, really?
They do that when they go around. Because we watch a lot of live streams now. How can we make ours better?
Sure. Down in there. Excellent camera angle on the starting line. I don't know how many of you guys seen that. You can kind of catch Kevin's throttle hand, and as soon as he took off, his right foot headed for a brake. Now that doesn't mean he hit that. That means he felt that he was going that way, and I want to get my foot ready for me when to hit that brake. But that was really cool to see that camera angle of that to go through there.
When you hear a puller say, I feel it in the seat of my pants, I correct it before it goes there. That's the kind of stuff you're talking about, Travis. And hard to do. It's hard to do. You have to be
you got to feel it.
A true professional.
But you do feel it. You do see it and sense it from the seat.
There we go.
Couple bounces there didn't help his matter, but
11th at 324.25. Danny went back there, had that one wrote down at 331, so a little bit further back than Danny.
So we got an orange one out there in the lead, 340. Somebody, the Schindekers are pretty happy right now. Rodney.
Yeah.
They might, DNR might be cracking open more than one year. They farmed 30,000 acres, and they might. I don't know how many beers they had. I don't want to speculate, but Southern Illinois is pretty happy right now.
Yes,
Carlton Cope with the Warpath. Just that tractor is just iconic. iconic.
Yeah.
Iconic, absolutely.
This brings up old Ben Jammin, great guy. If you ever get a chance. Now, one of the special thing about Ben that you might not notice, I don't know if we'll see it on the screen, he's one of the very few pullers that his seat sticks out the back window of the truck.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I don't know if we'll see that, but if you ever get a chance to look at it, probably, and if you see the size of Ben, he's a fairly good, big boy there. But
I always joke about Chad Hegarty with his hillbilly hot rod. He's got a little moonroof in there, and his head sticks out the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben's got his out the back.
You'll see out the back window.
There it is.
Smooth pass, just not the distance he was looking for.
And Ben's been struggling. I talked to him a little bit earlier this week there, and he just said, I don't know what happened. I lost something and I can't find it. And he said, I've lost my comfort zone. I'm getting the bounces, and that stuff gets in your head, and then you fight that trying to get that out of there. So
there's something to be said about a comfort level with a machine.
Oh.
When you're comfortable with your machine, you do the best job ever driving. And then you start to question everything you do that you're creating a problem.
Top 10, Trav. You got to like that.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Good for him. He's needed some, and he's been getting better. He's had some other pullers come over and actually help him.
Yep. No, I've been in the other room tonight. Where has been the line on that four-wheel drive track that you guys have noticed?
It's been all over, but it seems like the starting in the center and finish a little bit left has been the best.
That's a money shot right there.
Yeah.
We call that in the live streaming. That's sweet. That's sweet. That's a sweet shot.
So we have a new driver on the Rolling Stone, or a different driver tonight. It's not Tim or his son driving. It looks like on our lineup sheets.
Bob Johannigan?
Yeah.
I'll screw that name up, but we'll try it. Bob something. Bob Johannigan.
Yeah, Bob driving on the Rolling Stone tonight.
From Greenburgh, Indiana. That's where they're from.
Yep, Indiana boys. They live a little south of me.
Who's got the biggest stack in the Pro Stock class? I heard you guys talk about stacks earlier.
Boy, they've all got some big ones, but
I don't remember which one it was.
Was it that Gone Green tractor? I think you mentioned it.
Yes.
Little Rascal.
Because I've been listening to you guys,
Little Rascal was the one that looks like a
Nolman's.
10-inch can.
Yeah, Avery Nolman had a big one.
What's the light super? Is it the bomb or the rocket? The bomb has a big
Bomb,
old, they have
yeah.
big old, looks like a trash can.
Yes.
Up there on top of that.
10 or 12 inch stack on it.
It's amazing. I was thinking of that earlier, Steve. How just the size of chrome stacks out of the hood back at U.S.A. is probably 4-inch.
Yeah.
And now we're up to 6-inch, 7-inch coming out of the super stock diesels. And you got to have two of them.
Yeah. That pipe size is definitely growing. Ductwork's growing.
Had its belly full.
Pass, yeah.
I haven't had a chance to log in and see how I did on my picks tonight, so I'm a little excited about that. We fullpicks.com fans, you can head over there and make some cash picks, win some money, have some fun. Got a lot of head-to-head matchups. We'll have them tomorrow for session 4 and for session 5. Is it noon tomorrow and 6 tomorrow night, guys? Does that feel right?
I think you're right on that, yes.
And I am super proud of them how they pulled this off today.
Yeah, we were all scared of the rain through.
We were scrambling in between sessions, and I was trying to get all my NTPA sponsors in, all the opening ceremonies, and oh man, it was crazy busy in that 45-minute time frame. But they kept the show on pace and got her done. So,
yeah, Spellbound.
Tommy T, Spellbound.
Been around a long time.
It's grabbing them. Yeah. Who did I have in here? Oh, I think I had Lisa Peterson here up at Rockwell, and she said it's like when it's 1-to-1. No, Ader was talking about that. When it's 1-to-1, when the track's so good, they're just not breaking loose. Those trucks, they almost bounce back into the buckboard, Travis.
Yep. Yeah, when you stop, you feel that pull back. It's been good.
Here's our replay of the Rolling Stone. Moved into 21st place.
Ryan Walters will be up next on the Pro Stock side.
Chase and Tail.
Chase and Tail.
We talk about, so we got a little bit laugh, we talk about them stacks, so I don't know how many people recognize the Blagraves Red Horse, but this is the first year in many, many years it's got twin stacks out of the hood. And So if you happen to see Steve or Stan there out there, you'll have to ask them about their twin stacks.
It worked pretty good for them this afternoon.
It worked really well.
Good, but they're still not proud of their twin stack.
No, they had one stack forever, and they just did not like it. So, yeah.
We'll shot some of the senior there on the south side. Yeah, the north side was a hoot last night. I had so much fun. Unlike those guys had never been to a tractor pull. So we went over there, and the 1, 2, 3, when something bad happens, and then the guy with the train horns down there. It was just a hoot. It was a hoot. Yeah, Bowling Green it's the fans make Bowling Green. Travis,
100%.
Did you probably would have came out with Super Farm back in the day, your first trip?
Super Farm, yep. My first, I would have Super Farm would have been my first trip driving out here. So, yep.
What year was that?
Boy, it had to be 13, 14 years ago, so it'd been back 2010. Yeah.
How did you guys name Lock and Load?
We had some friends, Carl and Christy Smith, and they were big Bob Seger fans, and we were searching for names, and they were going through Bob Seger albums, and the song Lock and Load came up, and it just kind of stuck, and it had never been used. We were big into pulling, but you couldn't use a name that you had ever had used before in your life. So, we'd been around pulling a lot of years. A lot of names have been used and were gone, so you kept scratching everything off the list. And we came up with Lock and Load at that point, and it kind of stuck, and we rolled with it from there. And it's just been that for years. We bought that tractor off Frank Stander in '99, and pre-committed to the Grand National Circuit in 2000 and been there ever since.
Another V8 Massey there. We'll switch over to the four-wheel drive class. From Jefferson, Wisconsin, called Outrage. That'll bring up Lisa Peterson and the Profab geared up truck.
Brad Moss, Money on Black, will be the next tractor on the Pro Stock side. About 7 tractors left in our Pro Stock class to round that out for the night. See how it shakes out. Schrammic's Youngblood still on top.
Another one of those V8 Masseys in there, so that makes 3 of them in this class of Pro Stocks.
Respectable run for all.
Good shot of the north side fans there.
Still waiting on the show to get over. A lot of fans still in the seats.
Cameron had a nice smooth run all the way through there. Box come up and give him a little boost right in there. You can see in that box there, looks like Donnie's got 2 weights up front for him or up in the box.
Got to give a shout out to some of the sponsors for NTPA, from Case IH, Beck's Hybrids, Wix Filters, Hot Shot Secrets, Mac Trailer, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Enderley Injection. All do a great job to help support the NTPA and help keep everything on track and running forward. We appreciate all the help and sponsorship from all them organizations and all they do for the sport.
Wasn't his original tractor black? Yeah, beautiful black paint job. That's why I remember that years ago. Lisa Peterson getting backed up to the sled by her husband Larry. This is a brand new truck this year, brand new chassis. Larry wants her to move over just a little bit there. He must have been sleeping on the job there a little bit when he was.
Yeah, he should have had her back in there
little
squarely the first time without any trouble, but he missed that.
I think Larry's probably going to say that maybe Lisa wasn't paying attention. I'm not sure, but
Must have had the radio turned up too loud in the cab. She couldn't read the hand signals.
Brad Moss is going to tighten the chain, look for his green flag.
You put your money on black or your money on red.
You're going to have to go full pull live on that one to get your money out there and get that bet made. Brad's always been a tough competitor, though. Beautiful looking tractors and hard running vehicles. Right up in there. Nice run by Lisa.
Smooth, not a lot of bouncing around.
Mm-hmm. .11 for Brad, puts him up in the 8th place, gets him in that top 10 finish. Big in that purple sled backing up there. You can see where they had that next person's already got that cone set where they exactly want it. There's a run of Lisa's, kind of an end of the run. 326.89 brings her into 8th place. That's an awesome run for them.
So they got to be happy with that to end up in the 8th place.
Yeah, just you look at that 326. A couple foot there, they would have been right up there, clear up in 6th place, right behind Mark Mangans. So Lisa had a very nice, smooth run there and got going after it.
How many trucks we got left to finish that class?
Oh, we got to be getting down here. Got to get my paperwork out here on this one. Lisa was 33 of 41, so we're waiting for Greg Weitzel. Will be our last hook. Rob Foster's right ahead of him, but that'll bring up Jake Kramer out of Huntington, Maryland, in that Supernatural on the 4-wheel drive class.
Looks like the River Rat making the pro stalk.
Now our sheet says River Rat is Patrick Gentry, but I think them are backwards. I think this is probably Kevin. But I could be. Nope, I'm wrong. Kevin's backing him in right there. So Kevin must have been on the Tinker Toy.
Yeah, Patrick Gentry must be driving the Rat tonight. This has been a big game of tires in this class.
Oh, man.
Finding a pair that works for you and a pair that you can keep rolling with has been a difficult thing, but it's been a challenge for a lot of them to get there.
Yeah, our leaderboard on the side still got Youngblood up there, Warpath and El Nino. That's
Kevin helping Patrick get dressed up and ready to go. It's going to be interesting to see if the gangsters can shake up the order and where they're going to end up at. It'll be
the Grandview Gangsters. I think the Bone Twister team needs a cool name, don't you think?
Oh.
Yeah. Like the Ringo Mafia. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I know they're hot. They're the Ringo Mafia. I'm having fun. Allie, you're not my mom. Stop. I'm a grown man. Can't be mom.
Four-wheel drive coming down there. I think that's another one of them automatics.
You got to be pleased with that at this point in the game.
Go back a little bit, Schultz.
Greenview Grangster tightens the chain. Patrick on the rat. See where he finishes.
Boy, that thing come to life when he hit the throttle. He walked it out just a little bit and gave it all he had there. So
It's amazing how the single charger tractors will respond. Now that I have a diesel super and I watch them I don't drive one,
right.
but I watch them all the time and I'm really listening now.
Yeah.
And talking to my singer and talking to you and talking to my dad, Travis. And I love what you told him in Rockwell. Mike, you need to drive it like you hate this thing. I said, if you drive it like by a super farm, Dad, one more time, you're not driving it anymore. It's only my singer's driving it.
Jake Kramer with a nice run there, that 325.89. So, but
shaking the order a little.
yeah, he's getting up in there mixing. That's just, I think it's awesome. You got somebody with an automatic transmission up there shaking that up and just making a difference. Look at Patrick Gentry with a 323.66 and. Well, I'll tell you what, when I watched that run, that front end just set, picked, and it never moved. And
so are you saying the track went away?
I think so. That was, I think, they get the picture perfect run. And it looked really good, sounded really good, so.
Obviously, the rat and the toy. We missed the toys run earlier. We were down for about 2 or 3 minutes on the live stream, had some internet issues, and had to run some stuff down, so.
But, yeah.
The rock coming up on the four-wheel drive side. Skelton.
Timmy and the Bone pulled earlier. They would have pulled out there. So, man, it's been great having you in the booth. Steve, how much did Travis pay you to come in here tonight?
I can't disclose that. Top secret.
It was solid.
Yeah. He'll get a 1099 at the end of the year, I can tell you that.
It's over
1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be that much.
No, it's great. We love your knowledge. Tony, one of our camera guys, was taking a break, and he was sitting there like, holy cow, the knowledge. He's going to build a Bone Twister RC tractor.
He was telling us.
He's like, Schultz, you got to introduce me to Schlabo. I'm like, yeah. I go, he'll be all over this. I actually I had one made,
right.
My tractor's sitting out back. You should go check it out tomorrow. It's Angry Duck did the graphics. Looks just like.
When I seen Lock and Load have one over there.
Say somebody's got one.
Yeah. That was cool.
Nobody likes me enough to build their own. I had to build my own. I like you, Stephen. It's all good. Here comes the Rock in Bowling Green, Ohio. They're going Friday. Okay. That's the one.
I don't know.
No, it's not Pro. They might be now. We're going to find out in a second. Not but Henry Smith isn't not part of that.
Isn't he the snake? Used to have the snake?
Well, but Shelton's bought Preparation Age, right?
Yeah,
that was Tom Harmon.
No,
that was
Han.
That was on. They have that here.
Is this
right?
the old Jimmy Shannon tractor?
Camille's
right
going to run that here.
You think that's Radical Red?
I think that.
You think so?
Maybe.
Somebody text me. Somebody always knows.
Yeah, that's it. It says Radical Red on the paper.
Does it really? Sure. You can read, Steve?
I can. They're
I'm proud of you. How are your crops?
Phenomenal.
Are they really?
Yeah. We have a really good crop. We're having a banner year.
I wish the prices. Yeah. I wish the prices were better for you.
And the week we've had with blocks and cranks, we need like 450 bushel corn just for a break even.
At $9.
Yeah. We've put a couple cranks in and a block this year. It hasn't been a stellar year for us. People don't realize how fun it is just to dig holes. They're going to be dead last as long as I drive off the track. I'm like a winner.
Yep. Travis says that every single time I talk to him. Schultz, one in the trailer.
Yep.
Without a push bar.
That's what keeps
Just
it
about
going.
today.
Yeah.
It was biting today, boys.
Yeah.
It was biting. I stood late starting line, watched you guys.
Gotta be Anna Mangan's got to be coming up
Tommy
here.
Corsa.
Yeah, Ted. Yeah, Tommy Corson.
Tommy's hung last night at the end of his run. I hope
Yeah, the barrel valve went over center on the linkage. They had a new cable today, done some linkage
because
work
he got his
on
first
it.
win at Rockwell.
Yep. Brand new truck.
Guys, I've met Nets at 5-0 Pro that
I
wanted to pull
just-
at Bowling Green, Ohio. that's all I'm going to
It
say.
says Henry Smith, but I saw Henry backing him in, so I don't think Henry was driving.
I'm going to go with you on that. And I chuckled about, we talked about size of stacks coming out of the hood.
And that one isn't big enough.
That one isn't big enough. Yeah, here we got Tommy. Like I said, last night that motor hung open, and I thought, it didn't sound good, but congratulations. I'm happy for him that
This truck runs.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm Mark Mangan, and I know Mark's not in the lead tonight, but Mark has been the back-to-back Grand because he sold it up tonight, right?
Yes.
Yep, it's done.
So
I'm pretty sure he did.
it was over last night.
Was it?
He had a 31
to show up.
lead. Yep.
He came out of Benson just hot.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
He just got to show up, and then he should be fine. So
Two's easy, isn't it?
The 5.0 class is going to be great.
Oh, yeah.
On the
It's
regional
growing.
level, it's growing fast. We're seeing good numbers everywhere, but that's the difference. About 50 feet between the big dogs and the 5.0s.
Brand new chassis built by Randall Clycamp. Tommy, and he's having a pretty good start
now,
off
is
with it.
Tommy going to run this one, or is he running the two-wheel drive and Tyler's running this one?
Tyler's running the two-wheel drive.
Tyler's running
Tommy's
the
driving the
two-wheel. Okay.
Bounced in, but smooth pass.
A little rough, right? He was just happy it throttled down when he pulled
I
back
was
on the
gonna say
throttle.
that is the worst showdown in the world.
Yeah. No.
It's happened to me once.
Oh, we just had it happen this afternoon.
Oh, you
so
did? I didn't know
yeah,
that.
we had a little tough luck over there and had a turbocharger and issue, and John Bell fans come over and said, "Hey, I got motor issues. Here's my turbocharger. You run that." We put that on. Then we had a rocker arm issue, and we pulled it in the trailer and fixed that. We backed it back out, and injection pump stuck wide open, and we shut the thing off, got her killed, pulled it in the trailer, and said, "We'll see you next year, Bowling Green. We're done."
Yep, I don't blame you. Tractor pulling's fun.
Tractor pulling's fun. So
that's
Tommy,
great for him to come up this late in the class
Yep.
like this
Yes,
and roll into
roll
fourth.
into fourth
rolled
place.
right in there to fourth place. What a nice run by him.
Got to be very happy with
If he
that.
just got that truck out, I mean, that's definitely going to be a player with your Mangans and your Holmans and your top hitters.
Them Holmans are tough. They laid out a good run, and they're used to hanging there. So
Denny Brown coming up. I'm not sure if Denny's driving or.
I haven't seen the boys this weekend. I think Denny is driving.
Denny driving. Yep, says Denny on the list.
yeah. Denny's our third to last one on the Pro Stock class. We'll be able to give the four-wheel drive guys a little hard time because they kind of started similar, had the same amount of numbers, and Pro Stock guys must run a little faster ship than what them four-wheel drive guys do. See, so
Makes sense.
we'll try to get them to hook to the sled and get going down the track a little quicker.
We got semis after this. I think semis are going to come up on probably the four-wheel drive track, I guess.
Whichever one finishes first.
I think
they said that. I heard somebody said North Track. Which is North?
Pro Stocks.
Pro Stocks. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have 15 semis
15
tonight.
semis, yeah. Real good class of them tonight.
In 2016 was my first year out here, guys, and I watched old Jack Kilmeyer puke the old motor out of the old, all jacked up truck.
Yep. That was your first year here.
Yep.
Wow.
They didn't let me out of state of Iowa. There was I had some things I can't talk about on there.
There we got Anna Mangan coming up.
Denny.
Nice smooth run for Denny.
You know, Trev, I asked Omer, he's kind of like Rain Man, and I said, why did the Pro Stock class just get so popular? He said, really, in the early 90s when the Supers, there was lifting blocks, breaking blocks every time. And that's when the Pro Stock class kind of got a jump on it. So
I would agree with that, and you're seeing that. Now we shouldn't even talk about it, but now unless you kick a rod through a block, it's not. We're not lifting. We're not ruining blocks.
Right. And our blocks are repairable. Even if you kick a rod through one now, they're good enough quality block. You can weld a patch in it and go right back with it. New mains in it.
Remachine it. So
clean it up
nice,
and fix it.
Nice run. Denny got into that top 10 place over there, and there's this many tractors.
When we were showing the distances a while ago, we were over 300 foot in 22nd or 23rd place.
Yeah.
That speaks a lot for the track.
Anna's going to be a senior in high school this year at Goodhue, Minnesota?
Yes. She had a beautiful run there. She really got after it early. Them little bounces at the end is what got her. I don't know where she's going to finish, but she is up there.
Great donkey farmer.
Yep.
Well with got a lot of donkeys. Yeah.
She might have got out of the donkey business since she got into selling T-shirts out of Dad's semi-trailer with the trucks.
Yeah.
And
very profitable.
Yep, that was a huge profit thing she made. And then now she's got some race horses. She does some of that barrel racing.
Yeah.
And so.
A lot of support from her father to keep buying horses and growing the business.
Another expensive hobby.
Yeah.
Horses.
And you got to buy high quality hay for high quality horses.
Right.
Yeah. Dad's very proud of the horse.
But look at that. When she leaves the line, she did an awesome job. 7th place. Nice job, Anna.
I love watching her and her dad together. They're like best friends. It's so cool.
Look at there. Let's see. Where's that? Oh, 7th place. That puts Anna like 3 positions ahead of Profabs.
Yes, I believe it does.
Now that's Larry or Lisa and Anna, so that's just 2 pullers that are going. But Larry and Anna now they have a little competition going. And Anna doesn't like to get beat by Larry.
A lot of bragging rights there.
Yeah, a lot of bragging rights. So, yep. So if you happen to see them, you just ask them how that's all going and how everything's going there. But Anna's not happy. A lot of times she, in a jokingly way, when Larry won down at Chapel Hill, she was very happy for Larry, but said, I'm not going to put up with that very long.
Look at that, number 24 Rolling Stone at 307.
Yeah.
You went 307 and ended up in 24th position. That's just
it's crazy.
Bootlegger backing in here.
Well, that's what people, that don't follow the sport. Hey, what'd you get this weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, we got 7th or we got 15th. Well, you guys suck.
Yeah.
No, there was 40 in my class.
Yeah, exactly. I ended up at 24th and went 300 and some feet. Pretty proud of myself.
Butch always texts his mom and lets us know how we did, and she said, well, how'd you do tonight? Well, them guys got 11th, I got 12th. She said, well, you beat Bone Twister, but you guys are going the wrong direction. You need to go to the top, not the bottom.
Maybe I can talk to the people at Full Pull Picks, just have head-to-heads and lock and load and Bone Twister. Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
See what kind of cash picks we can generate there.
Yeah.
This is Bootlegger. This is a new tractor out of Chaos Fabrication this year for Jason.
Driving tonight?
Yep,
I think Jason's on the seat. He's been hit and miss here, so.
He'd be tickled with it.
Yes. Doesn't sound good.
No.
So, it's a farm show. It won the farm show. There's always a tractor every year that wins the farm show. That didn't perform well, and I know they're trying some. I talked to Colin about they're trying some brand new stuff, and then kind of did the same thing at the Mac Trailer Winter Nationals. And they made a couple good outdoor runs.
Yes.
Unleashed.
So we got Jimmy Mortz there. Just made a nice run on Unleashed. On the 4-wheel drive class. 38th hook tonight.
I feel bad for you, Travis. There's so many people on these sheets. The writing's kind of small.
It's hard to keep up with.
It's Saturday morning, guys. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, it is.
It is?
It would have been better to have a third page and make them a little bigger.
Note to people listening. Note to people listening. So
nobody feels sorry for us, guys.
No.
I'm sure they don't care.
So, Steve, this is your first live stream experience. What do you think?
It's good. It took a little while to get warmed up to it and figure it all out. And
I can hear you get more confident in the other room over there when we were fighting with frequencies and other things. So
right.
It's just been one of those nights.
Travis is a better talker than I am, but he's got the gift of gab.
No, but it's fun. It's fun because you're people's heroes, and I know you don't like to hear that. But, I mean, but people look up to you. They've been watching your whole life, Steve and Travis, and they don't get to see. We haven't, as polling, we have not done a good job of making our pullers rock stars.
Right.
And we're working on that now. And one way, everybody knows lock and load.
Right.
And everybody knows bone twister, and everybody knows, certain tractors. They don't know the people. This is a chance for you to get to know the people.
Right.
And that's what's been fun about the podcasts and different things. Like Travis watches podcasts, while Allison watches Dancing with the Stars or The Bachelor.
That's right. That's right.
Exactly.
Hey, there we are.
There we are. We're on
These
live
are my
there.
heroes. These are my heroes.
But I'll tell you what we got coming up in the thing is this is Tom Harmon's old Preparation H. I think the Sheltons got that. I think it's Camille's driving it.
Yes, she is. So each of them have a Pro Stock and a mini rod. I actually want Dan Shelton to adopt me. I love my father, but I'm willing to take one for the team.
Yeah.
See if Jason Shelton has a night. Jason Michael Shelton. I mean, almost has a little bit of range. I'll talk to my wife. We'll see if we can get it worked out. Yeah.
I remember seeing this tractor years ago. 8-10 years ago. Come on, cool. Once again, I love it. So it's because it's so different.
Yep. Right. Well built piece.
Yeah. And
there's Stan. I think that's all. I haven't seen Stan all day.
They come over. They needed an engine cable. They got there and didn't have an engine cable. And Marvin's like, I sell some engine cables. He's like, you got any extra? I'm like, yeah. I usually have 5 in here. I sold 3 this weekend.
Well, good deal.
Yeah. Sold her alone, but it doesn't matter. Just here's an engine cable to make sure you made all your safety requirements. So.
Yeah, the tech and safety has come so far in our sport. It's amazing. Love it, love it, love it.
Yep. And they don't miss much.
No, they can't. They do.
No.
It's bad.
Right.
Insurance guy gets frowns upon that, Steve.
And it's funny, they'll say, well, you're this or that. And it's like, in the seat, nobody wants safety to work more than I do.
Right.
Stuff happens. I want to be able to shut the motor off. I want 3-way dump valves. I want air kills. I want all that stuff to be workable and in my reach.
My dad, I almost tipped over my dad's D21 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and he goes, Jason, I go to tractor pulls and not funerals. And that's when I bought my 856.
Yeah.
And it was back then, it had a $500 claim rule on the turbo. And my turbo cost $750, Trav. I thought I was the man.
Wow.
Come a long ways.
Long ways. That's still a place to be at.
Yeah, it is.
So Monkey Davis out of Virginia, Tappahoken, Virginia again, and I'm telling you, that's just another one of them in town. I think they can have their own tractor or truck pull down there and never even invite anybody. I think they just all get together on a Sunday afternoon and they keep practicing. So
they're trying to get Camille to get there to the starting line.
So struggling a little bit to get Camille rolled up to the line.
When I seen somebody motion shut it off, and then so I don't know if it was Camille or maybe tractor or I don't know. That just still looks like a cool tractor sitting there in the front. So
she can drive the wheels off a mini rod. So
I don't think she's scared of it.
No, she's not.
I think them Sheltons are used to that program.
So I bought a fake metal detector when all the 4-wheel drive guys are out there poking around. I'm gonna start going out on the track behind them and messing with them. It's in the back of the trailer, but I don't have time tonight because we were messing around with some other stuff. So
that's like Adam Bauer.
That's just what I was gonna say. I don't quite. He might be pre-programming for tomorrow night.
Probably is, knowing that guy. There she is. This is going to win the internet. Having Carlton Cope in second place,
yes.
Youngblood in first, and there's Camille.
Camille Shelton going to run.
It's not like a mini rod.
Yeah.
It's cooler.
This clutch pedal's a whole new thing for me. Not used to having to push one of these down to stop.
And look, her dad or brothers, this is money.
And then look at right there. Who's the one guy on the left-hand side? Kevin Masterson's like, Camille, I'm going to help you.
Yeah. This is awesome.
That shows that right there is a true pro stock class. They're like, guys, start pushing her back. We can do this.
Yeah. And for her, there's truly a calming effect.
Yep.
To seeing this.
And there was a guy, Kevin Masterson was the first one to grab the tire and say, guys, let's help her.
Yeah.
Let's do this because it's going to make her a better driver.
Just get her back, pushed in here, chain tight, and send it.
That's what it's all about, guys.
And I think this is this a full-blown pro at this moment right now?
Pro right now. Yep.
Okay, I thought maybe at one time this was a 5.0 yet, but maybe not. So, well, that's awesome.
Rob Foster coming up, it looks like on the four-wheel drive side.
The foster child. So we got the Ringo Mafia. You're from Lynnville, Indiana, right?
Lynn, yep.
Lynn. So the Lynn, I don't want to say the Lynn Losers, because
that would be good.
That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Right.
Steve.
Yeah.
The Lions. We need something a little more
roarish.
The roarish.
Steve, we've struggled this year. We'll go with the loser this year.
Just lock and load, Lynn. I like it. Good stuff. No, this is super cool. They're family, and they're as genuine as they seem right now.
All right,
they love life.
Yep.
Foster child, Rob Foster. Try to get up that 335 mark.
Our built sled said no.
Yeah. I'll stop you right here.
There is nothing better in the world than NTPA Grand National Bowling.
Oh.
It's the bomb.
It is.
I've been around it for 2 years now, with full pull and consistently, and it's
consistent tracks, consistent
awesome.
quality.
Yep.
The competition,
wonderful shows, and a tight knit family.
Yeah, the Bowling Green fans, it's a different thing. I've never talked to this many people in my life. I talk to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Here we go. Come on, Camille. So you can see that flame, and she get on top of it.
If she get on top of it, she'll have a ride that's
right of her life.
Second to none.
She's gonna get it lit. She's gonna get it lit. Go, Camille. Let go of that clutch, girl.
Bend it.
Ooh, I don't like this. This is gonna be bad.
Oh, she's gonna try her one more time.
She had the wrong gear.
She just need to let the clutch up.
Yep.
Okay.
She had it upstairs. She just needs to work a little bit.
We
had
let it go.
Hans Boxler went over and represented Hans Boxler, and then the gal was in here earlier. They went over to Netherlands and pulled at the Mead?
Yeah, Mata. Yep.
Whatever. The announcer from there is here at Bowling Green.
Is he really?
Is it Eric?
I believe so. Well, I know the photo finish guy came over. A bunch of them came over.
And I got to talk to him earlier. What a great guy, and what an honor for what Hans Boxler did to represent Hans and them guys with the spending their inheritance mini.
Yep.
And that was awesome. So kudos to them to how it's so neat to take our sport
to Europe.
And they're a huge tractor puller. So,
but not diesel like we are. They're more spark pluggy over there.
Yep.
More modified.
But that's why they wanted some. We've talked about that, and I asked Hans. I said, when did they call and ask you to come over? He's like, February. And I said, good. That they've called me before. And I'm like, can you give me a little more notice than February? We're going to load in April.
Yeah.
And so one of these years, lock and load and bone twister, we're gonna go and we're gonna do it. And
I got a call in October from the promoter. He's like, hey, I heard you bought the high-tech redneck. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I'm like, no, I can't. I just bought it. I want to play with it for the first summer because you give up 6-8 weeks.
Yeah.
And it has to load right after Louisville.
And you lose out on the points because you won't be back by Hutchinson Thomas. So
we got to give a shout out here to Greg Weitzel on the Cornstalk Express on the full drive. Lives about 10 minutes north of me in Union City, Indiana. Yeah.
Does that drink beer?
Yep.
Okay.
Good guy, four-wheel drive puller, pulls a lot of state and region.
I love it.
Slips in here once in a while to a Grand National.
You're a pretty good announcer, Steve. I'm kind of proud of you, buddy. I'm really proud of you.
He does a good job.
No, but seriously, the fans, this place is special.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's just
319 in 25th place. What a class.
But he come out of it, made the best of it.
Pulled him back to the sled. He was hooked well.
And he got to pull in Bowling Green.
And he got to pull in Bowling Green.
That's never a bad thing.
So that now we're going back around the top part of our paper.
Yeah, Jake Brickner, Burning Green.
Okay, last
hook.
Yep. He's the last hook. I had Camille. He's the last hook.
From Fostoria, Ohio.
You got it right. That's Jake.
There's somebody else that's from Fostoria. Who's that?
Some light pro guys used to be from Fostoria.
I remember that name anyway. Then we're going to go back to top where they reset it for Conley Medding and Rob Russell.
Well, they reset it after Conley, and then Rob went, and he turned it down.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep. You are
So what do
correct.
you think? Is it over, Travis, or we'll still got a chance for a leader?
Rob Russell's an old school puller. I'm not giving up on Rob. He's been back there studying the track, probably switched his game plan 7 times.
Probably switched tires, too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Went to a different set of
I always parked beside us. I didn't see any extra sets in there.
Okay.
But he might have had them on top of the toter home or something like that.
Burning Green, this is a new pro stock here at Pulltown. Might be one of our 5.0 entries. Look at your sheet, Trav. Does it say 5.0?
No, that one does not.
Okay.
Some of the other
There's
ones
only
did.
2 that are marked 5.0.
Yeah, it said.
I mentioned this earlier, Jason. Do you think there's like a standard website to go pick out your John Deere green color? Like here's one option.
Yeah, green.
Because they're all
Yep,
beautiful
they all
John
match.
Deere green. I mean, every one of them's the same. Now I wonder if it truly is John Deere green.
I don't even know.
That'd be a good question for Lance Little. He was always kind of the pioneer of
Yep.
good-looking tractors. And,
Put the shine on them.
yeah.
Put
Going
the shine
back
on
to
them.
the top of the four-wheel drive class as well. Martin Nessler was first hook, didn't get off the line, and he's
Right.
coming back to the last hook in the class.
Is this a 78, or are you a Ford fanatic? My dad had a 79 Ford. I think it's
the
older.
turn signals are in the wrong place.
There's
for
like a dent
78.
side and a bump side, right?
Yeah.
Like, some of those guys really get after that.
Yeah. Clearance light's above the headlight instead of below it. I think the 78, 79 were below.
I think it's a little older.
Yeah. 76, 77 maybe was in there with that.
That's a good looking truck.
Schultz, you'd have probably just been going to kindergarten about that time.
I was born in 75.
Oh.
Wasn't even close.
You guys are, how old are you?
I gotta think about it. 54.
How old are you, Trev?
51. I'm born in 73.
We're all the same age. You would have beat me up in high school. You would have initiated me at Hartwick and Order Victor.
Yeah.
That's a story we can't talk about, but I got what was coming from you up in class.
Initiation.
It was legit.
I'll bet your mouth got you in trouble, Jason.
Oh! Nice recovery. Jerk the chain and recovered.
Usually that's when the drive shafts come out the bottom.
That's usually when they become two-wheel drives.
We saw one of those tonight.
Good thing is we've had a good night by the Bauer sleds. They've been phenomenal.
Consistent.
Here is Conley Medding. This is the bull wagon out of Texas.
This is the last hook in the pro stock.
His dad, Connor, jeez, having one of those nights. There's his dad, Clint Medding, right there. They're from Nordheim, Texas.
Yep.
And he bought Lance Little's old tractor, and that's a bulletproof buck now.
Yes.
Which is easily, whenever we post a picture of that thing on social media, it blows up because it's such a unique looking piece.
Something different.
Conley's 18 years old. His older brother Connor drives it as well, but this is Conley.
Okay.
I think he's a senior in high school. But the Meddings are great people.
Not many seniors in high school in the United States of America get to drive the 5,000 horsepower pro stock.
In Bowling Green.
In Bowling Green. Yeah, that would be a highlight of my year, yes, sir.
I believe that'll make Holman's the ring winner tonight.
Yep. Yeah, because they picked it off, didn't they?
Yep.
They picked it off.
We got leadership in the other room said that you are correct on that, Holman. So
Yeah. Did you get a thumbs up from that?
Mm-hmm.
When Jesse Sampley approves of you, he's like our king.
I'm not sure.
He's the king of the pyramid scheme there.
Yeah. Schrammick's got a good shot now in the pro stock for the ring tomorrow night.
How many rings do you have, Steve, over the years?
4 or 5.
4 or 5. Do you have them on the mantle at home, or where do you got them?
They're in a curio cabinet in my office.
Nice. Trev?
I think I got 2.
Okay.
And you'd have to ask Allison for sure. She kind of takes care of
She
that
takes
side
care
of
the trophy
life.
room?
Yeah.
We've had some good years at Bowling Green through the years, some success.
So this tractor is tuned by the man, Kevin Masterson.
Yes.
the Mennings have hung out. with the
Dino's
gangsters.
there.
Yep, that's where they do some stuff. Box topped off.
Oh,
It got rough there for a minute.
Big said, you're going a little bit too fast and far for me. Let me stop you right here. So
pull her back.
So one last chance for the old four-wheel drive class, Matt Fawn out of
Okay,
Madison County,
very first
Virginia.
puller, wasn't he, guys?
No, he was the second.
Second.
But I don't know if did they reset that sled.
No,
They lightened it up. They actually did.
Yeah, they
I
did
remember that.
reset. Yes.
We had 3 or 4 go down the track, and then I heard Marvin come over the radio. So
Yeah, we might have John T coming back.
it's fun
yet.
listening to the tech officials on the radio.
Yeah.
And when they resetting the sled, the decisions, and they reset that mod class, and then they nailed it perfect.
Oh.
You know, when RJ went through, or when Brandon went 365, and then 349, 350 is the pull off.
Right.
I mean, that was
spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't, you guys, you'll see in the picture there, you'll catch Von Bauer in his orange shirt. I don't know if he wears that on purpose just so he don't get run over or not, but Vaughn's, he's always thinking he'll be at the starting line, he'll be at the finish line watching his sleds work.
They always talk.
Left side, thought I'm going to try something different.
You got to think outside the box. That's what brings a win.
When you look at that grandstand, that's the stuff you see at college football stadiums.
Yeah.
And that's what it feels like over there. It's so awesome to be the tractor pull and to get this kind of attention. I just looked at the clock and I thought, when I hear Larry Richwine say, "Good morning, campers," I'm going to run over there and punch him in the nose tomorrow morning. So
yeah. 12:30, and we still got a grandstand full of people watching the last four-wheel drive, waiting on semis.
Waiting on semis. What a great class. That'll be an awesome class for the fans here and everybody on live
we have
stream.
a tight points battle with Brian Eitherthorpe and RJ Simon.
Yes.
So
I think, 6?
Yeah.
6 points there. So, and that's Saturday night, Friday night, Saturday night.
Diesel Supers, are you guys tomorrow night, right?
Tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
332.9. We're having some issues with our graphics. Moved into 4th place with that hook. So
really
good stuff.
That was the Hero Zero move right over there by moving clear to the left side. Nobody had been there all night. We're going to move over there and see if there's one run.
Yep.
So that's what Russell's thinking.
I'll say Russell's going out of the box. He's going somewhere different.
4 plate. It's going to be your winner here tonight. Are we done? Is it done? It's done. Okay, that's our leaderboard. Oh,
yep.
They took it away from me.
Yep. Holman's win.
Allison, did you want me to read all 10? Because I can't read that fast. Okay? Just want you to know. The jabber between the production and us is enjoyable. You gave me a top 10, and then you left up for 2.5 seconds.
Allison, I was doing better than Jason was one night.
Yeah, Allie. Yeah, they like you better. They like you better.
I said, her name Allie, that's just like my wife chirping in my ear.
Yep. That's what they do.
But
that's more of a
your deal down the left is awesome.
Youngblood or Rob Russell?
No.
Who?
Put that leaderboard back up. People are texting me, Allie, that's the best graphic that Full Pull Live has. Is that leaderboard down the Travis Schlaubaugh said it. He has a Diesel Superstock. Somebody texted me and told me you love that graphic down the side. You want to see the receipts?
Here's Russell.
Legend.
Of
course.
If you ever get a chance to talk to Rob Russell, he can remember dates, times, poll orders, everything.
Doesn't forget a name or anything.
No, I can't remember names.
You look good. It's like Larry, Merle, which one are you?
Mo, Larry, and Curly?
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah. We're definitely the 3 Stooges.
Well, you're Allison and them are the 3 Blind Mice.
Yeah.
She's lit, Robbie. Go get it.
Not going to happen.
Nope. Try to cross-track it, not cross-track it. Nope, he's short. He was up in there.
Yeah, he didn't give up.
Couldn't get him a top 10.
Say not a top 5.
This is the young. So we did.
Yeah,
we did
this is
reset
the last
thing.
four-wheel drive truck.
I think he's frustrated with himself.
She is like. Oh, your wife is awesome. Travis just showed me a picture of his wife Allison sent him a picture of him and Steve sitting here, and then a picture of the guys from Dumb and Dumber. So that's awesome. That's what friends are for.
That's what true friends. I guarantee it's her and Butch and Lisa back there doing it.
Yeah.
I know Larry's not involved because he wouldn't know how to put it on a picture on the phone.
So Larry will be in the booth tomorrow, so we'll do the same.
Yeah. Yes. We got Larry coming in with Mark
Youngblood 340.5, Warpath 338.64, El Niño, Mr. Parrish third 334.83, New Generation Plus 333.37. The Gambler, Tim Cates had an awesome
season. Top five in Bowling Green.
Back in the mix all the time.
Put a red tractor in there again.
Rampage, Schmuckers, Think Green, the Martins. That's neat to see them in. They run a lot with East Coast.
But you look at that top five: Agco, Massey, IH, Deere, IH.
I love it.
What a show in Bowling Green of a variety of colors.
Yeah, Brad Moss on Money on Black, Workhorse, and then Green with Envy. That's an awesome top.
Jason, when was the last time an IH block won Bowling Green Pro Stock?
I'd have to ask my friend Dan Mayer.
Yeah.
But it's been a couple days.
It's been a while. So congratulations to Ceramics and the DNR blocks there.
Yep, they are.
Right there.
There is.
Is it Brian or Braden?
Brian's driving tonight.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, Brian. We kept pronouncing it Braden.
Yeah, we thought.
He's been called worse.
Yeah.
Huh.
Impressive.
Yes.
He still has the touch.
And they have another Pro Stock coming out.
Oh, they do?
I don't know if I was supposed to say that, but I just did.
I knew they were building a new one.
Yeah.
And a new light super, right?
Winning pass. Correct. But the Pro Stock is coming out, so they're excited for that.
Oh, you got one four-wheel drive left?
I thought we were done.
I think we're done.
I heard that they're going to run them. Oh, backfeed, Cameron Davis. Allie's screaming in my ear. So.
Oh.
Well, you even drew a line there, Travis.
Yeah.
Showed where we were starting over.
So proud of you, Travis.
Yeah.
All grown up, drawing lines.
Paying attention.
Paying attention.
If you just write his ABCs down to 10, we'd have a...
Hey, I went to Iowa Valley School, 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. Home of Travis Schlaubaugh. There it is. So they'll wait the boat up there.
So this, yes, Cameron Davis will be the last hook of the four-wheel drive class from Jefferson, Wisconsin.
What do you think?
Nobody's getting the Holmans. I hope he does. Prove me wrong, Cameron.
So he's
Prove
come back
me
all
wrong.
on this right side.
Holman's laid down
I don't know
a great.
there's enough track left to get it done.
No, I don't either. Had nothing against that truck, nothing against the driver, nothing against the motor.
I just don't think the dirt's there to do the job.
Somebody wants to text me, when is Travis going to get a Pro Stock?
Travis is not getting a Pro Stock.
Don't even start that rumor.
No, rather have me an Unlimited.
Really?
Yeah.
We're building Unlimited now?
Yeah.
Shout out to Trav and Steve for killing it on the mic tonight. Go to Winter Circle. Okay.
Does that mean we're off?
We're off. Well, I think they're supposed to, but...
Oh, Allie must have left. She was good at that.
Go to the bathroom.
And run out of gear.
Yep.
Good hook for Cameron Davis.
Linda.
Wait on
Need
the
a little
laser.
box up there that says live mic and not live, so you know when you can say something.
Well, but see, I had that, so she'd tell me.
Right.
Winter
It'd
Circle,
just
you're
be
done.
nice to have a little graphic up there, a little red circle or something, so you know.
Keeps us honest.
321 and
It's like I want to say something to
315,
Travis, and it's like
321, 315.
I know
Paul Holman,
we did,
the
but it's like
four-place Chevrolet.
she would say we're going to the winter circle.
Wasion is going to win
I
it.
want to say, Birds, give me a beer.
335 and 8. Justin Grace, just in time.
You ready for
Chevrolet at
another?
335 and 1. Peyton Davis, the Punisher, 333 and 3. Matthew Fan.
We started on
the
vodka
Big
lemonades.
Show
I said,
at
Birds, we got to make sure to
332
I'll be
and
fucked
9.
up.
And Tommy Corsa, American made. 331 and 3. We need
We're
you
still on the
five
winner's circle? That's two
to
wins.
the winner's circle, please.
Let's say, how do we know when we go? See there again. How do we know when we go back?
We need a light.
So
In
there
the big city, you got lights.
win number 16 here in Pulltown. The Holman brothers, as we talked about earlier, that'll be ring number 10 for
When I
them.
used to watch WKRP in Cincinnati, they'd have a light on there.
We're back. We're back. Yeah. We're back.
Well, congratulations to Holman's and the 4-play team on that 4-wheel drive class. I'll bet they're relieved it's over, and they had a nice run, hung on to it for a long time. So,
Brian Stramick sat and waited for a long time on top of the class, watching everybody shoot at him. Great job, Brian, for the win.
that was probably the wrong thing, but this is Ryan DeBrow out of Wisconsin with Playing with Fire.
Now they got their new Superstock diesel truck out this afternoon for their son. Flammable. They didn't get down the track, but you know what? They're starting to the next
play.
generation.
Sometimes the first time isn't always the best.
No.
The Bowling Green nerves for a new guy is
And those
huge.
Superstock diesel trucks are so hard to drive.
Oh.
7,800 pounds, all that horsepower.
No
Long
patience.
wheelbase. Look at Holman's winning pass there.
Beautiful.
That was Playing with Fire. That was Ryan DeBrew Playing with Fire. That's Clint Meddy, the Bulletproof Buck. So the sled is set, is what I'm hearing in my ear.
I think I could be wrong. Is that still an electronic motor?
It is. He is the one. Yep.
Yeah, so he's the one. Is he? I think one of
Probably
the only one.
Most of the vehicles are mechanical cats.
Yep.
And he's trying to do the electronics.
So once again, we got something different in the class. Somebody trying something a
Who
little different.
started that electric motor program?
Yep. I don't know.
Who did?
I don't know.
Travis?
I don't know.
Greg Hibbets.
Greg Hibbets. Prohibited.
Remember his uncle Gary had the electric motor and Greg had a mechanical motor back in the day.
Okay. I have an electric car. I catch a lot of crap. I catch a lot of crap. It's good, but it drives itself. But the feller in Mason City, Iowa, the state trooper, did not appreciate me driving because he said, "Sir, in the state of Iowa, you cannot use your mobile device while you're driving." I said, "What if your car drives you?" And he says, "Sir, I need your driver's license and your insurance." So he didn't think it was that funny. So $106 later, I found out.
You learned a valuable lesson.
That was in what county? What county is Rockwell in? I took the boys to the airport out of the Mason City International. It's got one plane a day.
One runway. I have 6 electric school buses in my corporation.
Really? Chris Jeffress, the Bad Dog, out of Wyoming, New York, coming up next. Now, I think I've seen him pull 3 trucks. I haven't had a chance to look at the whole lineup yet, but he's been bringing 3 trucks to the shows, so it's pretty cool.
I think he won it down there in
Rockwell.
Well, and
he got his first Grand National win in Rockwell.
And did he win at Moberly?
I think he did.
I think because I think
you're
Brian Ethorpe was second.
Yep.
Rumor on the street was John Raymond could be driving one of these trucks tonight.
It's good to see old Smoking and Mirrors out.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since we've seen John out with the Super, isn't it?
Yes. They've had a lot of issues downsizing their cubic inches.
Okay.
We put in a 540 max cube.
Oh, that's right.
He had to downsize. He's had some growing pains, but he's getting
And I think
there.
his kids got to where they were busy with the kids and
Yep.
stuff, and they're getting a little
Right.
bit older. And
life got busy.
I think you will see him out a lot more in the next couple of years.
Good deal. The Bad Dog. Chris Jeffress out of Wyoming, New York. Bowling Green, Saturday morning, Friday night session.
Yeah.
A lot of hooks.
They're going to pull that tires off the front of the ground.
Right there where Ryan was, spinning them
right
out.
there.
Yeah.
Can't give you a exact distance, but it might move the leader flag.
There, that's job there.
We're going to move the leader for
2 foot.
Yeah, 2 or 3 feet.
Yeah.
Again, fans, this has been the last cash picks night on fullpullpicks.com. Tomorrow, head on over for session 4 and session 5 on the Full Pull app. Head-to-heads, pick 2 competitors to finish in the top 3. It's a lot of fun. Share it around. Good hook. Right down the middle, guys. Right down the middle.
Left front tire up.
They call that torque, Stevie.
The old Bulldog wins again.
297.17 there for Chris. Man, there's still a lot of people here yet. 297.17.
I just think the campground's probably just getting fired up.
Just getting fired up. It is crazy how much fun it is out there with those people.
Yeah.
And like I talked to, we rolled through there Thursday night. We got out here just to kind of drive through and say hi to everybody. But there are people that just they have their Bowling Green set up. They just put in the corner of the garage and they get out once a year. There's places that will drop you off a camper.
Mm-hmm.
You rent it, you send in your ticket, your parking pass. They set it up, and then you bring your own generator, or you can use theirs, and away they go. There's some pretty good inventions out there. It's all Coors Light shaggin' wagon. Some guy took an old deer hunting camp and says Coors Light. It was so funny out there. Some of the signs out there. It's just
I used to tell my boys' buddies, I said, you got to go out to your grandpa's barn and find an old lawnmower and a hay rack and a picnic table and a pole. And I mean, you put that all together, you're in Bowling Green.
Yeah. Very famous. Very famous.
I see the Caterpillar sled still out here rolling around.
Yep. Used to have the old cooler contest here for years.
Yeah, I saw that in 2016, the first year I came out. There is Spencer Rook, guys. Jeromesville, Ohio, the Hillbilly Deluxe. 297 is the distance to beat the Bad Dog, Wyoming, New York in the lead. 15 on the sheet. There it is, the famous Bowling Green sign. Pulltown, USA. 57 years, guys.
Crazy.
What this event does for this town and this community, it's insane.
The start of college this week for Bowling Green University. You imagine how many people influx this town this weekend?
It's real big.
Yeah.
And I drove through the campgrounds. There wasn't one empty spot.
No.
Not one.
There's a lot of campers.
Yep, it's pretty neat.
Well, I think they're sold out, aren't they, on the camp? They were sold out early.
Oh, yeah. It's like Green Bay Packer tickets. You're waiting.
I wouldn't be, but...
Well, that's because you're a Bengals fan, probably.
Colts.
Colts? Oh, okay. Are they still in Baltimore?
That's dirty right there. Hillbilly Deluxe.
Oh, you want to change the subject?
Yes.
Okay. What's that, Allie? Oh, are you a Baltimore fan? Oh, that's right. That's where you live. So Allison McDonald is our graphics chica over there in the production room. She thinks she's the boss. We let her think that. So anyway, but that's Brian McDonald's daughter.
Oh really?
So whenever her dad pulls, we all have to be quiet. And like if he gets in the winner's circle, we all got to be quiet. And it's like, oh, my dad's pulling. And then when he gets to the lead, then Ken Venny goes flying by. He's like, over there. No, we have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
She's just giving me the stink eye.
Yeah, so you got the dirty look there.
Yeah. No way.
Oh.
Your 26th birthday, Allison? We're going to sing happy birthday to you.
Today?
Holy cow. Yeah.
Wow.
2 minutes. She'll be officially 26 years old.
2 minutes, it's already past that.
Well, she said she was born at 12:41.
Oh.
I mean, like most of us just say our date, not Allison. She's down to the minute. She's down to the minute.
Well, good thing, because I ain't going to be able to tell you what time I was born.
Yeah, I don't think I can either. I'm just glad they didn't put me in the garbage.
Yeah. Born or hatched, I'm not sure which way you came at.
That's right. That's right. I don't know what went south here, but his rods might be getting a little longer.
So something wasn't good there.
Yeah, when they stop like that.
It sounded like it went, some RPMs went high, and
189.155 gonna slop. Put him in the third spot. Bad Dog still the lead out there at 297.
Pat Eileen up next.
Nope, he's not here. So this should be Let Her Rip Tater Chip. Ben Gordon out of Amel, Michigan.
Let her rip. Humming Cummins. KT 1150s.
Good work by Scotty down there.
Yeah, nice graphics. Nice camera work. High dollar hooker.
Sharp looking semi.
Yeah.
That's a big old hitch.
Back her in there square.
Are they a 20-inch hitch like us, guys?
I
On
think
semis?
they're 18.
Are they? I'm not sure.
I'll bet Vaughn likes to keep them as low as
I was gonna
possible.
say, when they have to bring an extra sled just to carry the weights and stop these guys.
Yeah.
Good looking rig. Out of Amble, Michigan, letter Rip Tater Chip, Ben Gordon. Chris Jeffress out of Wyoming, New York, with the Bad Dogs still in the lead.
Anything good in the text?
Good shot of Pulltown, Bowling Green, Ohio. Big's new sled.
Yeah. Black.
That's a black sled.
She looks all
I don't-
purple, but we'll take it as black.
I don't think he could get away from his purple sled.
Yeah.
No. Again, shout out to Behind the Hook. They're doing an amazing job.
Oh.
Travis, you got to experience that last
Yep.
year.
And they got Ken Venny doing it this year. I don't
Simons, Benny, and Holman's.
remember. Oh, Ken Venny, and all three of them will be great. What
Yeah.
a, the
What a
old
history of
stories.
Sports.
Yeah. Ken Venny will be amazing in that. Looking forward. And them guys.
297, I call new leader voice.
297. I'll give you that
I'm
one.
saying Trio 7.
Oh. For 100?
Ooh, no.
Oh,
That's the thing
okay.
about those semis.
We put 100 on that, didn't we?
Did we put 100 on it?
Stock Tractors presented by our friends at Kastner's Performance, number 5 this evening. You took the lead, you drove off the track. That's a pretty good night, and you're right here in the winner's circle of Pulltown.
Yeah, it was kind of nerve-wracking. I thought they were going to build a road there for a little bit, but then we hung in there, so it took an awful good run to get there. So I was pretty happy with the way mine run, and we hit the weight right and the gear right. And, it's just like what you want to do.
Well, your bride just said this, and it's been something that's kind of been a resonating message we've always shared. You old guys rule. You and Mr. Schmucker and all of you continue to come out here and prove it. But you've woke up that old red gambler in 2024. There's no doubt. We're proud of you.
Yeah, it was a major overhaul for the winter, and Louisville was the first step, and then we got a win in Benson, and then to make top 5 here, that's pretty darn good.
Who would you like to thank this evening?
Oh, all the sponsors. I'm not sure who sponsored our class tonight, but Yoder Popcorn and Case and Mac Trailers, and I got to thank Robbie. They put this thing back together. We heard it at Rockwell, and I wouldn't be here without all their help.
We're awfully proud of you, sir. I'm going to hand the microphone to Mr. Dave Schultz, the president of the Blue Shirts.
Tim, it was my honor to present to you the Kastner's Performance 5th place trophy tonight. Nice work out there tonight.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Castor, for the sponsoring this, and all the fans coming out here, and all the Red fans. And, Weimer Fuel and Turbo, they give you awesome pieces. So thanks to everybody.
Let's give it.
Jim?
Yeah, he thinks so. Coming up next, on to the track here in Bowling Green and the super class, semi-super class. This is Chris Jeffress with general stupidity. I predicted that Ben Gordon would move into the lead, Travis, but he did not.
No.
He said he tried to keep it in balance.
Yeah, he kept it in bounds. Good for him, but when you got that much torque, when the front end's in the air, I don't think individual, and I don't think they got individual brakes, but there's no way you're going to break it past that torque. I'll have to do some research sometime. We'll have to see. I'm not sure if Rooster has had a playing with Nicky's Nightmare on the dyno. I think he's possibly had that on dyno. He might have a torque reading on that. It's got to be astronomical.
It's gonna be insane, weighing that
If you
much,
can pick up the left front tire and on a semi, it's amazing.
The best graphic in pulling right there. The leaderboard down the side. Thank you, Allie McDonald. Happy birthday, Allie McDonald. 26. Happy birthday to you.
26 years.
Chris Jeffress, Wyoming, New York. He's in the lead right now with the Bad Dog. He calls his truck General Stupidity.
I think that's pulling in general.
Man.
Okay, so what's interesting out of these last two trucks have went hard right. What's going to be interesting out of this is what is Nikki's Nightmare and RJ Simon doing right now?
Watch it.
Because they are thinking, hey, we're in a points race. What are we going to change? How are we going to do this? So,
good job keeping it in balance.
Yes.
I'm coming down here and talking to you all the time, so I like this.
Hey, you get better talking to me, and I get better talking to you. We're going to keep doing this. So let's talk about all these folks you want to thank, and obviously a big class, over 40 tractors, and you had to wait and watch and strategize.
Yeah, that was kind of tough. That's not my favorite back there, just sitting there waiting, but...
Who do you want to thank tonight?
I got to thank my dad, my wife, my mom, my sister, my whole crew up here, Bob Nichols, Chad Mayhill, and the boys from Weimer.
Absolutely, and pretty good night for Lemke in general, as you guys put Mr. Kane in this top 5 as well.
Yeah, that was definitely the coolest. I mean, we talked about just on Tuesday that me and him, we were both going to be top 5, so...
Mission accomplished. I'm going to hand the microphone to Dave Schultz here. He is the president of the Blue Shirts.
As in, on behalf of Kastner's Performance, happy to present to you 4th place trophy tonight. Nice work out there. We also have a National Tractor Pulling Championships cooler. That way you can load that thing up and enjoy and celebrate this win.
We will definitely go use a cooler.
They're from Wisconsin. They don't even have a cooler. It doesn't even get to the cooler. Never. Let's give them a nice round of applause. The Lemke family.
We're back. Bowling Green Saturday morning. Still rolling through session 3. We're having fun. We're having fun, baby. Steve Birch, Travis Schlabaugh, 2 of my Diesel Superstock heroes hanging out with me here tonight. In the announcer's booth, they've been here all night long. We super much appreciate them. It's been a great show here. We're going to be back tomorrow for session 4, session 5 tomorrow night. FullPullPicks.com. For those of you that are still awake, head over to Instagram and TikTok. Follow our friends at Handshake Bets. They work for Jake Paul and Better, and they follow NBA and NFL and college sports, and I'm super excited for all of that. So it's all good. Cat Scratch Fever, another one of those that have been saved. That's how they named it, probably a song, don't you think?
Yeah, I bet it is. One late night in the shop, and the song played. We cranked up the radio.
17 bush lights, or more. Michael Ostrico, Ravenna, Ohio. How many pullers live within an hour of you, Steve? A lot. Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of pullers.
You guys have like your own little tractor pulling AA.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Steve. I spend too much money on pulling parts.
Exactly. Yeah. No, my wife doesn't know what we spend on pulling, so it's a secret.
The Handshake Bets guys went around yesterday, all the limited guys, and walked up and said, Bill Leishner, how much your tractor cost? And they were like, a lot? Wait, no, Bill said, whatever somebody's willing to pay me for it?
So what's your tractor cost?
Yeah, exactly.
A lot?
A lot. Travis and Steve did a great job tonight. We have one person still watching.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Where do we got Brian and
I'll say RJ, and
they're down here towards RJ's up in 3, Ryan's up in 5.
Okay.
Lonnie Craig Miles here.
Yeah, from Kentucky.
Yep. He has a great implement sales business and sells a lot of farm equipment. And
Cat Scratch Fever. Lighting the wick, putting a little heat in the motor. Once that flame goes away, he's gonna let it rip. Take a chip. Wrong truck.
Yeah, still fun to say. Yeah, goes
They don't want to go straight, Trav.
No. But hey, good job of driving there. He got it going left right away because he knew it was going to pull him right. So
They still tried there at the end.
Winner's Circle, Rhett Parrish, congratulations. You're number 3 tonight. And that sort of plan, the idea of taking home some jewelry this weekend, you got to be here to do that. So you're in the hunt.
Absolutely. It's absolutely been a dream of mine to be standing right here. I love Bowling Green. There is nothing better than Bowling Green, Ohio. It's been a long time since I was standing here. I was standing next to Dad, the last time I was here, but we're proud to be in the top 3 for sure. And I want to congratulate the Shramics and Carlton Cope. It's just the top 5. There's no big blocks tonight, and that's a big accomplishment.
Well, you guys continue to work and refine. Colin and Dad and you have invested an overabundance of time and effort and thought into that tractor, and it seems like it just continues to pay off.
Absolutely. We've been fighting hard this summer. We've just been fighting little gremlins, and we're getting there. I've got a lot of confidence moving forward, I think. Got to thank my mom and dad, my girlfriend, my sister, Blake, Sam for going with me, Weimer Fuel and Air, Bob Nichols, Chaos. They're just, everybody that helps us is awesome, and we couldn't do it without them.
Fantastic, sir. Well, it's my honor to introduce Dave Schultz to you.
Brett, it's a pleasure to present the Castners Performance third place trophy to you tonight. That was a great run out there tonight. We also have a National Tractor Pulling Championships cooler for you. That way you can load that thing up and celebrate tonight.
Thank you, sir.
We got any El Nino fans in the house? Let me hear you. Number 3 tonight in our Pro Stock Tractor class.
We're back in the house here. The Limitless Monty Craig Mile out of Owenston, Kentucky, coming up next. Good-looking truck. Now, this isn't a big super semi like RJ and Ryan and the guys, but it's still going to put on a good show for you here, fans. There's a lot of these like 4-1 trucks or limited pro, pulling trucks.
Right.
And they're, I think they're coming. They want to come to Bowling Green. Like we saw a couple 5.0 trucks or tractors, pro stocks jump in. They want to be at Bowling Green.
Right.
But this is kind of how it starts.
Right.
What was your first tractor? Was your first tractor a super stock diesel?
No.
What'd you have?
We pulled antiques and farm stuff for a long time.
Trav had a super farm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
we went to Diesel Super was our first Grand National though.
that's, because I was a region on the super farm. Yeah. And had no intention of pulling Grand National when we built our super stock diesel.
Right.
We're going to pull region, and we were going to be good. Then somehow we won in New Hampton, Iowa, and these guys suckered me in.
They needed you, Trav. They needed another one.
No, I thought I was good. Boy, did I get an education the next year.
Yeah, you did.
Let's see what Monty Craig Mile can do. Craig Mile equipment.
They're Limitless.
Out of Kentucky.
So you said you know Monty?
I know Monty.
Or you know
real well.
Monty?
I know Monty. We've done some deals in farm equipment together, and
good-looking truck.
Monty's got a guy that's a bill collector for him that's big enough to scare anybody in paying their bill.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
All right. He's right down in there.
Yeah.
Nice
He's right
job.
down in there.
Right in the thick of things.
You know there's a 350 out there yet, though, right?
Yeah.
I just want to be very clear.
Yes.
'Cause
Somebody's
Brian-
going to get a straight run that doesn't have to turn the wheels and fight the distance. And there's going to be a big number.
Yeah, and the crowd will go wild.
Yeah.
The crowd will go wild. Chris Wood, Class Act.
Yep.
Circle. There's no question about that. So all the Massey Ferguson fans, they went pretty crazy when you made your pass, and right there in the top 5, number 2 tonight in Bowling Green. Who do you want to thank?
I got to thank Robbie Lemke and Jim and Steve at Weimer Fuel Injection. They help out a lot, and the guys at the shop help put the tractor together, and Chad Mayhill and Mike Connie for letting me keep the tractor in his shop, so that works out nice. Wear out his dyno.
Absolutely. Well, you get to do quite a bit of work on these pro stocks, so it seems like you're refining your craft, and that gets you ready for yours as well.
Yeah, we just hope we can keep doing it for more years to come.
Going to hand the microphone over to Dave Schultz. Actually, this is the one where I don't get to hand the microphone over. I'm going to hold the microphone for Dave Schultz.
Carlton, on behalf of Castners Performance, congratulations on your second place. Nice work out there tonight. We also got a coffee mug for you so you can get that coffee ready in the morning and be ready to go tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Folks, it's Carlton Cope. He comes to us out of the state of Ohio, driving that Massey Ferguson, known as the...
Class Act, Chris Wood coming up next. Chris Jeffries and the Bad Dog still out there in the lead. Ellie, can I have a leaderboard, full leaderboard, please, for the Super Semis? I didn't see it. I wasn't paying attention. The Bad Dog, 297.17. That is Chris. Cat Scratch Fever, Limitless, Playing with Fire, Ryan, defending Grand National Champion. Ryan's really fought that truck this year, and he's owned it. We've had him in here in the booth. But that's how it goes. Travis, there's been years that when you and Steve could just go out and just not touch them. And then there's years where you're afraid to start the damn things.
Yeah.
So
everything you do is wrong. Everything then you spend three pulls getting it back to where you now I'm comfortable, and the next pull you're sideways again.
And there's a certain level of comfort that you can't ever overcome. When you and the tractor are comfortable together, you do so much better job driving and doing it because you are comfortable, not worried about what's going to break, what's going to happen, and how are we going to fix it.
Right.
Drive out of bounds one time, it'll just throw you completely out for 2 hooks.
Yeah. You're scared to death that you got to.
I always tell your story. Sandwich, Illinois, where points championships go to die. That's your nemesis.
That's right.
I drove out of bounds one year at the Buck, and Wayne Sullivan said, "I always tell the boys, I don't care if you go out of bounds, but you better be carrying the brake pedal with you because you broke it off when you get to the trailer."
You broke it off. That's awesome.
I don't care if you go out, but you better break the pedal clear off trying to stay in.
Well, if this truck does what it normally does, we should have a distance over 300 feet. But I called the last one on that. We haven't really seen anybody just go straight yet.
Yeah, everybody's battled to get straight. There must be a lot of holes in the track from the Pro Stock class. And when these guys pick up a hole with no brake, no steering,
that pushes them.
That's where they're going to go.
Chris Wood, the Class Act, out of Shreve, Ohio.
There you go.
There it is.
Nice straight run.
Nice straight run, no holes to hit.
I had a feeling that's a weighted boat right there, boys.
Yeah,
that's all.
She's heavy.
I was trying to look for the right word, but I just went with weighted.
I think Big's not interested in the pull off in the 7 class.
No 350s. I think everybody wants to go to bed.
Congratulations. I can tell you, man, it's you just stepped right back in the saddle and did a phenomenal job driving that Pro Stock.
Thank you very much. It's been a little bit, and I guess I coming in here as a hired gun because my son, and he's back home with his wife that they're expecting a child here to come in. She started having contractions Tuesday, so he got, I guess, put down, said he was staying back.
He put his priorities in the right spot, there's no doubt. But you've been driving a light super stock, so to sit right back in a Pro Stock and make it look pretty easy, I'm telling you, that's just years of experience.
Yeah, I think you notice which one I'm more comfortable in.
There's no question. You like the orange one, I can tell.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody here and you know the country we live in, and it's an honor. It's been a long time since I've been up here, you know, just kind of being out of it a little bit and sun taking over, but so thankful, and Lord bless us every day.
Who all do you want to thank, sir?
Of course, want to shout out to my family back home, our crew members here. Dad, of course, he's our track guy, so he sets back and tell us what we need to do, and I know he kept coming with suggestions, but very pleased with our team, DNR pulling team, the whole crew that's helped us out here, Weimer Fuel, Chad Mayhill, Metas Tires, and our class sponsors, Yoder, and Popcorn, and we've had Beck Seed, Mack Track Trailers, the whole class. It's just, there's so many people, and of course the fans, and of course all these blue shirts. There's just, we've been away for a while. We came last year, and just the welcoming arms from so many of the blue shirts and stuff when we got here. We're just very blessed to be around this family.
I'm going to ask you one quick question. I sat with Papaw Wayne Sullivan last night, and he told me everything Donnie did wrong. Does your dad ever do that?
Oh, I wouldn't. We always would say what we did wrong together because it's a team effort. But no, we end up. We lay pretty hard on Braden sometimes. Sometimes he wants to go outside the box and not listen to both of us.
Fair enough. We're going to have to talk to him about that. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Dave Schultz.
Brian, on behalf of Castner's Performance and all the blue shirts, congratulations on a great first place run tonight. We also got a blue cooler for you. That way you can fill that thing up and celebrate later on tonight.
Thank you very much. And once again, thank you to Blue Shirts and everybody here in Wood County. And it's been a pleasure coming back.
Well, fans, we have to update the computer. And
Well, take it away, Trav. R.J. Simon.
Drivers wanted.
Setting second points tonight.
New leader.
Tomorrow night, we got 2 hooks left to make up 6 points.
So when they say they're going to bend it and send it?
He's got to
That's
bend it and
about
send
to
it. And RJ can. Them Simons ain't afraid to bend and
they
send.
want this. They want this more than anything.
Yes.
The semi thing means a lot to them. That's their family business.
Yeah, especially RJ.
And I think they are looking for drivers if there's any drivers
Just
out
can't
there.
drive this one.
Yeah, you might in time.
Yeah, possibly.
Million Mile Club.
Yeah, there you go.
Straight, smooth. Oh, yeah.
Got a new leader.
Yeah, new leader.
So Brian's the only multi-charger truck in the class.
Correct.
All
Yep.
these other guys just one big honking pro stock charger.
And I'm pretty sure, I'll throw a shout out here, Brian's are 3 Hypermax Chargers under the hood
That's
there.
your little brand, though. I forget.
Yeah.
These guys are probably big whiners.
Yep. And I think they're...
Does Lagat send you a Christmas card every year?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, he should.
Um,
Is there an invoice in it, or
no?
No. Just have thank you.
Merry Christmas.
I think
business.
Brian's had them Chargers for 3 or 4 years.
That's
When I got a last set of Chargers or whatever, we were talking and whatever. We kind of got the same Chargers there. So
cool. RJ Simon, your new leader, 319.435. They're not really letting him get rolled like they did in Rockwell.
No. There's 2 Christmas cards from Hyper. There's one that's signed in ink and one that's stamped.
Oh.
Depends which one you get.
I understand. There's a different level.
Yeah.
Threshold.
The $1 Million Club and the $500 million.
It's like a vacation club, right?
Yeah.
You can stay in the goals section.
Yeah.
very nice run there by RJ, though.
Smooth, nice.
No, it's fun the amount of builders and like tire guys and companies that watch the live stream because they want to watch their customers.
Right.
So they did. They're posting on their social media. Hey, our tires won the night, or our Charger, our Turbo won the night, or whatever. It's been fun to see all that. So there we go.
Give a little wave
recognition.
out.
We like it, pullers. If you give us a thumbs up, or Scotty or PK, because we're gonna.
Randall here with my chassis. And my family here. I got my wife, my daughter, my son, who's probably watching. Wish he was here.
All right, well said. We'll bring in Dave Schultz, the president of the Blue Shirts here. Oh, actually, we've got Matt Steinmetz here. The Hot Shot Secrets. He'll present the trophy here tonight.
Tommy and crew, congratulations on your 5th place on behalf of Hot Shot Secret.
All right, fans, let's give him a nice round of applause. Number 5 tonight in our 4-wheel drive class, Tommy Corsa, out of Georgia.
We're back. Don't say anything stupid, Travis.
All right.
Steve, you guys signed the waiver, didn't you?
Who we got up?
Matt Canslin out of Perry, New York with Temperamental.
Nikki's Nightmare. Got about 3 trucks left.
Yep. And Super Stalker. Craig Braun signed up, but he did not make it.
Oh, Craig did
Oh, I
not.
don't think Stalker's here either. He says no show on here. So
Yep.
we got 2 left. Matt
2
Canslin
left.
and Brian Alethorpe.
Oh, so Brian's last in
Brian's
the class.
last hook in the class.
Little bottom of the ninth, 2 outs action.
Yeah, that's exactly what Brian's thinking right now.
Trav, what's your biggest win? Like, was your first points championship in Superstock Diesel? Do you remember where it was? Did it come down to sandwich, or did you keep it in bounds unlike my buddy Travis?
Your biggest one?
Yeah.
I don't know. When did you win your first one?
My
was...
biggest win was probably the sweep in Toma. Won both sessions
You
in
did.
Toma.
That's awesome.
Anytime you can win both sessions somewhere, there are very few places, but I've done it for 25 years,
right,
that we haven't had a win. Chapel Hill, can't win that place. We cross the Ohio River, lock and load's done. She hang.
I don't think we've ever had a dog in the winner's circle. That's kind of cool. And Matt Fant finishing up here, number 4. Matt, tell us about your run here tonight. First time here in Bowling Green?
It's my second time. I came here in 21, and we didn't do too good, but we made some changes, and now we're back here again.
Well, absolutely. Made it here to the winner's circle, number 4 spot here tonight. Who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
I'd like to thank all my family and friends, and Jerry Smith, my mother and wife and brothers for always here to support us.
Absolutely. We've got Matt from Hot Shot Secrets to present your trophy.
Matt, congratulations from Hot Shot Secret on your 4th place finish here tonight.
Thank you.
And we've got Dave Schultz here, the president of the Blue Shirts.
Matt, we've got a National Tractor Pulling Championships cooler. That way you can fill that thing up and celebrate later.
All righty, thank you.
All right, fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Matt Fan.
Jewelry is a lot nicer than a chair.
We're back. Brian Alethorpe, Nikki's Nightmare, Bridport, Vermont. I think this is the last one of the class.
What'd you say?
Brian.
Bottom of the ninth?
Bottom of the ninth, 2 outs.
Mm-hmm. Bases are loaded.
Bases are loaded. Cool
Good shot at the course of data acquisition right there.
Cody McKinley's very happy right now.
Yeah. Shout out to Cody. He does a great job with the data acquisition.
And just in case you're wondering, once we leave the line, Cody, nobody looks at that dash.
Yeah, I don't care how big the numbers are.
I don't know. Sometimes that red light comes on. I do catch that out of the corner of my eye, thinking, but I don't let out. I just think, boy, that's really a hot number. Wonder how long it'll run red.
Nikki's Nightmare. I just love the graphic on the side of that thing.
Right, Brian's wife, and I met his 2 kids are out here this weekend.
Yeah.
Super Rooster, Kent Payne's probably the main mechanic on this project.
Yeah, Marvin Epperson just came on the radio and said we should just do a couple more classes, just shorten tomorrow up a little bit.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah.
You want to go get the supers out, guys? Get them warmed up?
I can.
I can.
I'm not. I can't.
But I'm not, yeah.
We need to adjust the clutch, do a little maintenance. And
tough runners, and we love coming here for the fans, and great place to pull, and we got to thank the Blue Shirts, and this is one of the biggest pulls in the world, and we love coming.
Well, once again, the state of Virginia well represented here tonight, and a great job. Who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
I got to thank my mom and dad, this whole crew right here, my brother, and Sonny Leonard for the horsepower, and Steve Barker with that chassis. He just builds a good chassis. SES gearbox, and that's about it.
All right, well, we're bringing in Matt Steinmetz to present here from Hot Shot Secrets.
Peyton and crew, congratulations on your 3rd place here tonight from Hot Shot Secret.
Thank you. And we run that oil too now. Hot Shot's the way to go.
I don't remember.
I don't either.
Allie, RJ's at 317 or 319? 319. 319 is the distance of each, so.
We'll be back.
The best graphic and full pull live right there. It's going to take a big pass to get RJ.
Yep.
No, here goes.
Here it goes. You predicting it?
Yep.
Call a number right now.
321.
321. RJ got him.
RJ got him.
Was that 1,000? Did we say?
Yeah. I give your turbos back.
You give my turbos back? The ones you bought for $500?
Yeah. I claim her turbos. Just went back.
Oh, I still remember that. My dad's like, oh, yeah, it's a $500 claim. We got you a $750 turbo. I was so proud. Old 856.
Yep.
So the key to this now will be
tomorrow
points.
Right.
How many did Brian? Yeah.
And then they have to be a points truck, right? Yeah.
Right.
And I don't know
there's
how.
There's nobody between them tonight.
Ooh, there was one.
It wasn't a points truck. Well, it was.
308. Who was second? Class Act?
Class Act.
Yeah. So there you go.
Points truck.
So he lost 2, so he's still up 4.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it, Allie. That would have to be. He'd have about 4 places tomorrow night. You have to get in between them. That would be tough to do. But if somebody slips,
Yeah. Or DQ.
Out of bounds.
That's really quick. They have to go to the winner's circle.
So, Limitless, Monte Craig Mile finishes 6th.
Yep.
Secret winner circle here for four-wheel drive trucks. And Justin Grace, we got the whole Versailles Mafia down here. Good to see you folks out here, and what a great run here tonight.
Yes, sir. Got to really don't know what to say. Just yeah, a lot of think it's crew I have. They don't get no better than these group of guys.
Absolutely. Of course, you didn't do it yourself. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Graham Young, first of all. He keeps me in line on my driving if need be. Galen, got to thank my fiance. She, absolutely. And, Hot Shot Secrets, first of all, sponsoring the class. Dave Visner, he does all our motor work. Chad Mayhill Tires. That's good.
All right, well, we'll bring in Matt Steinmetz here to present from Hot Shot Secrets.
Justin, on behalf of Hot Shot Secret, here's your second place trophy. Congratulations.
Thank you, and thank you all for what you're doing for our class.
And we've got Dave Schultz, the president here of the Blue Shirts, and he's getting his stuff here, and I got the mic for him.
I've got a coffee mug for you. That way you can load up in the morning and be ready to go for the day. Congratulations.
All right, fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Number 2 here tonight, Justin Grace out of Kentucky.
So we are back. So RJ Simon picks up the big win tonight here on Friday night. His brother got the mod win earlier tonight, so good night for the Simon boys.
Simon boys had a good night.
A lot, yeah. 319.
Farley, Iowa's happy.
Farley, yes. Nikki's Nightmare, Bad Dog, Cat Scratch Fever, Limitless. Playing with Fire, Temperamental. You know, the last, the ones who went over 300, they had good straight passes. Everybody else really was fighting the sideline.
Yes.
As you watch RJ's winning pass here.
Picked up front tire a little bit, carried nice.
He must have got that suspension switch flipped early.
Smart kid tonight.
Yep.
It happens.
Yeah.
He loves that truck.
Nice smooth pass.
Digging and spinning down there. Congratulations, RJ Simon, on the big win tonight. Got a shot up there. Behind the hook.
There we are.
There we are.
Man, we are ugly.
Yeah, you're rough. Rough night in the booth.
Thank you, Travis. Steve. Travis, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
It means a lot to have you guys in the booth. I love a diesel super stock puller. Good humans.
Yep.
Good humans. Fun
Hey,
to watch.
but
Thanks for
we're
having
probably
us.
going to get run out. You hear the crew's coming in tomorrow?
Larry Peterson.
And
Mark Magnan.
You're going to have more four-wheel drive expertise. So anybody that's out there listening, tomorrow when Larry's here, if you want to know your gear ratio, your transmission, just text Jason, and he'll get your gear ratios of all your transmissions.
All figured out, yeah.
Yep.
He
Just
knows
call him.
everybody's ratio off the top of his head. He can tell you what gear you're in and what you did wrong.
Travis, what's one thing that you learned tonight hanging out of here?
Hanging out here, I think the semis, what was impressive there is how when they were hooked up, they were going out of bounds unless you let out of the throttle.
Okay. They're going back to winners.
Well, they have been here before, and we've got some big numbers here tonight. Win number 16 here in Bowling Green, and win number 118 on the Grand National Circuit. Paul, congratulations.
Thanks a lot. I can honestly say after 40-some years, it never gets old.
And I'll tell you, that truck, the fans, you come out there, you run, and they just get behind you guys. I'm sure you guys can hear it as they go down the track. They just love that four-play truck here in Pulltown.
This is the only place in the country when you knock it out the end, you can hear the crowd over the engine in the cab. It's the most awesome feeling in the world.
Absolutely. Who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
Boy, we got a long list. Start off with our sponsor, Emmy Miller Tire, and Jeremy Miller cuts our tires, does an awesome job. Got to thank Senpico and Dave Stevenson and Tuman Roofing and Painting, Dwayne Tuman for the oil. Dave Visner, and we also work with Steve Schmidt on the engine for the horsepower. And list probably goes on from there, but those are the top ones.
Well, absolutely well said. We'll bring in Matt Steinmetz here from Hot Shot Secrets.
Paul and Jim, congratulations on your first place from Hot Shot Secret.
Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate you guys sponsoring the class.
And Dave Schultz, the president of the Blue Shirts.
We've got a blue cooler to send home with you. That way you can load it up and celebrate this victory.
Okay, it sounds like a good plan. Thank you.
Fans, nice round of applause here. The Holman brothers, our winner here tonight.
So we're back. We're deciphering what's going to happen out there. Who's sitting down there? What else there? So semi-class. Steve, what did you learn tonight, buddy? Hanging out here.
It was an interesting night. It's trying to give some information, some knowledge, and trying to watch and learn. You always learn something watching everybody else's pulling and passes, and it's a lot different to sit in here and watch it all and see it all. You can nitpick and critique everybody else's wrongdoings, but when you're out there doing it, it's hard to critique your own wrongdoings.
It happens. It happens. No, it's been really fun getting this launched. We learn more and more every weekend, and like I said, we had some issues with some drones earlier tonight. We got that figured out, and then I think we're looking forward to tomorrow. We got, old Rich Wine's warming up the chops already. It's 1:17 for a day o'clock wake-up call.
Morning
One
campers.
more.
Yeah.
It is my extreme honor to present the Holman brothers with their 2024 Bowling Green four-wheel drive ring. This makes how many?
This is number 10. I'm lost for words. I can't hardly believe it either. We're so blessed. All I can say is that old red truck loves this track.
Well, and this old track loves seeing that red truck go down the track. So, and we also have a check for you, and we got a bigger cooler to celebrate even more.
Yeah, I don't know. We're not that good at partiers, but we'll see what we can do. So, thank you.
All right, fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Ring number 10. That makes them all.
We're back. We're back. Do you guys ever catch up and find stuff up there and go, wow, what's going on?
Boy, rough.
Rough. It could be worse. Bowling Green is a special place. The fans are amazing. Everybody at home watching this is amazing. If you've ever thought of coming to Bowling Green and you're within a drive, don't be afraid. It's big enough area you can still find a hotel room.
It's a wonderful place.
It really is. It's very, very special.
These guys put on an awesome show. Awesome for the fans. Take care of you. You got everything here you need.
Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow morning, I believe, at 10 a.m. for Countdown to Pulltown. And we'll listen to Larry Richwine here at 8 a.m. saying, good morning, campers. The tech line's open. There's not a line. I love how he says that. Yeah, because it's 8 in the morning. Nobody wants to be there that early. So, Travis Schlabach, Grand National how many Grand National Championships? Two. Grand National Championships?
2. How
many Chapel Hill chairs?
0.
How many Chapel Hill chairs?
2.
How many Bowling Green rings?
5.
These guys are your pulling heroes. I said Oreos. Heroes.
Oreos.
It's late.
Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.